survived for 6 months.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again. Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Friday evening. Week-ending report. It's about to begin. Boy, oh boy, a lot to talk about this week. Hell of a lot of stuff has gone on. But first, some shout-outs. Bob Carmody, Mr. Spock, and Fishbone123 in the YouTube chat. Hermit Horologist, a close fourth. Selena Mary, also here. Frizzla, Glitchmaster. Mozart, Schmegly, Ducky and Princess Kimberly over on the Twitch chat. Well, like I mentioned, hell of a lot of stuff to talk about here tonight. Oh my god, a crazy week. Filled with all sorts of bombshell stuff that has happened. We haven't seen each other since Tuesday night, when we watched the deranged State of the Union speech of the president. Got Epstein files to talk about. Might do a little bit of SO2 recapping. Bohemian Grove, what is up with that? Get into it. And then, of course, Bride of Charlie. Candace Owens versus Erika Kirk. America. Let's do it. And what other place would we start tonight but here?
But I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy?
It's great, the Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this kid,
It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And we like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein.
are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it
That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. I can't believe they're still talking about Jeffrey
Are you
Epstein.
still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
This guy has been talked about for years. It's very strange. There's only Earth or space. Wow. Bob Carmody coming at me for the opening galactic credits. Suggesting there's nothing between Earth and space, I disagree. Smoke. Smoke coming from me. All right. Let's get to it, people. The Epstein files. Honestly, I'm going to need a tinfoil hat. I don't know who's got the credits for it over on Twitch tonight, but it's going to be necessary because there's going to be a lot of conspiracy talk. Just prepare everybody if you haven't figured it out from the thumbnail. Thank you, Paige. Brilliant. It's gorgeous. Thank you. Much appreciated, Paige. All right, there we go. I'm equipped with the necessary hat. All right, we've got this. Epstein Files time. Conspiracy talking. Go to the beginning of the week. Monday. Who better to start us off here than these two news geniuses? Journalists extraordinaire.
It's very hard for me to say to someone who is a quote-unquote conspiracy theorist, well, you're just a conspiracy theorist. He'll say, yeah, I am. Did you not read the Epstein files?
Are we saying that there are no conspiracies? Like, of course there are conspiracies.
Agreed.
They believe that they are rich enough that they don't have to live in the same world as us. People like Bannon would like to distract us with Pizzagate so that we don't talk about that.
You step back and you take out the core message of QAnon. I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. There is a cabal of pedophiles, rich and famous, who are being protected by people in power in the media. Shit.
What are you thinking about Chomsky?
If you have a mindset that is conspiratorial, do you see a conspiracy everywhere?
I don't think it's that.
How do you stop them from hearing you and say, well, what's the point of me doing anything?
I'm Naomi Klein.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
And this is Unshocked after a long time. And we are getting unshocked about conspiracy theories and Jeffrey.
What's the sound shot for unshocked? Like, this is clearly shocked. But what's unshocked? I'm just trying to think. What would be the is it this? Not shocked. Actually, not surprising.
What
at
a
all.
topic to come back with, Naomi. Good to see you after a while. You know that I was racking my brain thinking, when is the last time I saw Naomi Klein? And it was on the election night in New York. I think we saw each other in New York at the Zohran party. And we chatted on camera. There's a hilarious bit, I don't know if you've seen. I did this rant at the end, which has gone a bit viral. People think I'm drunk, even though I don't drink, I'm Muslim. But I come across as drunk. I'm drunk with joy. And I do this rant about how all the billionaires lost.
Drunk with joy.
And you walk past. There's a hilarious photo, Bob, where you look at me and then you just keep walking thinking, what a weirdo. But anyways, good to see you.
Great to see you. Yeah, I remember being happy.
Yeah, it was. I mean, in this age of darkness, it's good to have some shards of light. And I think the New York mayoral result was one.
I also think it's really relevant to what we're talking about today.
Oh, is it? Because we want to talk about, obviously, Epstein, and especially in the context of something that's been close to my heart recently, the discussion about conspiracy theories and conspiracy mindsets.
I've seen you struggling with this, the way Epstein is turning you into a conspiracy theorist. Look, if there was no such thing as a conspiracy theory, journalists would be out of business.
Yeah.
You know, there would be no need for investigative journalism. There are real conspiracies, and it is our job to uncover them. And there are.
It's a fascinating thing. There's real conspiracies, says Naomi Klein. And as journalists, it's our job to uncover them. Fascinating. All right, we're going to be doing some of that tonight. We're going to be doing some of that this evening / tomorrow morning, because we're a lot of stuff to talk about tonight. Oh boy, so much stuff to talk about. Thanks, guys. Thank God it's Friday, says Joe. Indeed, weekending report. You can count on it. It's here. Weekend's here, which means GNN's here. The Galactic News. It's incoming. All right, now let's go to Tuesday. Kyle Kalinske with a deep dive on some Epstein-related photos.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
All right, y'all. The New York Post has a really interesting piece that I want to walk you through here. Inside the rotting skeleton of Jeffrey Epstein's Lolita Express plane that still holds dark clues about the perv's abuses, okay? So, I didn't know this, but this thing has been basically sitting in a junkyard since 2016, but they got access to it. And there are some hidden, dark, disturbing secrets there, okay? Jeffrey Epstein's infamous Lolita Express private jet has been rotting in a Georgia boneyard for a decade, but dark reminders of the late pedophile's depraved lifestyle still remain frozen in time. The Post uncovered the eerie evidence this week during a rare tour of the 133-foot-long Boeing 727, which Epstein once used to shuttle his young sex trafficking victims around the globe, according to prosecutors. New photos show the jet corroding and falling apart on an outdoor slab where it has been left exposed to the elements for years. Look at this. Holy shit. Wow. Guys, that's only a decade of it sitting there. And this shit truly is falling apart. Holy shnikes. That is crazy. Oh my days. What even led to like the black shit on top? What even is the black shit on top of it? Like the streakiness and the black shit? That's what 10 years out there will do that to it? what is that, mildew or some shit? I don't know. That's kind of crazy. Here we go. They say insects and mildew. I guess it is mildew. Insects and mildew coat parts of the once luxurious. Oh, interior. Okay, so I don't know what is on the exterior, which features a bedroom, 3 separate sitting areas, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, all finished with polished wood, high pile carpeting, and other upscale features. The plane N908JE, the last 2 digits, a nod to the perv's initials, ferried former President Bill Clinton, ex-Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, and other VIPs. You can tell, by the way, that this was written by the New York Post, and it's a right-wing outlet, because they mention Bill Clinton and Larry Summers, and they don't mention Donald Trump. They went out of their way to mention...
Yeah, I mean, the outlets, the politicians are trying to mention Bill Clinton as much as they possibly can. But one thing I've been noticing is that nobody gives a fuck. Like, if I'm just going based upon views, which I sometimes do in my job, since I'm aggregating all of this news content on a daily basis, I'm just noticing that nobody seems to give a shit about Bill Clinton. They just don't want. They're like, okay, like, tell us something new. Like, actually, like, tell us about what's in the files. Actually, I don't care about Bill. I did not have sex with that woman. Or no, it was I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
The ones that are associated more with the Democrats than any associated with the Republicans. It was also used for sex trafficking Epstein's victims, and Virginia Giuffre recounted being raped on board. Jesus Christ. All right, so here we go. Ghislaine Maxwell massages Epstein's feet aboard the Lolita Express. Brown upholstered passenger seats in a lounge area of the plane. So this is in the exact same spot, Epstein getting his foot rubbed by Ghislaine Maxwell. Don't know what year this is, but it looks to me more like, it doesn't look like 90s to me. It looks like 2000s. Okay. And then if I scroll this way, this seat on our left is the same seat that he was getting his feet rubbed in. That's kind of eerie, isn't it? Like, you could tell I mean, it could be just the lighting, but it looks like the color, it's become a little discolored over the years, right? Like, it's a lighter color here. Look at the armrest. It's a lighter color here. And then when I go this way, you can see it's a
yeah.
Follow the rich white man.
They make me sick.
Okay, all right. We watched the part of this the other day as well. Just figured I would start us off light with a couple of vids that we'd already watched before we get into other things here tonight. And boy, oh boy, I've got a long list. 125 news clips and other things for us to get through. Full docket for this weekend report. Now, Epstein, of course, was jet-setting around on that plane that Kyle, the New York Post, were going through earlier this week. And of course, one place that he was going to all the time was the Virgin Islands. And apparently Epstein, as we've seen previously, had a fair amount of political connections in the Virgin Islands. I mean, really, he had political connections absolutely everywhere. Let's be real. Who wasn't hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein? Exactly. Multiple presidents, it would seem, at least 2 that I can think of off the top of my head. Former secretaries of state, foreign diplomats, prime ministers, royalty. I mean, who exactly wasn't this guy talking to? I mean, I think it was earlier this year, maybe even last year at this time. I can't remember now. I'm fairly certain a lot of people remember the video that came out of the representative from the Virgin Islands texting Jeffrey while she was in the house, asking questions of, I think it was Michael Cohen? I think it was Michael Cohen was like testifying in Congress. She was simultaneously asking him questions and texting Jeffrey for advice. It's wild. It was wild.
These people are perverts. Quote, "We got you," spelled with a U, the letter. That's what the governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands told Jeffrey Epstein just months before Epstein's arrest in 2019. And obviously, of course, more than a decade after he was already convicted of soliciting a minor for prostitution back in 2008. Newly released Justice Department documents show that as regulators investigated unauthorized construction on one of Epstein's 2 private islands, issuing stop work orders and weighing potential fines, Epstein appealed directly to the island's governor for help. Text messages uncovered by K-Files show Governor Albert Bryan Jr. telling Epstein he had asked one of the regulators to, quote, hold everything until speaking with him, and later sought the recusal of the commissioner overseeing the dispute. K-Files' Andrew Kaczynski joins me now. And, Andrew, this is so important as we get to the heart of Jeffrey Epstein and how he had the power and money that he had and how he wielded it and this entire circle. So this gets to...
I mean, I think it's pretty ridiculous that this guy's got the phone number of basically everybody. He's like, oh, I got a problem. I better just text the governor. Say, hey, I need
the
some
influence and how he wielded it. What do these messages reveal?
Yeah, and you hit it right there. These messages, they offer a rare window into how Epstein operated in the U.S. Virgin Islands, where he leveraged his wealth, business footprint, and promises of investment to try to influence local officials. Now, I want to give people a little background here. Epstein had deep roots in the Virgin Islands. He bought his private island, Little St. James, in the 1990s. He later expanded. You can see them both there. He later expanded his footprint in 2016 and purchased neighboring Great St. James. And the permits show that he had plans to build docks, roads, residencies, and other development. And this is where these texts with the governor come into play. Now, by December 2018, regulators were scrutinizing construction on Great St. James. The Virginian Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources had issued a stop work order and began reviewing potential violations. Epstein then reaches out directly to then the newly elected governor, Democrat Albert Bryan Jr. Look at this exchange between the two. Epstein complained about potential fines, and Bryan said he spoke to John Pierre Orel, that is the commissioner of the department, who they're calling JP in these texts, and he asked him, Bryan said he had asked him to, quote, hold everything until he and the attorney spoke to me later. Epstein complains that the same commissioner, JP, was, quote, going after
5x. I mean, this guy is screaming in text form at the governor of the Virgin Islands. It's wild. Look at it. 5 exclamation marks. I'm told that JP is now going to issue fines against me. 5 exclamation marks. And then he uses another 5. JP going after me in the press. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. This is very wrong. Exclamation mark. Accusing me of illegality. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. I was like, whoa, this guy is unhinged. He's just text screaming
after
at this
me
guy
in the press, to which Bryan responded that he...
And stuff like this that makes me doubt so much that he killed himself in prison, right? Like that this guy who acted like a fucking king in real life and never saw like more than a few minutes of accountability when he had to go to jail to like take a, like when he was convicted of soliciting a minor for prostitution. Remember that? And then he basically didn't serve any time for it. It's like this guy who's screaming at the governor of the Virgin Islands in text message and who knew multiple presidents. He thought that he had no chance of getting out of jail ever. He was just so despondent. He just decided to take his own life. Really, this guy, this unhinged psychopath screaming at a fucking public official
asked the commissioner to recuse himself, and then in another subsequent message, Brian wrote, I asked him to recuse himself and concede on all previous permit requests. Now, the documents don't show whether any enforcement decisions were ultimately changed, but what they do show is this. There was an active regulatory dispute. Epstein was communicating directly with the governor of the territory, and the governor was telling him that he was intervening on his behalf. Later, when Brian was asked under oath in a 2023 deposition whether he had received, Epstein received any special favors or treatment from him, he answered repeatedly and simply no.
All right, Andrew.
Weird. All right, let's keep talking Epstein files and the billionaire cabal. It's all up in there with the majority report.
We are back, and we are joined now by Ren Woodson and Mabel Kabani, hosts of the News Girls podcast. They've been covering a lot, including the Jeffrey Epstein saga. Hey guys, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Still talking about
Yeah,
Jeffrey?
thanks for having us. Yeah, I'm happy to have you. I didn't know this. I was getting a little bit of a rundown from producers over here that you guys had previously worked at CBS and 60 Minutes. Just reflect, and maybe Ren, you can take this first, on what you're seeing now out of CBS News.
By the way, I'm not familiar with these two ladies, but or at least until I saw this. And so I don't know that much about them at all, but I thought it was hilarious that they both the exact. I don't know like how many of these sorts of shows that they do. I just thought it was hilarious that they both they simultaneously said the exact same phrase in unison.
After the Zionist takeover.
I mean, it's really tragic to watch because we still care so much about the network, and Mabel and I send each other articles all the time. Like, we are so glad we don't work there anymore because, and we talk to our old colleagues, and they all feel like they feel so shut down from the journalism they used to be able to do. Their freedom is like being kind of stripped away. So it's really sad. It's really hard to watch.
Mabel, what was the environment there previously, and what are you hearing maybe from people?
I gotta grab myself some water over here. I'll be right back.
You used to work with about what it's like now. I mean, the restrictions on them, for example.
Yeah, Ren and I were there for like 5 years, and the environment was super different. You would think of CBS as pretty like in the middle, down the center when you were thinking of like other networks. And when we were there, it was this very old fashioned place. We'd always refer to CBS as this like dinosaur we were working at because everything was just very old fashioned. Even if you wanted to get something out of archives, you would have to get like a physical tape shipped, like bought on a truck from New Jersey to CBS. That was just kind of the style. People were working there for like 30 years, their whole lives. And so when we were there, that was kind of the culture. So it's sad to see how an institution that's been around for so long can change within like less than a year, because it seems like it's completely different now.
I mean, what's that guy, Peter Attia? Oh wait, no, that was
he's the health guy. Yeah,
he's the health guy. Barry Weiss has decided, despite his involvement in the Epstein saga, that just he's too essential, I guess, providing health guru
longevity advice,
longevity advice to fire. I mean, unbelievable. He was in those Epstein emails like a lot, and including, didn't he have an anecdote in his book about how he couldn't be with his wife and his child, who was experiencing health difficulties right after being born because he was on his grind set, and then people put it together that in the emails he was with Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And apparently CBS HR wanted to fire him. That's what we're hearing. The people, and we know staffers really wanted him gone, right, Ren? But apparently Barry Weiss just like really didn't want to give into this woke mob mentality of trying to fire him and wanted to keep him. Yeah, that's part of her whole ethos is being against the grain. But I guess keeping him, there's some insider reporting that that's one of the reasons that Anderson Cooper is leaving, kind of like driven away. Obviously, the whole Barry Weiss presence and what she's been doing to the company is probably the main reason, but that Achio was kind of the cherry on top.
Well, Anderson Cooper leaving. If maybe you can take this. What does that mean? I mean, he's kind of a staple of 60 Minutes at this point. He works for both CNN and 60 Minutes. But does this portend, I don't know, other hosts maybe abandoning CBS News, even though 60 Minutes is an institution? If they don't have the editorial control that they want, I would imagine that this is going to be an exodus that's broader.
Yeah, we have seen reporting actually that Barry Weiss wants to push 2 other correspondents out, Sharon Alfonsi and Scott Pelley, they've been there for a really long time. Scott Pelley was, if there is a leader of 60 Minutes, where there really isn't, but he's kind of the main face of it. And so, yeah, we're presuming 60 Minutes just won't be the same. Anderson leaving, there's another reason. I mean, he says it's because he wants to spend more time on CNN. He has like 3 projects there. He has young kids. That's what his public statement is. But like Ren mentioned, obviously Peter Attia staying, the new leadership is impacting this. Apparently, they also got involved with one of his 60 Minutes pieces and kind of axed them. He was going to do an investigative piece into Trump allowing like white South African refugees to come to the US. And Barry Weiss axed it, saying, you know, this is not ready to air. And so that's probably another big reason that he's leaving.
And I would guess, and Ren, I'd love your thoughts on this, that they're gonna be elevating and just increasing the workload of their most reliable mouthpiece, Tony Two Cuts, Tony Dokupol.
Oh my God, Tony Dokupol is such an embarrassment at this.
Whiskey Fridays with Tony Two Cuts. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. I'm back. I got myself some water. Skip a little bit ahead, talking about the old Epstein files. I just realized I'm not in the office scene. Okay, there we go. Oh, by the way, I've been making some updates to the vertical. I've improved a few things. I've managed to add in the break screens recently, and I found a really easy way to do that. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled. I couldn't be more thrilled about that. And today is the first stream that I'm doing with my newly upgraded internet. Hopefully this winds up improving stream stability. Fingers crossed, knock on Spacewood. Alright, back to the Majority Report with Emma Vigland.
Brought against him for misconduct are not, we should be clear, related to, you know, say Virginia Giuffre's accusations against Prince Andrew of him that, you know, raping her, and it's about misconduct, and so it's about, similarly to the other Labor Party guy whose name Peter Mandelson. It's about providing inside information to Jeffrey Epstein, which is like, you know, whatever. It's like getting Al Capone on taxes, that kind of thing. So Trump is asked about this, and he expresses sadness, and I think you guys can probably guess who he's sad for.
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing. To see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's fantastic.
To see it, and when you see it, that's the part that's sad. It's not the crimes or the victims. It's just seeing it that's sad. You know, it's for the royal family. You cry inside. You weep for King Charles. You're like, oh, King Charles, it's so sad. And the memory of Queen Elizabeth, oh God. She's probably rolling over in her grave to see the great prince and his reputation mired like this.
Man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing. It's really interesting because nobody used to speak about Epstein when he was alive, but now they speak. But I'm the one that can talk about it because I've been totally exonerated. I did nothing. In fact, the opposite. He was against me. He was fighting me in the election. Which
Nobody spoke about him when he was alive. Nobody spoke about him when he was alive.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
People are still talking about him. He's dead. It's so weird. I don't
3 million pages of documents. Yeah, please.
It's weird.
He always wants to control the narrative, and frankly, he's almost a savant in that area. I mean, it's been his political talent. He's a PR savant. This isn't going to work. I've been totally exonerated without there being any news story that would even justify it slightly. There's been the opposite of exoneration. The more information that we get, the more guilty Donald Trump looks. And him not expressing sadness for the victims there, but reflexively expressing sadness for the royal family is... I mean, how much more do we want to say about it? Mabel or Ren, either of you guys react to that?
I mean, he did the same thing when Bill Clinton popped up in the first drop in December. He was like, oh, I feel so bad for Bill Clinton. He doesn't deserve this. He actually hopped.
And that's actually going to be a theme of today. We'll be coming back to that later. Because Donald Trump was asked once again today about Bill Clinton testifying. If you may or may not have heard, but the Clintons testified this week. Hillary was, I think, Wednesday. And and Bill was... I'm confusing all the Epstein class people. Bill was this morning.
Hopped across the aisle to rush to Bill Clinton's defense. So it seems like anyone that's, being persecuted, in his words, for the Epstein files, he just finds an immediate ally. So this is not surprising, but it's very disappointing that he's continuing to go on this narrative that's just working against him.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's working against him, but also he's just cornered on this. And I do think it's impacting him a little bit because this is him quite literally showing class solidarity with the elites. And he's defending royals. And that's what the Epstein story, I think, always was a stand-in for, was just this anger that people have about elite impunity. And Trump is demonstrating it right there on Air Force One.
Yeah, which is really a nonpartisan issue. We see even in our coverage, people on both sides are really fired up right now and trying to get justice for what we're reading in these files. So it's really, if he is normally so good at PR, this is not going to help him. This is going to backfire even within his base.
Right. And you guys, is it right that you've interviewed some survivors?
Yeah, we interviewed a Trump survivor who also met Epstein, and Epstein attempted to traffic her.
Yeah, can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, her name is Beatrice Kuehl. She was basically invited to participate in one of Trump's beauty pageants, and she actually reached out to us when in the midst of all of our reporting, because Ren and I decided when these files came out to kind of just contribute all of our time to digging.
Color me completely unshocked that Donald Trump's beauty pageants keep coming up. We've talked about this in the past. I'm like, I don't think it's a shock that Jeffrey Epstein wanted to be friends with Donald Trump well before he was ever president or political, right? And the more we find, I mean, the more we know who Donald Trump is. We all know we've known who he is for a long time, right? Like whether or not he was sex trafficking women at those at those beauty pageants. Like he was clearly doing wrong. He's admitted to doing bad things at those pageants. Right? Walking up to women and grabbing things, right? Without any permission. Going into dressing rooms with, like naked teenage girls, right? We've known who this man is. And I've said it in the past that, I don't think it's crazy to suggest that Epstein may have had some sort of tacit agreement with Donald Trump, perhaps similar to what was going on with him and Les Wexner vis-a-vis Victoria's Secret, right? Like at these beauty pageants, why would that be? Why would it be any different, considering? I think it's highly likely that he was there hunting
all of our reporting, because Ren and I decided when these files came out to kind of just contribute all of our time to digging through them and reporting exclusively on Epstein for the past couple of weeks. And yeah, it was a really sad story because she's from Switzerland. So this is, an example of a victim from overseas that was basically brought to the US under the guise of this pageant. And she basically met Trump. And he invited her up to his room and allegedly attacked her. She says that her height actually saved her. She's really tall. What is she, 5'11", 6 feet? 6 feet tall, yeah. And she said she was able to kind of get away, but this was something that really scarred her, obviously.
Yeah, and then after the attempted assault, she says he immediately was like, if you tell anyone about this, your life is over, basically. It was immediately threatening her into silence. And then so she ended up keeping quiet until a couple years ago when a lot of Trump allegations were coming out before the last presidential election. She finally felt comfortable speaking. And then she also said at that same pageant, Epstein was also there on the prowl going up to women and had approached her and was like, you need to come to Mar-a-Lago with us. Wow. And she was getting a really creepy vibe from him. And she said he actually was not charming, whereas Trump was very suave and charming. Epstein wasn't. She didn't even know who he was, obviously, but she could tell something was wrong, off about this guy. And she just kept saying, no, but he kept pushing. And actually, she said at the end of the conversation, he looked pissed off.
Jesus Christ. Everything we learn about this is just so troubling. Ah, God. That was the news girls on the Majority Report. I haven't gotten to watch any of their videos yet, but I did subscribe. That was the first hint I ever got of their existence. I'm not sure what their main platform is, but I subscribe to them on YouTube. All right, staying on this. Let's move on now to talking about Larry Summers for a moment. Before we go back to talking about Donald Trump. Larry, who we've all known essentially for quite some time now, had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. There's been all sorts of allegations around that, and emails in one of the earlier dumps last year, I think it was last year, showed that he had solicited dating advice from Jeffrey Epstein on how best to woo a student at, I'm fairly certain it was a student at the school. Or it was a student faculty type person, I think. Which I'm fairly certain he wound up doing successfully, but he was literally going to Jeffrey Epstein for advice, at least if those emails are in fact real. And it would seem that Larry is sufficiently shamed enough, I guess. Maybe that's the wrong word. Perhaps. But he's sufficiently concerned that he has now resigned his post at Harvard. He's quitting.
An economics student myself, you know, we'll miss his research, but we won't miss the personal life he led. We won't miss the taint he left on this university. Ultimately, I think I'm a bit relieved. I would be very worried if I had to take a class from this professor, even though he has significant expertise within the field I'm looking to go into.
I do hope there'll be a continued investigation
what expertise does he
into
have?
all the money that went into Harvard from Epstein, and yeah, I just hope that the impact of that will be that students see that the administration is committed to taking it seriously.
And I think he has opportunity to.
I feel like this dude's like a future Epstein classer. Like, what field is this dude in? He's like he sounds like half sad about Larry like leaving his post. He's like the one guy. Found the one fucking guy.
Larry Summers, the former U.S. Treasury Secretary, is resigning from Harvard University as fallout continues over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. In a Wednesday statement, Summers said, quote, "I have made the difficult decision to retire from my Harvard professorship at the end of this academic year." Summers has been under fire since the U.S. House Oversight Committee released documents that detailed ongoing personal correspondence between Summers and Epstein. However, no evidence of wrongdoing has surfaced so far from those documents or subsequent releases of the so-called Epstein files from the Justice Department. Summers had already discontinued teaching roles at Harvard and went on leave as a director of a business and government school at the university after the university said in November it would investigate names that were mentioned in the files. A spokesperson said in a statement that Harvard's Kennedy School had accepted Summers' resignation, quote, "in connection with the ongoing review by the university of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein that were recently released by the government."
There we go. There's the first. Honestly, this felt like to me like the first hint of actual American accountability. Sure, it's not it's not a real investigation. It's a internal one at a private business, and he wasn't even fired. He just quit. I mean, sure, I'm sure he was pressured. I have no doubt that he was pressured somewhat by the board, perhaps, or donors, or somebody. But this is like he's been in there for months. Like we've known about this. This is like for a while. And in fact, I mean, I'm fairly certain people knew about his connections to Epstein even before. But like the extent of it wasn't known until the latest like email drops. So, like, I mean, the fact is, like, he held down for a super long time anyways. But this is, like, the first hint of accountability in America. Still, of course, no actual investigation by authorities or an indictment of any kind or an arrest, even. But it's something. Perhaps the beginning of a thing. Who's to say? Well, we're going to keep talking about the Jeffrey Epstein. Now, earlier this week, it came out that Frisla sent 5 sweet Galactic memberships on YouTube. Thank you, Frisla. Much appreciated. Antifa. Chuck Baker. Gen X George. Jar Mom Erika, and Sifira Joe. All getting a beautiful, gifted Galactic membership on YouTube from Frisla. Much appreciated, pal. Much appreciated. What was it saying? Yes, earlier this week it came out that there was some missing files. Epstein files. Trump-related Epstein files. Missing Trump-related Epstein files that reportedly the DOJ intentionally withheld. That's a crime. That is a crime. If I know crimes, and I don't, but I do know there's one law. That sounds like a crime.
Is explosive, brand new reporting, new today, on missing Epstein files and shocking testimony from a witness that has made an accusation against none other than Donald Trump himself. It is reporting that suggests a cover-up inside the Trump Justice Department and could be a possible explanation to a question that has dogged Donald Trump throughout the entirety of his second term as president, the entirety really of the Epstein scandal. In the face of major public backlash, including from deep inside his own political coalition, why is Donald Trump working so hard to block the release of the Epstein files? Our colleagues Lisa Rubin and Michael Schnell confirm news first reported by independent journalists Roger Sollenberger and NPR that the Justice Department has withheld files that contain allegations that Donald Trump sexually abused a person who was a minor at the time. That is despite the fact that the Justice Department is now legally mandated to publicly release all of the Epstein files. NPR reports that more than 50 pages of notes and memos about the FBI's interviews with this accuser are missing. A source who has viewed the documents tells
50 pages of FBI interviews? Think about that. With one victim? That's pretty extensive. That's pretty extensive. It would seem the FBI took this seriously enough. They did enough interviews to get 50 pages of notes. That's wow. And she was a minor at the time.
this, quote, a woman interviewed by the FBI in July 2019 about her Epstein allegations is the same woman who alleged that Trump forced her to perform oral sex on him 35 years ago when she was 13 or 14 years old, and he subsequently hit her. That allegation appears in a 2025 PowerPoint presentation detailing each of the FBI's Epstein-related investigations and a spreadsheet of unconfirmed tips that were called into the Bureau's National Threat Operations Center. MS Now can report that the FBI interviewed her 4 times. A memo from only one of those 4 times, one of those 4 interviews, is publicly available. In a tweet, the Justice Department denies that anything has been deleted, adding this explanation, quote, all responsive documents have been produced unless a document falls within one of the following categories: duplicates, privileged, or part of an ongoing federal investigation, end quote. We have also reached out to the White House for comment and have yet to hear back.
Yeah, and unless the Department of Justice is doing an investigation into the president right now, there doesn't seem to be any justifiable defense for why they didn't release these notes. It's probably because they were incredibly inconvenient, one would think, to the president. We know they're basically acting as his own personal attorneys and prosecutors.
A statement for NPR, however, the White House claimed that Trump has been, quote, totally exonerated on anything related to Epstein.
I did everything right and they
indicted me. We do not know if this allegation made against Donald Trump about a 13 or 14-year-old victim is true. But we do know what the FBI thought. We know what they did, at least. We know they took it seriously enough to interview this person several times, and that the accusation came up again in 2025, while Donald Trump was president again and facing massive pressure to release the files, which, of course, leads us really to have more questions As NPR reports, the accuser's name was being circulated by the FBI in late July and early August with the purpose of setting up an interview. That would be weeks after the release of the memo that kicked up the public firestorm around the case. That memo said, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties," end quote. 2 months later, Kash Patel said this under oath.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
No one? The files were withheld. Why did the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, tell Congress in a letter 10 days ago that, quote, "No records were withheld or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary." We're also learning about these missing files on the same day of Donald Trump's State of the Union address. A half a dozen Democrats will bring survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse to Congress to watch that speech. Missing files from the criminal cases into deceased sex offender Jeffrey Epstein related to Donald Trump himself is where we start today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. Former assistant.
Okay, shit. My batteries just died in my mouse. This is not good. This is complicating things. Okay, I'm gonna go over here to this CNN video. I gotta put these batteries. I'm gonna put these batteries in the fucking charger. Ah, god damn it.
There are growing questions this hour about dozens of records that appear to be missing from the Epstein files. According to a CNN review, those records in question are FBI witness interviews, and 3 of the missing interviews are related to a woman who accused both Jeffrey Epstein and President Trump of sexually assaulting her decades ago. The top Democrat on the Oversight Committee is among those expressing concern.
I went to the DOJ file search room yesterday to look for these documents that are in the manifest document, and they should be in there, and they're not there. These documents relate to a survivor that has made serious allegations about the president. What's important now is that the DOJ explain to us why were those documents removed.
CNN's Kara Scannell joins us now. So, Kara, what more do we know about the specifics of these documents?
Well, Erika, the CNN investigative team have taken a look into these records, and they found that there are dozens of files that are missing. And the way that they were able to do this is they looked at the serial numbers that were on an evidence log provided to Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. And looking at those serial numbers, discovered that there were dozens of them missing. I mean, these all relate to 302s. That's the FBI form for witness interviews. And there are 325 included on that list, but there are 90 of them missing. And within those 90 that are missing includes 3 from a woman who said that she was sexually assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein going back to when she was as young as 13 years old. And she also made an allegation that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump in the 1980s. Now, we went to the White House with this. They said that these are false allegations and it's just sensationalist. The Justice
I did everything
Department
right and they
said that
indicted
they
me.
have not deleted any documents, and that they said that if there are documents that are not on the public website, that's either because they were duplicates, privileged, or part of an ongoing investigation. We have seen with the release of these records on the public website that sometimes documents are there, they're taken down, then they're put back up.
Except the one, like, it seems to me that these were, you know, they have no basis for being withheld, taken down, or otherwise, unless the DOJ is investigating Donald Trump. In which case, I would love to hear about that. I would love to hear about that. But Pam, you really think is Pam really investigating the president? I mean, Is that what I'm to believe right now? This lady?
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
The Dow is over 50 thou, lady? I'm to believe she's in the middle of a investigation of the president? One who's yelling at Congress people for wanting to talk about the Epstein files, that woman? Are you sure? I'm dubious. Skeptical. Quite skeptical.
It's unclear if there is any process that is underway related to these specific documents and these allegations against Donald Trump. Donald Trump, though, has not been accused of any wrongdoing. He's not been investigated for any wrongdoing. And it's unclear what happened to these specific allegations by this woman who spoke with investigators in 2019. There was another record in the files, a summary from the FBI about a number of these salacious allegations. And it said that one person claimed abuse by Trump, but refused to cooperate. So if that is that same person, it could be that they just reached a dead end. But of course, Democrats are calling foul, as they have repeatedly, about the Justice Department's process of publicizing.
Yeah. I mean, if you can call it that. More like cover up. If you ask me, it's been disturbingly apparent. I mean, it's been the most, like, out in the open, like, conspiracy of, I think, perhaps my lifetime and perhaps modern history. Like, they're just, like, doing it, like, so blatantly. Everyone accepts at this point. Like, at this point, everyone accepts that there's a cover-up. It's like a bipartisan, everybody accepts that there's some kind of cover-up. There's some fuckery going on. Democrats, Republicans, we all agree. Boy, oh boy. Fascinating.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
We begin today's show with the latest on the Epstein files. Former President Bill Clinton is testifying today before a congressional committee over his connections with serial sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. This comes after Hillary Clinton denied ever meeting Epstein or knowing anything about his crimes during a more than 6-hour closed-door deposition in front of the House Oversight Committee Thursday. Clinton spoke to reporters in Chappaqua, New York.
Who? I love how Hillary is taking a page out of Trump's book. Jeffrey who? I don't know. What? Who are you talking about? Jeffrey, we're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yesterday, after the closed-door deposition.
I never met Jeffrey Epstein, never had any connection or communication with him. I knew Ghislaine Maxwell casually as an acquaintance, but whatever they asked me, I did my very best to respond.
In her opening statement, Clinton denounced the process as partisan political theater and accused House Republicans of using her as a prop to, quote, distract attention from President Trump's actions and to cover them up despite legitimate calls for answers, end quote. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee have called on President Trump to also be deposed following mounting reports that key documents related to a woman who accused Trump of assaulting her while she was a minor. Those documents missing from the Justice Department release of the Epstein files. According to an NPR investigation, the missing files include 53 pages of FBI interviews and notes from conversations with the woman who claimed she'd been sexually assaulted by both Trump and Epstein in the 1980s when she was just 13 years old. This is Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia.
We want to understand
Disgusting.
It right now.
It's fucking disgusting.
These people are perverts.
It's just, it is so disturbing. The sentences that we all have been hearing lately. I don't know if, I'm the only one. I'm feeling really grossed out.
Where the missing FBI files are. These are files that accuse the President of the United States about serious accusations around sexual abuse. And the fact that they're not in the files and have been apparently either removed or discarded is incredibly concerning. And so we're calling on Attorney General Pam Bondi to immediately release those files. And lastly, I want to also add that this committee has now set a new precedent about talking to presidents and former presidents. And we're demanding immediately that we ask President Trump to testify in front of our committee and be deposed in front of oversight Republicans and Democrats.
Meanwhile, the fallout from the Epstein files continues with a wave of resignations of powerful leaders in business, academia, and politics over their ties to Epstein. On Thursday, President and CEO of the World Economic
Before we get too far ahead of here, you may be asking yourself, well, how would we depose the president? Well, we're gonna get into that, but the Republicans may have overplayed their hand by deposing Bill and Hillary, as that now creates a precedent for a president or former president to be deposed in Congress. Which means, say, if Democrats were to take a majority in Congress, they could perhaps depose the current president and ask him questions about the Epstein
Forum. Jorge Brende said he was resigning. On Wednesday, former U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, former Harvard President Larry Summers, said he would resign as professor at Harvard University at the end of the semester. Also Wednesday, former Nebraska Democratic Senator Bob Kerrey confirmed he'd resign.
I love that Larry Summers actually missed that detail. I love that Larry Summers is only resigning at the end of the semester. He's not even immediately. He's like, yeah, I'll get to it. I'll be gone by summer. Okay, let me have one last blowout semester.
From his role as chair of a clean energy startup, Nobel laureate Richard Axel also announced his resignation Tuesday as co-director of Columbia University's Neuroscience Institute over his association with Epstein. And Bill Gates has also apologized to the staff of the Gates Foundation over his ties to Epstein. For more on all of this, we're joined by Barry Levine, investigative journalist, author of the book The Spider, Inside the Tangled Web of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Exactly, Boku. Keep teaching the kids for the rest of the semester, and that'll be fine. And then I'll go on an extended sabbatical until everybody forgets about the old Epstein
Barry, thanks so much for being with us. Let's start off with these testimonies yesterday and today of the former president and first lady, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. She had wanted, she said, open hearing, but it was closed door in Chappaqua, where they live. Can you explain the significance, what's taking place with this hearing, and then move on to the missing DOJ, Department of Justice, FBI files?
Sure, absolutely. I think, first of all, we're going to see the video of her testimony, as we saw with Jeffrey Epstein's.
Okay, is it just me, or does this guy kind of look like Jesse the Body Ventura, former wrestler and governor of Minnesota? Is it just me? There's a particular likeness, I suppose. Maybe
Patron Leslie Wexner. Recently, they released it the day after. We should get the videotape of Hillary Clinton's testimony today. Bill Clinton is testifying today. We should get his video of his testimony tomorrow. I think, first of all, that it's important for the sake of the survivors that we get accountability in this case. This is something they've been demanding for 2 decades now. Certainly, the more we can learn about individuals' interactions with Jeffrey Epstein and what they may have witnessed or what they may have been told by him is certainly important to the survivors. I think, however, that there's many other individuals in this particular case who are more important to getting to than former President Clinton or even our current president, Donald Trump. Both men have never been accused directly by any of the survivors that have done extensive interviews with the FBI and the SDNY. Now, of course, both spent time with him, so it is important to learn about their experiences with him. But I do think right now for the Oversight Committee and the administration, this is part of a bit of a political theater that's taking place. Certainly with Hillary, who, as we know, never met him directly. To me, it was wasted time when there's other individuals much closer to the case that we need to hear from.
And Barry Levine, what do you make of this?
Yeah, that's the thing. Is this the Bill and Hillary thing is such a show, right? Like, they're not mentioned in the files nearly as much as, say, Donald Trump or a whole bunch of other people, Leon Black, Les Wexner. None of these guys are like even close in terms of references, right? And yet they get Bill and Hillary, which is, hey, like, I get why Republicans are doing it, but I also love the fact that they didn't think about anything, probably because they don't care about precedent anymore. Like, Republicans just don't give a shit about precedent. They used to kind of pretend to care about precedent when it suited them. And at this point, they've just completely forgotten about precedent. But, like, as a legal mechanism, the fact that they've done this, essentially, it paves the road for Democrats to do the exact same thing with all their faves. Columbia Regan from recovery mode from COVID. My God. Take care of yourself, pal. Prisla, also, thank you for the super chat. Will someone think of his poor students? I assume this is about Larry Summers. Yeah. Seriously.
And Barry Levine, what do you make of this? Of the allegations that of these interviews, FBI interviews, with a young woman who claimed she was assaulted when she was 13, and the fact that these have not been released?
No, that's a very good question, and it's important that the DOJ doesn't hold back documents from the law, that the Transparency Act law on these files that President Trump signed into law. The public and the survivors are entitled to see all the documents, including these FBI, what's called FBI 302 witness reports. These are interviews that were conducted. They should not be missing. There's no question about that. And I'm thankful that NPR and a couple other news organizations pointed that out. And the DOJ says that they are looking into that. So we will see, hopefully, the missing files. Now, I have to say that as someone who has investigated this case for 2 decades, as an investigative journalist and then the author of my book, The Spider. I did devote a page and a half to this woman's allegations that came in a lawsuit in 2019 following Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. I do want to see the specifics. I think, however, that the timeline doesn't appear to be correct because the allegations center on actions that she claimed took place with Jeffrey Epstein and former President Trump back in the 1980s, specifically in the 1983 to 85 range. All of my reporting shows that former President or that Donald Trump didn't interact with Jeffrey Epstein until around 1987, both in Palm Beach, Florida, and in New York. They continued to see one another socially for the next 15 years.
But Barry Levine, isn't the issue more that all of these are allegations. We don't know what is true, but that all of the allegations against Epstein by this woman who alleges she was sexually assaulted by Epstein and also Trump, the ones on Epstein, they remain in the files. People can come to their own conclusions, but the documents around Trump were removed, and the DOJ says they're not involved in any investigation and that they released all the files.
Yeah, and the DOJ's decision to not release these, which you would think was a conscious decision, considering they apparently spent all of last year going through them. At least the FBI did, redacting absolutely everything that they could think of, it would seem, before handing the files over to the DOJ. And it would seem that they were concerned enough about what conclusions people would draw from these interviews, regardless of whether or not they're true.
Bennyhanna99 just subscribed for 5 months. They destroyed evidence, that's what they were up to.
Yeah, exactly. Or they were at least obfuscating the facts of the case. And who may have done what.
That's the point. Why were they removed? Not whether they're true or not.
Yes, I agree. I mean, we should be able to see whether these allegations are true or not. And of course, we need to continue to do fact checking, as I have started to do on this particular case, and find issues with the timeline. We still need to see the files. And there's no question that that something is wrong here. In terms of the Trump administration's DOJ. If there are, and the law specifically states that material related to men in these files, even if they're embarrassing to these individuals in terms of allegations, whether they're true or not, need to be made available to the public and to the survivors for the sake of accountability. So we do need to see each and every document. The only thing that they can hold back that they say could be privileged would be sensitive information related to national security. And we know that Jeffrey Epstein was involved with many other countries. There's allegations that he may have even been a foreign asset.
Yeah, but we're talking about an interview that the FBI did. I don't know. This guy is honestly weird. I don't get what his deal is, because we're not talking about that. We're talking about an interview, 50 pages of a supposed FBI interview with an alleged victim of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein that was withheld intentionally by the DOJ. Right? It's got nothing to do with national security, unless the victim was. I'm trying to think of who it could be that would wind up making it a national security matter, and unless the DOJ is currently investigating Donald Trump for wrongdoing, they have zero reasons for redacting any of this. All right, let's go here now to breaking points. Talk about a old interview that's recirculating the internet amid the latest Epstein fallout.
Hillary Clinton heads to Capitol Hill today to give a deposition behind closed doors. Let's roll through some Epstein updates for you today. First of all, unearthed audio from the radio program Howard Stern many years ago is making the rounds again in the context of these files that the DOJ appears to have withheld that relate to an accusation against President Trump, which we'll get to in a moment. We'll also talk about Bill Gates, who has now admitted to a couple of affairs with some Russian sex workers and apologized for that. We'll talk about whether there's some blackmail potential involved there when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein. But let's roll this Trump clip that is surging around the internet again. This is B3.
What is the best thing about being Donald Trump right now?
Well, other than the fact I'm married, okay?
Right.
And I'm very happily married. I have a great wife. But if I weren't married, I'd be able to get all of the girls I want, except for possibly Robin.
Do you think you could now be banging 24-year-olds?
Oh, absolutely.
Would you do it?
I have no problem.
Yeah, do you have an age limit, or would you?
No, I have no age. I mean, I have an age. I don't want to be
the
like
upper bracket,
Congressman Foley with 12-year-olds.
Can I make a prediction for you?
Yes.
I say you have one more marriage in you.
Yeah. Well, that's nice. I'm sure Melania will love to hear it.
Okay, so this is.
I'm sure Melania will be really
He's
glad.
got his lines, Ryan.
I can't even tell if he's being sarcastic when he says that. Like, Melania, you hear that? Howard says that I got another one in me. I think he's right. Is that exciting for you? We can finally, prenup can finally, come to an end. You can get a sweet, sweet payout.
12-years, it's too far.
This is the kind of what the Mark Foley scandal was going around. I believe this was the 2006 midterms. Is that right? This was a Republican congressman.
Seriously though, this is not what he's saying though. Is he not saying this? Is this not what he's saying when he says that? I don't want 12-year-olds. Yeesh, that's too low. I mean, 13, 14, 15, that's fine. But 12, gross. That's too low.
Who was creeping on interns. Not 12, I don't think 12-year-olds, but maybe it went.
They're like high school sophomores, I think.
So
that
might have
intern
gone,
program
might
was
have gone
somewhere
that,
around
might have gone pretty low. Like the disgusting creature. And he was forced to resign because the chats came out. It was like this early internet thing where people realized that you could catch people in bad behavior because the internet was saving what they were doing. So that's his reference to Foley there. Even Howard Stern is like, you're an old man. 24 seems a little young for you. Trump's like, absolutely not. But he does draw the line at 12.
Aren't I a good guy?
So that's our president. I believe this might be the same interview where he talked about how the reason he bought Miss Teen Universe or Miss Teen USA, whichever one he purchased, was so that he could walk into the locker room while the young teens were changing and creep on them. And his daughter Ivanka later was asked about that, and she said, "Oh yeah, that absolutely sounds like something my dad would do." And the teen girls also said publicly,
"That sounds like
Dad
Dad."
can do no wrong.
It was creepy, and he would do that.
Don't be creepy.
So it's one of these just in-your-face moments.
Completely. And let's put B1 up on the screen. You've got a bunch of shout out to Roger Sullenberger, independent journalist who first unearthed some of these hidden files. You've had NPR, New York Times, and other outlets now who have confirmed it. This latest revelation comes from CNN, where they've built on some of the reporting and identified additional missing files. Now, the key ones that people have been focused on, to your point, Ryan, are about these allegations from a woman made them at the time, but she was a girl, a 13-year-old girl, when she alleges that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump. And this is initially in the files as coming in on the FBI's anonymous tip line, which people kind of looked at and like, yeah, anyone can just call in and make some sort of allegation. But what we have now learned is that she was deemed credible enough to have come in for 4 different interviews.
Yeah, and what I also love is that the same guys were willing to accept all data from the VAERS reporting system that's completely anonymous and just like open to everyone. Like, remember that? Like, they were like, oh my god, the vaccine is causing everyone to die. I have proof. Look, it's a completely unverified report on the VAERS system. And then it's like, and then those same guys who are now in charge of releasing the Epstein files, like, this is incredible. I know this is incredible enough.
And those interviews were not contained in the files that were released. That is a flagrant violation, as far as we can tell, of the law here. No specific explanation has been offered as to why they were withheld. And we do know that Ghislaine Maxwell was given access to those interviews in context of discovery for her trial. So now you have CNN saying dozens of FBI witness interviews from the investigation of Jeffrey Epstein appear to be missing from the massive trove of files released by the Department of Justice last month, according to a CNN review, including 3 interviews related to a woman who accused Trump of sexually assaulting her decades ago. An evidence log provided to attorneys for Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell includes serial numbers for about 325 FBI witness interview records, but more than 90 of those records, over a quarter of the list, do not appear to be present on the DOJ website. Among those missing records are those 3 interviews related to a woman who told agents Epstein had repeatedly abused her starting when she was approximately 13, and who also accused Trump of sexually assaulting her. So, if she was 13, she would have made his 12-year-old cutoff there, Ryan. But in any case, what CNN is finding here is it's not only those interviews that are missing. There are a lot of other witness interviews which have been excluded from the files. And, that is unacceptable. The government has to offer some sort of specific reason, and there's limited exceptions why files would be, withheld or for redactions. So, the blatant, brazen nature of this cover-up just continues to be exposed.
Yeah, and so to be fair to Trump here, which we always endeavor to do.
No, it is completely brazen. The cover-up is literally just wild. It's like I said, it feels unprecedented. I don't know if I could. I'm fairly certain we could actually quantify it. I'm not going to try to do that right now, but really, this makes Watergate look just like a couple of guys hanging out at a hotel. Just totally normal. Just another regular evening. Like the level at which, like the amount of ineptitude and cover up, the simultaneous. Just the inept cover up that we're witnessing in front of us. It's like they want us to, it's almost like they want us to know that they're doing a cover up. Right? Am I the only one that feels that way? Like it's so blatant. Like you'd have to be a complete moron not to be picking up on this at this point. All right, I'm starting a galactic content goal here on YouTube and on Twitch as well. Can't forget Twitch. Can't leave Twitch out of this situation.
Not gonna do it.
Not
Wouldn't
gonna
be
do it.
prudent at this juncture.
And I got that. Although I will point out that we've made some progress on this, actually. Let me take this on even more, actually, now that I'm thinking about this. We already have made some progress on the Galactic content called Night. Thanks to a few people out there, a couple of resubs on Twitch, Hermit, Benny, Frizzler with some donated memberships over on Twitch, as well as I think a super chat. So we've definitely made some progress. I mean, I can't quantify it right now. It'd take me a second to put it all together. But we've made some progress. And in fact, I don't know if I'm going to do the content goal correctly on Twitch. How many bits is this? I don't know. I'm thinking like this many. I'm just gonna approximate it. Just gonna approximate it. All right, there we go. All right, we're gonna go from Crystal to Kyle. Secular talk. And he's checking in with the right-wing ecosystem online. And the former director of the FBI.
So Dan Bongino was working with the FBI until recently. He decided to step down so he could go back to podcasting. And this is one of the guys who helped Kash Patel and Pam Bondi cover up the billionaire child trafficking ring. That's what he's going to be most known for, no matter how much he copes and seethes and tries to spin it. The fact of the matter is, that is what he will go down in history as having done, is helped protect the Epstein class, okay? But this guy wants you to know that if you are critical of how Erika Kirk has acted after Charlie Kirk got killed, that he's judging you. And he thinks you should go to hell. The guy protecting the pedophile billionaires wants you to know he's judging you and you should go to hell for correctly realizing that Erika Kirk is acting very strangely since Charlie Kirk got shot and killed. Okay, so let's go ahead and watch this one.
Erika didn't choose this, man. She didn't choose this.
Who the fuck is watching this? Like, who is watching this and enjoying it other than us who are watching it to make fun of it? Like, genuinely, who watches this?
In your house, and you find out from Twitter or, I don't know, a text or a phone call or... Hey.
Is it just me, or does Dan look tired? Or like he's been crying or something? I don't watch enough of his show. In fact, I watch very little of his show. Well, I watch enough of his show, but I don't watch enough of it to know for sure. But it feels like... He looks very tired, like he hasn't been getting enough sleep. You know, bags. He got bags under his eyes, sort of dark circles. He looks ragged.
Husband was just shot in the neck for the entire world to see on social media at a public event. I can't imagine that. I know you can't either. Then you got to go through this. And you got a bunch of absolute fucking lunatics sending her emails, comments, tweets. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. You demonic fucking scum.
Wow. Gee, what is wrong with this guy? Like, he seems like mental.
he seems completely unhinged. Guy seems to be having some sort of a mental breakdown. You know, he's spiraling. In the words of the great Tim Pool, he's spiraling.
You have a mental health problem.
Off. You know what I'm saying? And maybe he is. Maybe he actually is, because he's going through it. First of all, he's hemorrhaging his audience. Nobody listens to him. Nobody cares what he has to say, because he used to fancy himself like, oh, I'm like a MAGA outsider. I'm like...
Okay, that's genuinely funny to think about it like that. That yes, I think Killer Tom is right. I think Killer Tom could be correct. Maybe it's not that he's... Maybe the reason that Dan is not getting enough sleep and that he looks so beaten down, like a shell of a man, like a husk of his former self, is because he's seen the Trump files at the FBI. And he's just scarred emotionally. Can't get any sleep. He just yeah, he's just up at night. He's like curled up in his bed. It's like a montage, like Dan Bongino. He's like rolling over in bed. Then he's like curled up on the bathroom floor. Then in the shower. And then like on like a park bench in the middle of the night. And then like a swing, a creaky swing.
Anti-establishment host. Then he snuggled up to the establishment, is protecting the pedophile billionaires. And so now his audience is like, what am I getting out of this? You're not edgy. You're not interesting. You're not an outsider. You're not anti-establishment. Literally, your whole show is to coddle the baby nuts of Donald Trump.
Like, honestly, I've had a lot of hilarious images of Dan Bongino over the last year, or I guess less than a year. It's been like 8 months, I guess. I can't remember when he first got the job. But we've had a lot of funny images of Dan over the last year. You know, originally of him just in some dark room, you know, like in the basement of the FBI, cradling a bottle of Jack Daniels or some sort of craft bourbon. Got like, you know, blinking fluorescent lamps. Just now he's just at home. He doesn't know what to do. His audience is imploding. He's seen the Trump files.
Like, what's the point? What am I getting out of this? And now he's crashing out at people who correctly have sized Erika Kirk.
For as much as I
keep getting distracted by the Dan Bongino of it all. But I meant to say thank you to Sean L. Kearns for the sweet gifted memberships on YouTube. Well, how many was it? 1, 2, 3. By Rude Interplanet Janet, Professor Oak, and Cheetah Man. All getting gifted a sweet galactic membership on YouTube, courtesy of Sean L. Kearns. Thank you, Sean. And Frizzla, before I can even start the goddamn stream up again, with another super chat. Don't remember who mentioned the Dow, but I have that stupid remix of Caroline Levitt stuck in your head now. Caroline Levitt. Is there a Caroline? Is there a Caroline? I haven't heard the Caroline remix. I'm unfamiliar with the Caroline remix.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
It's over 50.
What just happened? I wish ill on no one, and everyone should restrain their emotions from the other side because they are not on our side. Everyone.
I don't quite understand what he was saying there, but the implication that, the only people who are criticizing Erika Kirk are on the left, that is so wrong. In fact, I would say at this point, like, the majority of stuff you see going after Erika is from the right. It's from the right. It's from the Candace Owens crowd and her followers. Nick Fuentes also criticized Erika Kirk. Like,
I love how everything is intertwined. We're going to get to this. We're going to be getting to this. This is really just a preview for later. This is like a very quick preview for later. Oh, God. And we're so far away from that right now. We're so far away from the Candace. Oh, God. That's That is a whole situation.
Everybody's criticized.
That's 2.5 hours of my life I'm never getting
I just
back.
happened to do it before it was cool. As per usual, being on the left means you're correct too early. This is yet another way in which I was correct too early when I called her a grifter. I posted like the fake Halloween costume where it was like, you know, widow grifter or some shit like that. Everybody came after me. It took like 2 weeks after that for people to go, oh, you know what? Turns out that's actually exactly right. Turns out that was right. So I was willing to say it when it wasn't in vogue to say it, and now it's in vogue to say it. But if he's trying to cope and seed like, oh, it's only lefties, the evil bad lefties who are doing this. No, I hate to tell you, bro, it's like the majority of your side too. So you might want to wake up to that reality.
Because they are not on our side. Everyone. Once you go down the road of violence, there's no turning back. There's always someone stronger than you, man. Always. There's a whole lot of people stronger than me.
What is it? What is this like existential crisis he's having on air? This guy, like his eyes look dead. He looks dead inside. He looks like a husk or a shell of a man at this point. Look at his face. That's the face of a defeated man. That's the face of a guy who was a member of the FBI for less than a year, fucked up the Charlie Kirk case. That's the other thing. Why is he lashing out? Why is everybody being so mean to Erika Kirk? He's talking about this so you don't realize that him and Kash Patel fucked up royally the Charlie Kirk case, and we're never going to actually know the specifics and the ins and outs of who did that and who was really responsible for it. Because the story they're telling us, the official story, is obvious bullshit.
Wait, hold on. We have to get to... I gotta hear the end of this quote. Kyle. Where is it? Is it here? Is it here? Is this where he says it? This is where he says the very stupid thing? The dumbest part. I mean, he's already said some very dumb things already, but... I can't remember where he says this. Or maybe I missed it. I was reading chat.
By the way, a pro tip. Don't say, feel the little licks when you were the guy who helped cover up Epstein.
I went too far.
He's trying to deflect from his failure, from Kash Patel's failure. That's what he's doing here.
And I'm sorry if the language distracts from you, but I can think of no other New York way to say it than fuck you, motherfuckers. You deserve to feel the little licks of the flames of hell on every inch of your body.
By the way, a pro tip. Don't say feel the little licks when you were the guy who helped cover up Epstein. I'm just saying.
Jesus, he makes a good point. Yeah, Dan, you settle down, all right? All right, I'm fairly certain if anybody's going to hell, it's... I'm not an expert on the Abrahamic, but I gotta say, if you do a cover-up for the cabal... the Epstein class, I think you might be in a worse situation than for criticizing Erika Kirk. That's just me. Who was the Dow quote? That's Pam Bondi. Pam is the one who wants us all to remember that the Dow, the Dow is 50 thou.
The Dow right now.
Stop bothering Dan. Stuff about the Epstein files. And Charlie Kirk. Okay. The Dow. 50 thou. Write that down. So you don't forget. Although it has been struggling over the last few. I will point this out since we're talking about the Dow. It is down like... I think like a couple thousand points since Pam said that. Where's the Dow right now? 48,900. Okay, so less than 2,000. I'm sorry. 48,977. I think it was closer to 2,000 intraday earlier on Friday. Yeah. So it was at 50,000 though. That was 48,000 now. You can't say 49,000 because it's not quite, unless you're rounding up. I guess you could round up. All right. Well, we got to take a quick galactic intermission. I've gone way over the break. Ooh. Yeah, the vertical viewers now get to experience the greatness of the galactic intermissions today for the first time since started doing the vertical streams again. Yeah, that's right. I integrated them earlier. All right, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month you can get yourself a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, shout out at the end of every show, secret Discord channel inside of Discord server, and much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. I think you know what that sound means. That beeping in your ears is intended to alert you to the fact that the stream is about to begin once again. So you better get your butts back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, folks, we are back. Second half is about to begin. We left off last talking about former FBI Director Dan Bongino's meltdown on Rumble. The man who was, at least formerly, the second most high-up official in charge of releasing those Epstein files. Meanwhile, of course, we got the Clintons this week testifying in Congress. Hillary Clinton and Bill. Let's go here to France 24 from yesterday.
And we're pleased to welcome from Washington Democratic political consultant Christian Hanley. Thank you for being with us here on France 24.
Thank you for having me.
Before we talk about the context, it's more than a steady drip. It's a gush of revelations every day these days. Let's talk specifically about the Clintons. We heard the chair of that oversight committee. Again, you heard that clip of him saying that no one's accusing him at this point of any wrongdoing. He even later on went on to say that, yes, Ghislaine Maxwell, who's been convicted for abetting Jeffrey Epstein, that she went to the Clintons' daughter's wedding, but there were a lot of people at the wedding. Your thoughts on how much the Clintons have to answer for?
I mean, just the implication of being named in the files is something that they're going to need to address quite obviously. Like you said, so far there has been no specific accusation or allegation against either one of the Clintons being deposed this week. But the implication, of course, is not great. Anyone who had any sort of proximity to Epstein or his inner circle there should want to clear their names.
Yeah, and we haven't seen really anything all that damning in the files from Bill Clinton. Now, there very well may be. I'm not suggesting that there isn't necessarily, but of what is public, and you got to assume people are combing through these pretty, thoroughly. And yet, we don't see really anything aside from a few pictures of Bill, in a hot tub and on a plane, hanging out with Larry Summers and Bill and Ghislaine. There's no like big allegations outlined in here or anything like that, really. No photos that are like, all that, aside from being, being friends with these people, not all that damning, I guess you might say.
It remains to be seen what's going to actually be accomplished today. As we just heard, Hillary Clinton has already said publicly several times that she has no recollection of ever meeting Jeffrey Epstein. Friday's deposition with former President Bill Clinton will be somewhat historic, and for that someone of my age or older, certainly it's sort of evocative of the 1990s and the Lewinsky scandal, when he famously was brought under oath to testify about that scandal as well.
Yeah, and there's a gray area of when you're fundraising, you do solicit people, but Jeffrey Epstein had a reputation for decades.
Right, and you know, what was known and when it was known, those are going to be the key questions that will have to be answered this week. What we all now in the public know as of today would have seemed just fantastical and horrific, and I mean it is horrific, but almost invented just a few months or few years ago, and so he's had a reputation. The details of where that reputation came from are just becoming public now, and so the questions of when that reputation was known, what specifics were known by the Clintons remains to be seen, of course.
And this is happening. It was originally going to be behind closed doors in Washington. Then it was going to. Then there was the Clintons who, after being forced to testify, they were subpoenaed, insisting that it be public after day one, after day two, excuse me.
Right.
How are people going to view what they see? Are they going to believe what they see?
I think when it comes to the Clintons, it's impossible to give one answer on that front, because people are going to see whatever comes out of the Clintons through the lens of how they have viewed the Clintons for 3 or 4 decades now, for better or for worse. In terms of the back and forth, setting the terms of these depositions, I think that goes back to things that Secretary Clinton has said on the record, even this past week, which is that if we want to have this aired out in the public, then let's do it in full public view.
Yup, instead it was a closed-door testimony. None of us got to hear it. We just have to go based upon what people who were there say was said. Otherwise known as hearsay. I mean, it's certainly a upgraded form of hearsay. You got, Congress people. But, not as good. Not as good. Oh, God. My stomach is feeling shitty today. I don't know why. All right. All right. We're staying here with France 24. This is also from... actually, this is from Friday. I believe this was Hillary Clinton right before? I think this was right before her husband's testimony.
It was 1992. Bill Clinton was running for president, and his campaign was rocked by accusations of marital infidelity. In a now famous 60 Minutes interview, Hillary Clinton vehemently defended her husband.
I'm not sitting.
Do I need this whole thing? You know what, screw it. I'm pretty sure that she doesn't say what she says until later, but that's fine.
There's some little woman standing by my man like Tammy Wynette. I'm sitting here because I love him.
More than 3 decades later, Hillary Clinton is still standing by her man. She reiterated her faith in the former president when asked by a reporter if she was confident.
She is nothing if not consistent. She is, in fact, standing by Bill. They really have something beautiful, don't they? I mean, they stand by each other's side through thick and thin. Oh, my God. Through infidelity and Epstein files, impeachments, and in old age. These two have been together for decades. Like since college, right? Like they've been dating since college, haven't they? Oh my God. Or is it? No, it was later, right? I can't remember their fucking backstories. Oh my god.
Her husband's testimony, which he will provide Friday. This following her closed-door deposition in a New York suburb after months of back and forth with the Republican-controlled House Oversight Committee.
I think it is fair to say that the vast majority of people who had contact with him before his criminal pleas in '08 were like most people. They did not know what he was doing. And I think that that is exactly what my husband will testify to tomorrow.
Though her husband flew on Epstein's jet and appeared in photos with him, Hillary...
There, right. Okay, so now, Hillary saying that Bill is going to come out and say that he did nothing wrong.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
He was going to come out and say, I did not have sexual relations with that Jeffrey Epstein.
Good morning. Hi. How are you?
Look at her. She's been there since the beginning.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please be seated.
Clapping.
Now,
Look at
I
her
have to go
clap.
back
Look
to
at that
work on my
clap.
State of the Union
She's
speech. And I worked on it.
She really has supported him through everything.
Thank you.
Look at that clap. Look at her clapping. She was. Oh.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please be seated. Now, I have to go back to work on my State of the Union speech. And I worked on it till pretty late last night. But I want to say one thing to the American people. I want you to listen to me. I'm going to say this again. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
That's all I could think of when she said that. No, I mean, I'm not suggesting necessarily that he did in fact have anything, like that he did do anything untoward with Jeffrey Epstein. Aside from just being friends with the guy, it's not clear that Bill did anything wrong here. But it's all I could think of. All I could think of was that moment when Hillary came out behind the podium and was like, Bill is going to tell everybody that he did not have sexual relations with that woman. That's all I could think of. I think when she came out and said that he was going to come out and say that he did everything right, I was like, oh my God. It's 1990 whatever. It's 1990 whatever again. Okay. Now I'm old enough to remember that one. I was politically aware at that time in the world. I remember that speech. Oh, God. Now, let's go to the people responsible for Hillary and Bill testifying in Congress. The Republicans.
Good morning. This is a historical day for the United States
morning.
Congress.
Yeah. Isn't every day in Congress technically a historical day? In the sense that it is in fact going to be going into the by definition it goes into the history books. Everything they do gets written yeah. Of course it's a historical day. You fucking moron.
Historical day for the United States Congress.
It's a historical day.
We have listened to people all across America who have kept up with the whole Epstein investigation and are outraged by the obvious fact that
Jeffrey Epstein?
men and women, for that matter, of great power and great wealth from all across the world have been able to get away with a lot of heinous crimes, and they haven't been held accountable.
Heinous crimes. Oh my God, it's a historical day here in Congress. People do the heinous crimes. James Comer is maybe one of the dumbest people on the fucking he's top 10 dumbest people in Congress. I swear to God, when this guy talks, I'm like, really? How did this guy get here? How is this guy a congressperson? Heinous crimes, says James Comer. They are heinous. James is right. Heinous as fuck. Heinous crimes, we all know it. We've seen them. We've seen the files. Everybody knows it. It cannot be more overstated.
I want to just begin by just saying that what we're interested in today is
obliterated, constipated.
I want to just begin by just saying that what we're interested in today is a serious deposition. We have
historically heinous. It's true. The cat is right. It's historically it is a historically heinous situation. We all recognize it. We all see it with our own eyes.
I want to just begin by just saying that what we're interested in today is a serious deposition. We have real questions that deserve serious answers from former President Clinton. And we have said from day one that Democrats want to talk to anyone, whether they are a Republican or a Democrat, no matter how powerful they are, whatever position that they've been in. If anyone has information about Jeffrey Epstein, and certainly the horror that he inflicted on so many women and children, we want to hear from them. We are now asking and demanding that President Trump officially come in and testify in front of the Oversight Committee. He appears in the Epstein files next to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell almost more than anybody else. So it's time for the president to answer questions about why files are missing from the DOJ, why there's been a White House cover-up, and why we continue in that administration to call this investigation a hoax.
But President Clinton's presence here today, under oath, highlights the Donald Trump-sized gaping hole in Chairman Comer's investigation.
We're going to ask President Clinton the hard questions. We're going to get to the truth about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. But let's be real, we're talking to the wrong president today.
We are talking to the wrong president today. Well said. Well said, Suhas. Mish. I like that. Is he new to Congress? Why don't somehow I'm like unfamiliar with this guy. Like I know I've seen his face. Like I don't know his name. I feel like I should know it. Like I feel like I know everybody's name in Congress. And when I'm like, when I see a name, like a new name, I'm like, hey, new guy? Who this? But yeah. Congress people making a great point there. Good to have the former president and former first lady in Congress, but they've subpoenaed the wrong president, as Donald Trump appears in the files more than anybody else, it would seem. More than Harry Potter appears in the Harry Potter series. More than Jesus appears in the Bible. Now, Maxwell Frost of Florida had some things to say here about Donald Trump. Oh, wait, before we get to that, we're going to take a quick break, see what Donald Trump had to say. Although, no, this is fine. This is perfect. Let's go to the White House real quick. We'll go back. Go back to Chakwa, or whatever it's called, in a second.
Have you heard at all about President Bill Clinton being deposed and that sets precedent for you and your family?
I don't like seeing him deposed, but, they certainly went after me a lot more than that. I don't like seeing him. Look, I like him. And
I don't like it.
seeing him deposed.
What is your reaction to that?
Well, Howard would go in and do whatever he has to say. He's a very innocent guy, doing a good job.
Very innocent guy.
About the Epstein files, I've been fully exonerated.
Oh. I fucking loved that. Oh my god, that whole thing is just incredible. Honestly, I don't know if it's me or if anybody else is starting to see it, but I feel like Donald Trump is really struggling on this. Like, he's really starting to struggle with continuing, like, he's really lost it. He's just saying anything now. He goes from saying, it's almost impossible to say this. He goes from saying, oh my god, he goes from saying that Howard Lutnick is a very innocent guy. Howard is a very innocent man. He's done nothing wrong. And also, I don't know anything about the files. Okay? I'm perfectly exonerated, and I don't know anything about the files. Okay? Howard and I are fully exonerated. I don't even know anything about the files. Okay? Aside from the fact that we didn't do
I did
anything
everything
wrong.
right, and they indicted me.
Howard's a very innocent guy. I don't know anything about the files. Here's my question. How can you simultaneously be saying that Howard's a very innocent guy and but you don't know anything about the files? How can you be and I've completely passed over the point of this. Oh my god. It's a ridiculous clip. But he starts it off by saying, Bill, I feel that it's very sad. It's very sad. I like Bill. It's very sad that he's being deposed. I feel like Donald Trump heard that this might actually backfire on him. Like we've been saying, this creates a precedent for him to be subpoenaed and to testify in Congress under oath. That could be very problematic for him. I'm sure you can imagine, considering. I feel like there's going to be a lot of the fifth being invoked, which would also look really, really bad. Like, can you imagine Donald Trump going into Congress and being grilled by senators and having to invoke the fifth? Oh, God. The guy who said invoking the fifth means you're guilty? You have to do that, like, oh my god. It would be insane. It would break the internet. The internet would literally melt down. Now, Maxwell Frost had quite a mind-melting assertion here. Suggestion. Claim, really. Outside of this closed-door hearing
Over to Congressman Maxwell Frost. First off, I just thank you to President Clinton for coming here today to speak with us. Answering these questions has been helpful for us as we will continue this investigation. Donald Trump, as we know, needs to come before this committee. He's been caught in multiple lies as it relates to his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I can tell you I've seen unredacted files myself that directly refute his assertion that he kicked out Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago and the reasoning why he did that. Also, walking out of this, I can tell you we all now have a lot of new questions that we have to raise as it relates to the reasoning on why Donald Trump had a falling out with Jeffrey Epstein in the.
Fascinating. Well, there's Maxwell Frost after the deposition of Bill Clinton, suggesting that over recent days that he had gone through the files, or at least seen files suggesting that Donald Trump's assertions about why he and Jeffrey Epstein had a falling out were false. Suggesting that Donald Trump lied about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and how that came to an end. It's fascinating because we've talked about this as well, because there seems to be a lot of different sort of reasons filtering out there. Mark Epstein claimed had to do with the real estate deal. Donald Trump claimed that it was due to creepiness. And while we're talking about the Epstein files, crimes against seemingly almost all women, although not exclusively, I've heard a couple of allegations surrounding men in this as well, but almost exclusively women seem to be at least the public victims. And what's in the files? But of course, women are still the victims of crimes every single day. Just regular women living their lives, being victimized by regular men on the streets. And two men, apparently, did just that on the streets of New York in an apparent hate crime, according to police. This is CBS New York from yesterday.
Police have taken 2 men into custody in connection with an alleged hate crime arson attack in Chelsea. A 54-year-old woman said she was approached by the 2 individuals last Thursday, and one of them attempted to kiss her. She told police when she pushed them away, they began to make anti-black statements, followed her, and then allegedly set her boots on fire.
No way. These guys right here? No. Say it ain't so. Wow. Disturbing that these two felt that they could do such a thing in broad daylight, that they would be so emboldened to act this way. It's almost like they felt that they could act with complete impunity and not face any consequences for their actions. It's weird. I wonder what that's about.
It's weird.
I wonder. Super weird. Super weird. No way to know why that would be the case. The hat. I mean, the hat, I'm sure that has nothing to do with the hat. I'm sure the hat is not at all related to their sense of entitlement. Okay, speaking of crimes, let's go here. Now, Donald Trump earlier this week had something of a happening.
I don't know how long I'll be around. Got a lot of people gunning for me, don't I? Huh? But I will not forget them. I'm never going to forget them.
There's a quick clip of Donald Trump on, I think it was Monday, saying that he had a lot of people gunning for him. Strangely enough, not long after saying that, somebody seemingly, allegedly, according to the Secret Service, literally came gunning for Donald Trump.
It's weird.
All right, y'all. So we had some giant news come out yesterday. Yesterday was a huge, huge news day because we had Mexico erupting in basically a cartel narco war. We, of course, have the continued military buildup where we're about to launch another illegal and offensive war against Iran.
Illegal.
And we also had the story of somebody showing up to Mar-a-Lago with a shotgun and getting killed by Secret Service. So this is a huge deal. Let me walk you through it. Take a look at this from the Daily Mail. Who is Austin Tucker? Austin Tucker Martin, the 21-year-old killed after entering Mar-a-Lago with a shotgun and a gas can, okay? So this kid, 21-year-old kid, this is him right here with the circle around his face. Yes, you're seeing this properly. This is not a trans person. This is not a black person. This is not an immigrant. This is not Antifa. This is a 21-year-old white Christian man. More on that in a minute. But as I keep scrolling here, there appears to be a type. There appears to be a type that has repeatedly gone after Trump. We had the Ryan Ruth guy whose politics were completely and utterly indecipherable. In the past, he had supported Trump. Then he eventually turned on Trump, but he had this weird sort of enlightened centrist politics mixed in with conspiracy stuff. And he was the one who was hiding in the bushes on Trump's golf course while Trump was golfing, and they caught him. Then you have the other one, what is his name? Matthew Crooks, is that what it is? And he was the one in Butler, Pennsylvania, when Trump was giving the rally speech, who shot. And most of them look like this guy. Ryan Ruth, admittedly, was an older version of this guy, but there's a type. The type is, awkward, skinny, loner, white guy, okay? He apparently liked to draw sketches of golf courses, which I find kind of interesting. Here's one of them here. We have Mar-a-Lago, and, like I said, he showed up at the gate with a shotgun. We also have a picture of the car he was driving, 2013 Volkswagen here. And, again, this is a picture of him. I guess he was missing since the night before. I believe he lives in North Carolina. He drove all the way to Mar-a-Lago, which is in, South Florida, in order to try to do this. But of course, the question then arises, well, why? What's the actual motive? Well, let's walk through it here. Mediaite says Mar-a-Lago gunman was reportedly fixated on the Epstein files and believed there was a Trump government cover-up. TMZ reported on Sunday that the man who was shot and killed by Secret Service agents after he breached the secure perimeter at Mar-a-Lago with a shotgun was fixated on the files tied to Jeffrey Epstein and believed there was a government cover-up protecting his accomplices. The report is based on text messages from February 15th and from sources who worked with the man, identified as 21-year-old Austin Tucker Martin at a North Carolina golf course. TMZ also reported that Martin regularly expressed support for President Donald Trump. He apparently wasn't as much of a MAGA fan anymore, considering he was prepared to attack the president's estate. All right, let me pause here to point out, this is kind of crazy, but as I read more about this guy, it turns out the golf course that he worked at, I'm not even kidding about this, I have a trip planned where this kid worked was one of the courses I was going to play. Isn't that fucking wild? I have a trip planned where the dude that this dude worked at
Oh, I'm muted. That's terrible. It's a disaster. What I was saying is I think it's more shocking. I think that it's less shocking that Kyle had a golf trip planned, and more shocking that this guy got gunned down by the Secret Service while carrying a gas can and a shotgun near Mar-a-Lago. This is the shocking story. Although it's becoming more routine, seemingly like every 6 months there's another one of these things. But it's still somewhat shocking, and certainly more shocking than the fact that Kyle happened to have a golf trip. Like that's actually the least shocking detail of all this. You'll be surprised to find out that that's the least shocking thing, in my opinion. All right. Now, all this happened the day before Donald Trump was to give or 2 days before Donald Trump was to give a State of the Union address in Congress. And we watched that address live. If you recall, it was disturbing, boring. It was both equally disturbing and boring somehow.
President Trump set to address the nation ahead of challenging midterms and a possible war with Iran. Senior political correspondent.
Yes, that's right. Donald Trump, everybody was waiting for it. Oh, the 2-hour-long speech. It was going to be epic. Turned out to be epically terrible.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. We spend the last part of this show with Congressmember Lolita Grijalva, one was among several Democratic lawmakers who boycotted Trump's State of the Union last.
Now, I meant to mention this, but of course, Lolita Grijalva is the representative from, I believe it's Arizona, whom Mike Johnson refused to swear in earlier last year and sent Congress to an early vacation. Just so that he refused to swear in, sent Congress to an early vacation just so that the Congress would not release the Epstein files, because she was the final vote. She was the final vote needed on the petition, the congressional whatever petition to release the Epstein files. Essentially, the thing that led to the current iteration of the release, I guess. But yeah, it's fascinating just how little they've wanted actual accountability.
Right, she joins us now from Washington, D.C. Her district includes Tucson, Arizona, near the southern border with Mexico. Congressmember Grijalva, thanks for coming back on. As we heard that violent description of what happened to Alia, I thought about you being pepper sprayed, intervening in an ICE attack in your district. You have talk about why you didn't attend last night, the State of the Union.
I couldn't in good conscience sit there and listen to Trump go on and on with what we knew was going to be hours of lies, gaslighting, and maligning the very people that I represent. He talked about, and that's literally exactly what he did. He broke his own record for just continuing to just spew during the State of the Union. There was no attempt to try to bring this country together. He literally pointed at Democrats and called them out. And so I'm grateful that I wasn't there. I did watch it because I think it's important for me to understand what is it that he's saying so we can push back on it. But at one point he was handing out a lot of medals, right? And I literally said out loud, I am waiting for him to give himself a medal. And in the next breath, he said, I think I should get one of those medals. He continued to talk about, and I feel like we're dismissing some of the jokes, right? About, it should be his third term, that kind of thing. I feel we need to be very afraid we know what he has done when he caused a violent outburst, something that has changed our country forever because he thought that he won the election. It doesn't matter that we all know that that's not true.
I did everything right,
because
and they
there
indicted
are a percentage
me.
of people in this country that believe every lie that he spews. It doesn't matter how much evidence is backing it up, and his campaign of cruelty has devastating consequences. Just like you heard the stories in Minneapolis, we have those same stories all over the nation and including in our district.
I'm sorry to say we only have a minute to go, but I wanted to ask about you giving your seat up to Mubashir Khalif Hassan, a Minnesotan of Somali descent who was a second guest of Congressmember Ilhan Omar of Minneapolis. If in these last seconds you can tell us why you gave it to him, another man, a U.S. citizen who was attacked by ICE.
Because I thought it was really important when Trump was going to spew lies about what the state of our union, that he has to look at into the eyes of the people that he's harming directly. And I had the opportunity to hear his story when I went to Minneapolis and I just, offered my seat to Ilhan because I knew she had a lot of people directly impacted that she could bring with her.
Mm-hmm. In the last 20 seconds, the expansion of these ICE.
Okay. Let's keep this discussion moving here. Now, Congressman Al Green of Texas showed up with a sign criticizing Donald Trump for his posting that incredibly racist meme of the Obamas earlier this year. A sign that said, "Black people aren't apes." And unfortunately, he was removed from Congress for holding that sign.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I attended the State of the Union address, knowing that the president would come in and that he would have to pass by me to get to the podium. And I wanted him to know that portraying the President Obama and First Lady Obama as members of the primate family is not only unacceptable, it is something that is deplorable and something that we will not tolerate.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
And I wanted him to get close to someone who could tell him to his face. And I did. And judging from the look on his face as he turned away quickly, he was at a moment of vulnerability because he's not confronted by people who are willing to speak truth to him.
Yeah, seems like the president really didn't like that sign. It's a perfect tweet. I don't know why Al is so upset. I mean, he literally said it was a great tweet. When asked about it, I was like, it was a really good tweet. I don't know why people are complaining. But Donald Trump also said all sorts of racist stuff during this State of the Union, including about Somalis.
Somalia!
That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games.
You know, can you imagine for like a second what it's like to be Ilhan Omar in this moment? When Donald Trump is speaking like this, essentially about her. as some sort of criminal scourge on America. Where she's being attacked for her identity as a Somali American. Honestly, this is one of the most, disturbing tirades. Although, I mean, this State of the Union was filled with them, but good God, this was one of the worst
Car
ones.
insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime.
I mean, what is he doing? He's blaming literally all of our country's problems on Somalis, on the existence of Somali Americans. And meanwhile, you have Mike Johnson and J.D. Vance back here smiling about it. This is a racist and disgusting tirade that he is going on. And these guys are fine with it. Zero objections. It is, all of these things are the faults of immigrants, is what these guys believe. They believe that the taxes are too high because of immigrants. Your car insurance is too high because of insurance. Every single thing is the only reason that America could be having problems as immigrants. It's disgusting and it's racist and ugh. How anybody can support this still is
We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah.
It's a real piece of shit. It's a real scumbag.
He's a sleazebag.
All right, let's go here for a little bit more breakdown of this State of the Union.
Someone just I meant to mention this. 2 years ago, to the day, Aaron Bushnell, a 25-year-old U.S. serviceman, lit himself on fire out in front of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. to draw people's attention to the genocide. I don't know about the emotional state of someone who would do this, or the mental state, and I certainly, it's not something that I would recommend to people. In some instances, the least you can do is provide some memory, because there was a genocide ongoing at that time, and there has been a genocide that has taken place, and still Palestinians living in abject misery. Just wanted to note that. Also, last night, State of the Union address, hard for me to communicate to you the level of regret that I have in suggesting yesterday that we would do live coverage of that event. I spent 2 hours at home trying to get a computer that was not capable of doing it, combined with my lack of skills in working OBS and trying to get Emma tied in. And then, so I abandoned the actual live coverage.
Sam is really showing his uncle of the internet right now, his YouTube unk status in full colors right now. He's just like, I had big plans, big dreams, and then technology happened.
Of the address. And then I think about 4 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes into the State of the Union, I was like, this is the best thing that's ever happened to me. Except for the fact that I had promised that I would do a wrap-up reaction to it, which meant that I actually had to watch the thing. And I cannot tell you how incredibly boring it was. There was nothing new introduced in it whatsoever. There was no attempt to recognize any type of the economic issues. It was, we have one clip, I think, that will really sum up his perspective on that, Trump's. It was just a rolling series of recognizing people in the audience. It was almost had like a telethon feel to it. I can't really, like, where it's just, it was a combination of like a telethon and almost like a trade association award dinner. Right. Where, you know, a lot of the people, you just stand up from over there, table 5. And
at the supper club?
Yeah, it was just
our sales leader from the Northwest.
And then he finished up with, like, I don't know, it was probably only 3 or 4 minutes, but it seemed like interminable. Like the moving, rousing part, the prose, I guess, purple prose at the end. But he was so tired by that point, and so everybody else was so done that he just sort of like rambled through the part that was supposed to be sort of poetic. And then at the end got, you get, in my recollection, I may be recalling this wrong, but in every State of the Union I have seen done, and I've probably now seen 20 professionally almost, just professionally having to watch it. Including Trump, I had 4 or 5 of them. The applause at the end was, about 60 seconds, which is about, I think, probably 3 or 4 minutes less than it usually is. Just because everyone was so tired.
Ready to text their driver.
And look, I can only point to a couple of State of the
I was kind of saying this, I think, during the stream, that they're going to wear themselves out. They were clapping for literally everything at the very beginning. Every sentence fragment that Donald Trump said, there was more applause. And there would be like a full applause break for every single word Donald Trump uttered. And I was like, this is going to take all night if we keep at this pace. Eventually, they really did sputter out, and so did Donald Trump. And I mean, honestly, it just continued to drag things on. I feel like he had to rush at some point. I feel like they cut part of his speech because it felt sort of disjunct. Like, it's just something that I've noticed. I thought about, like, in post. I was like, I think that since they were trying to keep it to 2 hours because everybody has bedtimes over there in Congress, as they're all like elderly, they need to make it their ways back to the nursing home, and I'm just assuming they had, the cutoff was 11, so I feel like it just sort of like rushed. They whoever was running the teleprompter just like cut out like 6 pages of speech, and they're just like, fuck it, just do the final paragraph.
Addresses throughout the entire time where they have been like relevant in any way. I think like Biden, when he got the Republicans to basically vow that they wouldn't cut Social Security, I thought was relevant. Biden's last State of the Union address, where it seemed like, whatever cocktail they had him on, he seemed like he was like engaged. It was short, and that was probably smart as well. But outside of that, I can't really. Bill Clinton gave a laundry list, whatever. It's all just sort of like, it really more for the media. This is not going to change a thing within days after this. Nothing. It's going to be completely forgotten. But except for this, which I think people will remember, this is Donald Trump. And the thing that sticks out for me in this, I want you to just think of particularly with what's missing from the Epstein files and what's in the Epstein files. I want you to think of just like other scenarios where Donald Trump might be in a situation where he is like trying to convince someone that they're loving stuff, that they're really enjoying it. Go ahead.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
Now, I want to make something clear. That's not our audio that's blowing out. Trump blew out the audio on the microphone, so the entire speech, and that is at the beginning of the speech. That's at the beginning of the speech. They spent about 20 minutes on the U.S. hockey team. And they brought them in to start all the cheers of USA every time they wanted to go into it. And Trump blows out the microphone as he's telling, like, oh, no, no, no. You really want it. You really want it. And then for the rest of the speech, the microphone is like crispy and fried. It was honestly one of the most painful things that I feel like I've had to do professionally in this job. Now, it's better than being a coal miner. That hurts more. And I think I'll be able to recover better than I would from black lung. But it is
sort of like being a moderator for Facebook.
Think about
where you have
the
to look at
black lung
horrible
pop.
things as part of your job.
Exactly. There should be therapy associated with what I just went through last night. But it was really creepy to get.
It's true. We all deserve therapy for having to watch that horrifying speech. It really was a disaster. It was a shameful display. Some people decided to boycott it, of course.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In the longest State of the Union in recent history, President Trump hailed his economic record over the past year, claiming the country's entering a golden age, but resistance to his presidency keeps growing. In one of the most heated moments, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of Minnesota shouted out to Trump, "You have killed Americans." Omar represents Minneapolis, where federal immigration agents recently fatally shot Renee Good and Alex Pretty. Omar's remarks came as President Trump launched an attack on immigrants.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
At another point in his State of the Union, President Trump lashed out at Democrats and accused them of trying to destroy the country.
Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy. Amazing. Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh?
Earlier in the evening, Democratic Congressmember Al Green of Texas was removed from the chamber after he held up a sign that read, "Black people are not apes." He spoke to reporters after his removal.
I attended the State of the Union address.
Okay. We already heard him speak there earlier, so I'm going to keep this going. Now to Bernie Sanders. See what the senator from Vermont had to say.
Thanks very much for joining me. Let me say a few words about some of the lies and distortions that President Trump made last night in his State of the Union speech. And do not worry, unlike Trump, I'm not going to go on for an hour and 47 minutes, a lot shorter than that. Last night, as you recall, President Trump stated, quote, "Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before," end quote. Well, I do have to admit that Trump got it half right. He and his billionaire friends are indeed richer than ever before. Since he has been president, as a result of an unprecedented level of kleptocracy, Trump's family is now $4 billion wealthier than before he was elected. Not to mention the $400 million plane that he got as a gift from the royal family of Qatar. Further, the billionaire class as a whole is doing unbelievably well under Trump. Since his election, billionaires have seen a $1.5 trillion increase in their wealth. That is rather extraordinary. The result, we now have more income and wealth inequality than at any time in the history of our nation. But while the richest people are doing extraordinarily well, surprise, surprise, here is what Trump did not talk about. Today in America, over 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck, with millions of Americans struggling to put food on the table, pay for housing, pay for health care, pay for child care, pay for education, and pay for the other basic necessities of life. 60% of our people live in paycheck to paycheck. Trump just forgot to talk about that. In America today, over 20 million households are spending more than half of their limited incomes on housing, and nearly 800,000 are homeless. In America today, 21% of our seniors are trying to survive on less than $15,000 a year. Try doing that. Try surviving on $15,000 a year. And nearly half of older workers have nothing in retirement savings. In America today, hundreds of thousands of bright young people cannot afford to go to college, and over 40 million are struggling with outrageous levels of student debt. In America today, we have one of the highest rates of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. Now, if that is the booming economy, the greatest economy in the history of humanity, if that's what Trump is talking about, God help us. Further, on another issue, Trump said last night that he wants to, quote, "stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant," end of quote, says Donald Trump. For a start, I do find it interesting that Trump talks about our sacred elections. This is the same man who, after the 2020 election, was caught on the phone pressuring Georgia's Secretary of State to, quote, find 11,780 votes, end quote, so he could overturn the result. I guess that election in Georgia was not too sacred. This is the same man who provoked a violent insurrection on January 6th, 2021,
I did everything right and they
in order to
indicted
overturn an
me.
election that he lost and to stay in power. And despite more than 60 court cases to the contrary, he continues to claim that he won the 2020 election and that it was stolen from him.
I'm a perfectly
This
stable
man who
individual.
claims that our elections are sacred has still not said that he won't run for a third term, despite the fact that it is blatantly unconstitutional. The Constitution limits individuals to 2 terms. But here is the truth about our elections. Despite 154 million Americans in 50 states voting in the last election, election fraud in our country is extremely rare. Even the conservative pro-Trump Heritage Foundation's database of election crimes listed only 24 instances of non-citizens voting in U.S. elections from 2003 to 2023.
Stop the steal, 2 votes a year. They're stealing our democracy, 2 votes at a time.
Illegal. Illegal.
Freedom!
Of millions of voters in a 21-year period, 24 instances of non-citizens voting. That is not exactly a crisis. But that big lie that millions and zillions of undocumented people are voting, that big lie is the foundation of the SAVE Act, legislation that would effectively require every American to produce a passport or birth certificate to register to vote. So I just stop a moment. Do you have a passport? Some of you do, many of you don't. Do you have your birth certificate? Frankly, I don't. How are you going to get that birth certificate? Well, if you don't have a passport, you don't have a birth certificate, you ain't going to be registered to vote. That would disenfranchise millions and millions of people. It would disenfranchise millions of women who change their last names after marriage and whose documents no longer match, as well as millions of other Americans who simply do not have a passport or a birth certificate. And then there is the issue of immigration that Trump talked about last night, where he
This
bragged,
is the
and I
very
quote,
definition
"We are
of
deporting illegal
totalitarianism."
alien criminals from our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast," end quote. Well, not quite the truth. The reality is that less than 14% of those arrested by ICE in Trump's first year back in office had violent criminal records. 86% did not. But the truth is, as we have seen on our TV screens, is that ICE is occupying and terrorizing American cities, rounding up American citizens and asylum seekers, kicking down doors without due process, sending 5-year-old children to detention centers,
disgusting and probably
illegally
illegal.
deporting people to countries to which they have never, ever been. Horrifically, we also saw the videos of ICE and Border Patrol agents murdering Renee Good and Alexander Preddy in cold blood. Last night, President Trump said that he is working to drive healthcare costs way down. Well, could have fooled me.
1,000%. I believe he said 1,000%. The deranged idiot president said
We have a
1,000%
demented,
again.
unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Now, of course, if you don't know how to do math, I can help you. 1,000%. If there's 1,000% discount on anything, that would mean that the retailer, pharmacy, perhaps in this case with relation to drugs, would be paying you the consumer to buy your own drugs. You'd show up if it's $10. Well, you get like $1,000. I'm sorry, you get $100. Sorry, it's 10 times. 10 times as much money as the drug is supposed to cost, right? You would receive that in cash. How does that work? But Donald Trump doesn't know how to do math. That much has become clear.
Beautiful bill
over the years.
Is throwing 15 million Americans, low income and working class people, off the health care they have through a $1 trillion cut to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. By the way, the purpose of that cut is to provide $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%. This year, as a result of Trump's actions, health insurance premiums have doubled on average for 20 million Americans in the Affordable Care Act. Now, that's a pretty strange way to be driving healthcare prices down and improving healthcare. Last night, Trump also claimed that he is ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. End of quote. Well, not quite. This year, the pharmaceutical industry announced that it would be increasing prices on over 850 prescription drugs in America. And despite what Trump says, we still pay, by far, the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Let me conclude by saying this. The American people increasingly understand that Donald Trump is a pathological liar who represents the interest of the billionaire class and who is rapidly moving our country toward authoritarianism. The American people also understand that when we stand together and not let Trump and his friends divide us up, and we saw this in Minnesota, and we're seeing this in states all over this country. When we do that, we can and will create the nation we know we can become. And that is a country based on the principles of freedom, justice, and democracy.
There we go. Bernie Sanders, with his response to Donald Trump's unhinged 2-hour-long State of the Union. It was disturbing. I think we're all a little bit emotionally and mentally scarred, drained from having to listen to that tirade. It was rough. I think we all genuinely struggled with it. Oh, quick reminder. I'm just looking at the time. We got like an hour, a little bit over an hour left to complete the galactic content goal. And do consider contributing to that. One of the many ways we have available to you. We are, unfortunately, going to have to take another quick galactic intermission, folks. Over 3 hours into the stream. Do not worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that like button as well. Really helps me out. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. In one of the many ways that we have available to you, like subscribing on Twitch, bits, power-ups as well over there. In fact, did you know that you can get a free Twitch subscription? In fact, you may already have one, you didn't know it, and you might not even be using it. That's right. If you have an Amazon Prime membership, you get a free Twitch subscription every single month that you could be using on your favorite streamer. You could basically be taking money directly from Jeff Bezos and giving it to your pal StreamLord. We got other ways, of course, for you to contribute to the Galactic News Network: YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne. If if you'd like to send gifts directly to my door down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. We're back. Break is over. Stream's about to begin once again. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, folks, we're back. Third half is about to begin. We ended the last half talking about Donald Trump's State of the Union address, which was quite disturbing. Quite disturbing, undoubtedly, for all of us to witness. What's also been disturbing to witness over the last year has been the lack of Democratic Party leadership, or at least the lack of action by that leadership. It would seem I'm not the only one who's sick and tired of weak, feckless, centrist neo-lib Democrats.
Awful. Weak. It's going to be fascinating to see, maybe I'm overstating, but if the Democrats take the House and the Democrats take the Senate, I guess he just blames the states for cheating, right? It's like they are so good. These Democrats really have their act together in specific states. Texas primary is a week from tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I'm not trying to say that this is something permanent and all of that, but I think that, there is real anger here that is not going to be, and the fact that Texas redistricted based on those 2024 numbers when the electorate could have shifted quite significantly since then, means there's more unknowns in this Texas Senate race than perhaps previously.
Matt was just about to put up that thing. What happened?
Yeah, but the thing where it shows that everyone wants a more progressive candidate and no one wants a moderate candidate isn't on the archived version of it. So I gotta.
That is weird. But put it back up as you search, because we could. The question was asked.
The New York Times did this focus group with Democrats.
Go up just a little more. Okay, what kind of Democratic candidate would you prefer? And they asked, this is a focus test. And there's a graphic there of how everybody did. It's, for whatever reason, it's not there. But as you can see here,
but it says that.
But right here it says everybody said more progressive than moderate. Everybody in the focus.
Not a single person said I want a moderate candidate, and this is the New York Times.
Exactly. It's not like they're out there going like,
yeah, yeah. I bet New York Times is cherry picking leftists. Sure. Yeah, good one.
Give me a joke.
That's funny.
Yeah. Why? What do those words mean to you? One woman said, I feel like sometimes Democrats follow the law because they're believers in the system and how the system works. I'm in between progressive and moderate, but Republicans don't care about the law. They do what they want done. Democrats are behind the curve on that. It's a little bit scary that, but
true, though.
It is true. And let's be clear. The things that inhibit the Democrats more than the law are customs and norms
and corruption.
And well, corruption, but also an ideology that is geared towards maintaining the status quo and just letting out enough air out of the tires so that you get by, and they'll err on the side of not letting out as much tires as necessary so that occasionally you get a Donald Trump. To me, this is a 57-year-old woman from Latina from Georgia. To me, being a progressive means prioritizing equality and improving society as well as enhancing people's rights, freedom of choice, especially for women. That's one thing I'm very passionate about.
Shout out Denise.
Panth, 29, Arizona, Asian, independent, computer science. With moderate, I think of people like Joe Manchin.
Oh, by the way, I meant to mention this earlier, but I did the math on the galactic content goal, and we're like $15 shy. So we're getting really close to completing it. Like 80% of the way through it. Whatever the math is, we're very close. We're like 3 super chats away, really.
Supported. I don't necessarily agree with all progressive policies, but by and large, I do. Progressives actually do stuff. I feel like moderates are happy with the status quo and will basically do what we've always done. The system is working for them, and they want to keep it the same. I think for a large part of Americans, the system isn't working, so we need something new.
But that's how that bull is this. That's how that codes now. Moderate codes as status quo. Isn't that amazing? And it should. But well, which presidential candidate in recent history moderated itself so aggressively and was also a part of the administration that was deeply unpopular and married those two incredible?
Seriously though, what could be more status quo than moderate, right? Like, you can't be a moderate, and like in my opinion, you can't really be a moderate and not have things generally working out for you, right? Like you're like, nothing really needs to change. Things are going pretty good. That's who's moderate. It's like, actually, my life's fine. Actually, everything is perfectly fine. Nothing could change. You know, I would prefer it if nothing changed, actually. The only person who votes that way is for whom the status quo works out.
Potent messages. I'm both moderate and
it's currently
status
working
quo. Yeah, it's the Kamala Harris campaign. There we go.
Damn, I was gonna say Mitt Romney.
I'm staying in the race.
Well, they both ended up around the same place.
I mean, they both love Cheney. Yeah.
Just a few $1 million poured into polling, and we'll try to turn these results around.
Perhaps that's a good time to talk about this story. Axios reports. You'll recall that several months ago, the Democratic DNC-run autopsy of why the Democrats lost in 2024 was shelved.
It was buried. They had previously promised to make it public. Then when they found out the findings of when they found out what actually was in said autopsy, they were less interested in making it public.
They suppressed it.
You're saying that it was because of what's in there, but they said, to their credit, we don't want to release this because we're winning already. And why? It will take the wind out of our
already winning
sails,
so much.
Sure.
Which
sometimes you can have too much winning. People are telling me this, actually. And sometimes it could be bad. Be detrimental to win too much.
Okay. I just want to be able to present their perspective. And this story in Axios, pop this up if you can. We should also recall that in 2024, November 27th, 2024, Data for Progress showed polling that said 36% of voters knew at least one person who didn't vote for Harris due to her support of Israel.
Notice that doesn't just mean voted for Trump, by the way. This is a war between the couch and people not showing up on election day and the well, that's a battle for those voters.
Which is what people should have known if they paid attention to politics at all for like the last few decades. Maybe it wasn't true before, but since I've been following politics, it's always been the couch versus the voting, and not I'm going to vote Republican or Democrat.
You know, I gotta say, I think to some degree, just going back for a second, like I was making the joke about winning, but like honestly, I feel like to some degree, Democrats just don't care about winning. So long as they can kind of still continue things as they are, they don't care about winning the same way that people like Donald Trump care about winning. Now, sure, Donald Trump cares an unhealthy amount about just the concept of winning. But, like, Democrats could, like, I hate to say it, but Democrats could learn to take a page from that book and maybe concern themselves with winning a little bit more in a more real sense, though, like in an actual tangible sense.
Here who makes the best case?
If 36% of people, 1/3 of people, knew somebody who didn't vote for Harris because of Gaza, those numbers are astronomical. Now, maybe they knew the same person.
It's all Hassan.
Right? I mean,
maybe they all knew the same person.
The parasocial thing's out of control.
But that's a lot of people. So we can't know exactly how many people it is because, again, maybe they all knew one person. But here's the scoop. Top Democratic officials who worked on the party's still secret autopsy of the 2024 election concluded that Harris lost significant support because of the Biden administration's approach to the war in Gaza.
No.
Now, let me ask you this.
What you talking about?
What would the price have been paid if this autopsy found that Biden lost support or Harris lost support because of all of the money that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau saved for bank customers? Or if it was people were very upset that the Federal Trade Commission and the DOJ stopped some mergers that they were in favor of, or that there were too many financial cops on the beat, or that the Biden administration was too pro-labor. Do you think they would have suppressed this information because maybe they were afraid, like, oh, if we release this information, donors will be mad at us? I suspect that if there were other things that were even rivaling what this cost her votes, we would know about it because it would be in the interests of the consolidated power sources to let us know these things.
Exactly.
Progressive and moderate Democrats are particularly divided over Israel. The left more critical of that nation's, questioning the U.S. wavering support. Apparently, activists from the IMEU policy project told the DNC that Harris administration support for Israel was a factor in the party's losses because it drained support from some young people and progressives. And during that meeting, the DNC shared with us, this is Hamid Benda, said their own data also found that that policy was, in their words, a net negative in the 2024 election. Now, the DNC could easily embarrass these people by saying, here's our report. It doesn't say that it's a net negative at all. And if they're admitting that it's a net negative, how big of a net negative do you think it was? I mean, we were saying this at the time, that the cost was not just those people who said, I'm not going to vote for Harris. There was a second order cost in that it completely undermined the energy of people who are door knocking, who are getting out the vote, who are trying to convince their friends to vote, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, like, I heard this from groups that are progressive, but their fundamental job is to get the vote out.
They were trying to
I
help
heard the
her.
same thing from people that then the reason when Biden dropped out and Harris took over, it was a chance to clean the slate. And there was a brief moment where they used that, and then
You can see it in the polls. You can look at one point in June or July, whenever it was that she dropped that he dropped out. I can tell you that you look at, I just remember this because there is a graph from new registrations in North Carolina that goes like a hockey stick. Right. And the reason why I remember this is because our viewership did the exact same thing. People tuned in, they were no more demoralized, and then you could just watch it. Basically, after the DNC, you could just watch it, just sort of like the enthusiasm just drop. Weak. When it became clear that she was not going to change anything, we wouldn't even let a Palestinian speak at the DNC. We also have one other data point, which was that it is been reported that by, I can't remember who it was, Politico or Axios, one of these things, that volunteers doing canvassing were told by the Harris campaign at one point, we are no longer, because you get an app, and when voters tell you stuff, you put it into the app. These are the doors I knocked on. This is the responses I got. And they were told no longer input a problem with anti-Israel or pro-Palestinian or anti-Gaza, against being Harris-Biden's Gaza policy. We're no longer accepting that topic as an input. So it's not just that they didn't know. It's that they knew and they didn't want to know and they thought they could ignore it. And they were wrong. They failed. There were other failures with that campaign, making it all about Liz Cheney. But understand, the Liz Cheney thing was probably a very similar dynamic to the Clinton thing with every blue-collar guy we lose in Pittsburgh, we're going to get 2 white collars in the suburbs.
That's a Chuck Schumer thing.
Yes.
Yeah, it was always a miscalculation. It was always a miscalculation, a complete just projection of what they wanted. Not reality. They were just projecting their own desires onto the electorate. It's never worked out. Not one time. Not one time.
One guy, one time.
Make no mistake about it. There is when these people run for office at this level, they have models as to the demographics and the type of people that are going to make up their constituency. And part of the reason why they do that is because they're going to want to govern in a certain way. And they're going to want to know we're not going to bleed support. And so when Chuck Schumer said that, and when Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Clinton never uttered the words, how could Paul Ryan support this guy? How could Mitch McConnell support this guy? This guy is a Republican. And if he's not a Republican, Mitch McConnell should stand up and Paul Ryan, because if you look at like what Democrats were saying in 2016, in September and October, August for that matter, it's as if Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell were allowed to go into the deepest cave and take a vacation for 2 weeks and never had to answer a single question about their support or non-support for Donald Trump, because they were protecting these guys. Because as Chuck Schumer also said at that time, I've got Schumer, this is in October of 2016, I've got Schumer, I've got Clinton, and I've got Ryan, and we're going to do an infrastructure deal, and we're going to trade it for repatriation of offshore taxes. And they wanted to protect
It's insane. It's insane. We have to protect the best Republicans from any sort of consequences. This is strategy, everybody. Strategy. Don't you understand? MR constantly being vindicated. I feel like, honestly, I like to think that perhaps the majority of people like Sam and Emma are kind of like me in this way. Is like being vindicated isn't even satisfying unless it leads to something like tangible in the real world. Is like, okay, so that thing we said was true. So what? To some degree, so what? What's going to be done about that? It's honestly almost depressing to know just how right we all were about this. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like like what's the word? There's something about it's almost like a hollow victory. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, we said it. People said this thing. Like I'm constantly being proven right about predictions and things or whatever. Stuff that I hate. Whenever it comes true, I'm like, wow, why is this true? Like I'm more honestly, like I wind up being more angry when I find out that it or like when something comes to fruition that I predicted that's terrible. Like I don't feel vindicated. I don't feel good about it. Actually sucks because it feels like I feel like to some degree it just confirms that I'm like screaming into the void. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. What is the future of the Democratic Party in the wake of this secret autopsy release? Questions. So many questions. Okay, I think I have to turn the volume down because it's Kyle. It's probably going to scream. It's probably going to scream into the microphone.
All right, y'all, this here is a big deal. This is a big, big deal. And the Democrats have tried to hide this desperately. I remember Ken Martin talking about this not too long ago. They basically put the kibosh on it. They were like, hey, dog, we are not releasing our autopsy from the last election. In other words, we don't want to know the truth. We are going to hide the truth from the people as to why we feel like we underperformed in the election. This is what happened with the Democrats, right? So Axios says this, scoop, Democrats working on secret report found Gaza cost Harris votes. This is why they hid it. They hid it because it validates and it verifies a common left-wing narrative about the election. If you want to win, the number one thing is you got to excite your base. This is something the Republicans understand perfectly well. They care about it in every single election, and they never...
I mean, the fact is if you go back on the channel, like, if you go back on the channel back to 2024, you'll see the videos where I essentially, laid out like weeks before the election that she was going to lose. If something drastic didn't happen, she was going to lose. Like everything was pointing to it. It was actually incredibly depressing when I posted that video. I was like, dude, no one's going to see this and we're fucked. No one's going to see this and they're not going to change anything and we're screwed. And we're going to get Donald Trump and fascism. And here we are.
Turn their back on their base. The Democrats hate their own base. The Democrats are pissed at their own base. If you're on the left, they look at you like a nuisance. Like, wait, you're supposed to just vote for me and shut the fuck up. You're not supposed to demand anything, right? And so this was an example of a lot of people told them, hey, man, this is not like some side issue. There's this conventional wisdom in U.S. politics that foreign policy doesn't matter at all to voters. That's just not true. It's just not true, especially because people also link foreign policy to domestic policy. If we give Israel $38 billion, that's $38 billion not going to your healthcare, not going to your education, not going to the social safety net to help you and your kids, right? Not going to fix the roads, the bridges, et cetera, et cetera. So I never bought that conventional wisdom talking point, right? Like, I do think foreign policy matters, but this is something we warned them that Look, Kamala needed to do a full break with Joe Biden. She needed to do a full break because Joe Biden was looked at as arming and funding and facilitating an Israeli genocide. And very clearly, he was doing that, okay? So let me read through some of the specifics here in Axios. Top Democratic officials who worked on the party's still secret autopsy of the 2024 election concluded that Kamala Harris lost significant support because of the Biden administration's approach to the war in Gaza, Axios has learned. The Democratic National Committee's research on what went wrong in 2024 has been under lock and key since party leaders decided last year to hide it from the public, a reflection of how explosively it could resonate within the party and beyond. Progressive and moderate Democrats are particularly divided over Israel, with the left more critical of the nation's actions against Palestinians in Gaza, and many questioning the U.S.'s unwavering support for Israel. Let me just pause to point out, I don't even think this is necessarily true, in my opinion. The idea that, like, oh, there's a deep divide between moderates and progressives on this issue. That's actually not true. Moderates and progressives generally do agree on the issue. The actual tension here is between elected Democratic politicians who have taken a lot of money over the years from the Israel lobby and the people. So I actually don't think it's ideological. I think there's plenty of moderate Democrats, centrist Democrats, who are going, yeah, I think we should stop giving a tremendous amount of money and weapons to Israel as they bomb innocent children. I think it's sort of like the duh.
I think it depends on who you're talking about, honestly. I think some people accept it as the status quo, right? They see this is just the lay of the land, the playing field, if you will. And so if you don't accept this money, then you're at a disadvantage to all of your opponents and whatever, blah, blah, blah. Your PAC doesn't have as much cash for ads or whatever else, right? But I think there is, in fact, some in there who are, in fact, ideological. You know, I can think of Elise Stefanik, Mike Huckabee. I mean, they're not Democrats, but there's certainly, I mean, Chuck Schumer, he's not, you know, like he's ideological. It's not just because it's the status quo for him, right? There's like some people like him out there who are like genuinely 100%, like Alyssa Slotkin. Trying to think of other Democrats. I mean, Joe Biden himself was a avowed Zionist, right? Like some of these people are, in fact, like ideological. But certainly not all of them. Some people, it's just the money. But this damn autopsy really rubbed me the wrong way this week. It made me real mad. I'm not gonna lie. It's like I knew this. I already knew this, and yet hearing it just pissed me off. It really did. All right. You know what didn't piss me off? This next video. This could bring us some glimmer of hope for the future. One woman is fighting to get back in Congress after losing her seat to an AIPAC-backed candidate. You might know her. Cori Bush.
Dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We spend the rest of the hour with former Democratic Congresswoman for Missouri and current candidate for Congress, Cori Bush. First elected to the U.S. House in 2020 to represent St. Louis and the surrounding areas. It represents St. Louis and Ferguson. Cori Bush is seeking to reclaim her former congressional seat after losing to her opponent, Congressmember Wesley Bell, in a heated Democratic primary in 2024. The super PAC affiliated with AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, spent more than $8 million to unseat Congressmember Bush over her criticism of Israel's war on Gaza. When she was first elected to Congress in 2020, she was a single mom and a nurse. She was also formerly unhoused and a leader in the 2014 Ferguson uprising over the police killing of 18-year-old Michael Brown. She joins us now in our New York City studio. Welcome to Democracy Now! So you lost your seat in Congress, but you're aiming to take it back. Why? What do you feel needs to happen right now?
Well, first of all,
I believe that the seat was stolen, and stolen in what I mean by that is the people of St. Louis did not make the decision based upon truth on what they believe would be, someone else coming in that was going to do a better job, get things done quicker. They made the decision to elect someone else based on lies, deceit, a bunch of ads in a total of 15 million, including AIPAC and their affiliates and their allies. $15 million spent on the airwaves, spent on radio, internet, saying that Cori Bush, she's basically mean to Joe Biden. She's not a real Democrat. Just spewing lies and misinformation. And there was just so much, $15 million in the St. Louis media market. It was really heavy. But the thing is, I was doing the work for my community. I was doing the work for the district. I was doing the work for this country. And I was doing exactly what I said that I would do when I was running, even before I started running. I was championing the Equal Rights Amendment, championing houselessness and livable wage, Medicare for all, and so many other areas, championing reparations and actually showing up for my community. The thing is this. I was a fighter in Congress before it was cool again, I'll say. A fighter where people felt like, well, Cori Bush, you're just a little too aggressive. Why would you camp out on the steps of the U.S. Capitol, to get an extension of the eviction moratorium in 2021. Don't you know that's undignified to camp out? But to me, what was undignified was allowing 11 million people to become unhoused during a deadly pandemic when we just needed, more results from our federal government. 7,000 of those people in my district. So I'm running again because the person in the seat he's not meeting the moment. And he's someone that was basically placed there to quiet Cori Bush, placed there to stop a movement, placed there because they didn't want someone speaking out for the people of Palestine, speaking out for human rights and civil rights. They didn't want someone who was coming against Project 2025. They didn't want that loud voice.
Absolutely. I hope to have her voice back in Congress. That would be lovely. It was honestly really unfortunate to have her leave in the first place. I thought it felt just wrong that she got ousted by this candidate funded by, essentially like a foreign government. Well, let's keep talking about Democrats. And I figured now is a good time for us to go to the numbers. Who better to go to the numbers than the one, the only, the great Harry Emden.
In Mamdani's latest visit to the White House yesterday, he not only pitched a massive federal housing plan for the city, but he came with props, playing directly into the president's love of building and perhaps the press, or at least attention of the press. And it may have worked. Mamdani also brought up a Columbia student being detained by ICE while he was at the White House.
They're getting ahead of me on this. Like, I'm planning on talking about this later, but this shit is fucking hilarious. Donald Trump is such a child. He's so excited. It takes nothing. It takes absolutely nothing to get him excited. He's like, look at this. It's beautiful. Trump to city. Let's build. He's so... And look at Zohran just mocking over here, dude. Oh my god, it's just so funny. He's smiling. Look at his shit-eating grin. Cheek to cheek. He is a thrill, like a child, like a
You're a little
child.
baby. You're a little baby.
He's so excited. He's so excited about it. Oh my god, it's wild. Shit is wild.
Well, he was at the White House. Trump phoned him shortly after the meeting to say that the woman had actually been released. CNN chief data analyst Harry Enten joining us now with more on the New York City mayor's growing popularity. Walk us through.
Yeah, okay. You know, President Trump is not the only one who gets the vapors when it comes to Zohran Mamdani. I mean, my goodness gracious, he likes popular politicians. Here's a popular politician for you. Take a look here. Mamdani's net favorable rating in New York City in September of 2025, plus 14 points. December of 2025, plus 38. Now, look at this, plus 48 points. A more popular mayor to start off than either of his two Democratic predecessors, either Eric Adams or Bill de Blasio. The most popular Democrat in New York City in a generation. And President Trump, who likes to get on board with popular politicians, is getting on board right now with this guy.
Getting on board with this guy. Okay, so what about statewide? What are we seeing statewide?
Okay, so you know what? A lot of Republicans are like, oh, we're going to run statewide in New York and run against Zohran Mamdani. There's a slight problem with that, and that is Zohran Mamdani isn't just popular in New York City. He's actually the most popular Democrat statewide. Take a look at this. Net favorable of New York Democrats statewide. Look at this. Zohran Mamdani with a positive net favorable rating of plus 16 points. More popular than Kristen Gillibrand at plus 12. More popular than Kathy Hochul at plus 9. More popular than Chuck Schumer at minus 7. The bottom line is this. Zohran Mamdani is the most popular Democrat in the state of New York.
Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani, the most popular Democrat state.
Zohran Mamdani.
And they say that we need more centrism. Well, that's weird. Because, I don't know. Seems
a communist.
Like, seems like a communist is the most popular guy in New York. Oh, God. All right, how are we doing on time? All right, 4 hours into the stream. We still got so much to talk about tonight. But I'm actually doing fairly well in terms of progress. I feel like usually around this time on a lot of the latest streams, I've been like, oh no, we've made no progress. We've actually made fair amount of progress. We're like a full third of the way through the stream. Which is it's like a decent pace. Or at least not the stream, the clips. Honestly, timing of some clips go faster than other clips. And I'm just realizing now that we haven't even gotten close to the most in-depth discussions yet. And that's why this is just sort of breezing by. Because we haven't even hit Bohemian Grove or The Bride of Charlie. Oh no. Oh God. Thankfully, we're not going to have to get too in-depth on Bride of Charlie. If I'm being perfectly honest. Like, we don't... a lot of this is not necessary. I've watched it all. It's unhinged. And, I mean... I was entertained. That said, it was incredibly disturbing. I mean, she made some... I mean... We'll get to it. I'm getting ahead of myself. But she says some incredibly disturbing things during this, honestly, 2 now 3-part series. A third part dropped right before I started the stream. A third part. And she said that this was going to go on for a while. I don't know exactly how long she intends to do all this, but, this could be an ongoing situation. It seems like she... I'm getting ahead of myself. But it does seem like this is like the first shot fired. Or at least in terms of after the cease... Because there was an initial ceasefire. But, it seemed like the war is back on. Alright, speaking of war, let's talk about the invasion on our city streets. I'm, of course, talking about ICE. Before we do that, I should shout out Carl Schmidt. Thank you for the super chat, Carl. Trump is fightable, but crucially, he's also super manipulatable. Zohran's crew have decided he's easier to manipulate. I can't say manipulate today for some reason. Easier to manipulate than fight, and are teaching a masterclass in that tactic. Zohran is crushing it out there. I don't know who is necessarily the architect of his strategy, but my guy is killing it. Oh, shit. Somebody else just donated on PayPal. Incredibly generous, also triggering this situation. Yes, indeed, Space Fans. We need confetti. Confetti party time. Thanks to Space Fams like you, we are now insured to have the entirety of the Galactic stream tonight. Short any crises occurring. I'm going to go through all 120 clips that I've got prepared for us. And boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about. Honestly, the title and the thumbnail don't do our stream justice. This week was fucking insane, and we got a hell of a lot to talk about. We're about to get into ICE really quickly. We got actions by the Trump administration against blue states funding corruption in finance. What else we got? We got Bohemian Grove. The reignition of the Erika Kirk, Candace Owens feud. Snowball fight. Snowballgate. Snowball fight leading to criminal charges? American boat shot off the coast of Cuba. Why? We'll get into it. BAFTA disaster. I mean, I have so many discussions here. This week has been fucking wild. Can't believe it's been 1 week. Iran, Pakistan, and Afghanistan starting a war. One that was, I think, long foretold. Damn, we got a lot to talk about tonight. It's been a crazy week. It's gonna be a crazy stream. All right, everybody, bask in the glory. Last chance. Confetti party is coming to an end. Because we got a hell of a lot to talk about, that's why. Duh. Can't just sit around here talking about what we have to talk about. We gotta talk about it. You know, that's how that works. All right, let's start off here. Let's talk about the man behind the horrors, the architect, Stephen Miller.
Well, thank you, Senator Blumenthal, and I want to, of course, thank you again for your leadership and for partnering with the Oversight Committee in the House to really spotlight all the horrors that are happening across the country. We, of course, this is our third hearing on DHS and ICE. We've taken testimony, we've heard important stories, we've talked about the misconduct and, quite frankly, the crimes of this administration. Now, at our first hearing, we documented how Secretary Noem has been lying when she has talked about not arresting American citizens or detaining U.S. citizens. At our second hearing, we talked about immigration enforcement and how agents have been brutalizing, blinding, beating, and killing Americans and others on the ground. And Oversight Democrats and our Senate partners have been fighting for accountability, for truth, and for the rights of all people. Now, we have documented horrific and terrible violence by this administration and will continue to do so. Now, ICE and DHS are operating like Donald Trump's personal and private military force. They're attacking communities. They're targeting people who are exercising their constitutional rights. And the results, of course, are all around us. We've heard testimony from teachers, from veterans, from people on the ground who have been arrested, shot, or attacked with zero justification. Now, as of February of this year, Oversight Democrats have documented over 530 credible and verified instances of possible abuses and misconduct by President Trump's federal immigration agents, including 224 incidents just with use of force. This is chaos that's been unleashed across the country. It's not just what we have seen, of course, in Minnesota, but everywhere in my home state of California, Chicago, and places across the country. Now, as we will hear today, ICE agents have been ordered to disregard the Constitution and to violate the rights of American citizens and immigrants in this country. And we all understand why the Fourth Amendment is so important and why the Constitution is also so clear. Now, when you look at the Fourth Amendment, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. And no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Now, what's the most important here is the amendment specifies people, not just United States citizens, but all people for a specific reason. And that's been so important to our founders, to the Constitution, and for so many of us that all people are protected. Now, Donald Trump cannot legally send his private police force to smash down your door and take you away, or to enter your house without a legal warrant. Right now, the Trump administration is trying to take away that right. Instead of getting a warrant approved by an independent judge, under his worldview, he believes it's his right to go into any house in any city and do what he pleases. ICE wants to write its own permission slip without a judge to break down your door and to violate your rights. And this should terrify everyone. The same people overseeing and spreading violence and chaos right now are avoiding the Constitution, are breaking down doors, are causing harm, and in some cases, even back in my home state of California, we've seen video footage of agents going to homes without warrants and terrorizing communities. Now, oversight, of course, is critical, and the administration knows that they are being watched carefully. We're forcing them every single day to reevaluate their positions and to ensure that we're pushing the courts to do the right thing. Now, just at our last hearing, Fox News went absolutely crazy because they got upset that we called out Stephen Miller. And in fact, we used this image of Stephen Miller to emphasize the terror that he was causing. And in fact, Jesse Waters and other Fox News.
He really does look like a fucking villain, doesn't he? Old Nosferatu Mort over here. You know, Volderatu. Volderatu is what we call him.
Podcasters and right-wing media personalities get upset every time that we call out Stephen Miller. Let's be very clear. This is one of the most dangerous men in the administration as it relates to violations of the Constitution. He is terrorizing communities. He is sending ICE out across this country, and he's willing to destroy the law and our Constitution so that he can move forward with his own bigoted worldview of how he views our country. And he is accused, not just Democrats, but folks across this country, of putting immigrants ahead of American citizens. And that is a flat-out lie. We've heard testimony over and over again from American citizens, war veterans like George Retes, who was arrested just going to work, teachers like Miramar Martinez, who was shot 5 times and had 7 bullets put in her that went in and out of her body by her own government. We had agents that bragged about shooting U.S. citizens to their friends in other agencies. We've heard about testimony from Renee Good's brothers about Americans across the country who have been impacted, like themselves, who lost their own sister because a DHS officer shot her dead without justification. And we heard testimony today from Tayana Gibson Brown, a citizen and a healthcare worker, whose home was sworn by federal agents with military equipment and without a legal warrant. We're looking out for the Constitution and the rule of law, and Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, and Donald Trump are not going to stop that.
Yeah. Stephen Miller. Really, I mean, he's sort of the man behind the evil in much of this. I mean, sure, Russ Vogt, too, is behind a lot of this. Stephen, I feel like he really relishes in the evil. Okay. Now, one thing that's going to make poor Stephen sad is that the case of one man, Mohsen Madawi, at least the deportation case, has been now thrown out. Making him a free man.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. An immigration judge has blocked the Trump administration from deporting Mohsen Madawi, a graduate student at Columbia University who was detained last April for his outspoken support for Palestinian rights. Mohsen is a green card holder who grew up in a refugee camp in the occupied West Bank. At Columbia, he served as co-president of the Palestinian Students' Union and served as president of the Buddhist Association. Last April, masked and hooded ICE agents detained him when he appeared for what he believed would be a naturalization interview in Vermont. He spent 2 weeks in ICE custody before federal Judge Jeffrey Crawford ordered his release. At the time, Judge Crawford wrote, quote, "Our nation has seen times like this before, especially during the Red Scare and Palmer raids of 1919 to 20, and during the McCarthy period in the 50s, unquote. Mohsen is just one of many international students targeted by the Trump administration solely for expressing solidarity with Palestinians and opposing the Israeli war on Gaza. Mohsen Madawi joins us now. Mohsen, welcome back to Democracy Now! We spoke to you right after you were released from jail. It was right before graduation at Columbia, the reception in front of SIPA, the School of International Affairs, where you're now a graduate student. Can you talk about the significance of this immigration judge's ruling?
Thank you for having me, Amy. This is very significant, and actually it's unprecedented considering all of the cases that were brought forward against students for deportation, students activists. So what Judge Nina Forrest has done, she has actually taken a very brave and courageous step towards justice by holding the rule of the law, even though this immigration court is under the executive branch. Still, the judge has found that the document which was used, which is the memo by Marco Rubio, was unauthenticated. And the hope that this same finding will apply on other students, and based on this, the termination of the case was done without prejudice. Now, I have to share with you, Amy, that we also have to consider the many different circumstances. The first step that allowed me to get here was to not be deported, to not be transferred from Vermont to Louisiana, which allowed me to be freed on bail by Judge Jeffrey Crawford, and then to be able to be heard in this immigration court, which is in Massachusetts, rather than one that is in Louisiana. So that gives you hope that there are judges who still hold the integrity and refuse to sell their souls to the Trump administration.
It's good to see Mohsen Madawi here, a free man. once again having his case thrown out. I think with prejudice. So I don't believe he can be deported for this particular reason. Or attempted to be deported for this particular reason ever again. Okay, what else do we got here to cover? Oh, let's go to Philadelphia. This was a fascinating story. 6 ABC Philadelphia. Some students were protesting the actions of ICE. High school students, I believe, were protesting outside of their school against ICE. Which led to horrifying images of police brutality.
We have learned that tomorrow, the Quakertown School District will likely address the violent encounter between police and students during an anti-ICE protest. Also during the school board meeting, the public comment session will now happen at the beginning in anticipation
Look at
of a
this
large
fucking
turnout.
guy. Look at this.
During an
I just want to go back.
anti-ICE protest. Also during the school.
So it's hard to see. It's a little blurry, right? But you can see this guy right here in the middle of all this. Tan jacket. Is holding on to somebody. Nobody, people are walking around normal, right? But he appears to be holding someone by their neck, right? Appears to be a woman, a girl, by her neck. Nobody is attacking him at this time. Everybody is just sort of there,
Comment
just
session
standing.
will now happen at the beginning in
And then they're like, what the fuck? And then people are like, what? Who the hell is this fucking guy choking out our
anticipation of
friend?
a large turnout. 5 teens were arrested during the clash with police last.
I don't think any of these kids should have been arrested. And this is my opinion. This guy is in plain clothes.
Is seen in the video not in uniform, struggling with the teenagers. At one point, he's allegedly seen putting a 15-year-old in a chokehold.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's got over here. And this one woman, you can see this, like this. I can't actually tell what the gender of this person is here, but this one person here is just trying to stop this guy from choking out their friend. You would assume, or just it could be an innocent. Who knows? Like an innocent. Everybody here is an innocent bystander, including her. But you see, this middle-aged, this aging old white man in just plain clothes attacking a high school girl, and you don't attack him? There's something wrong with you. Right? Like am I the only one? Like, these people were in their right to defend their friend against this creep. If you want to enforce the law, put a fucking uniform on and the badge, okay? Don't go around in civilian clothes choking out teenagers, you fucking psycho. This guy should be, like, literally lose his job. Well, people aren't just being attacked by creepy old men for protesting. They're also being surveilled. Taylor Lorenz on the story.
So we know that the government wants to eliminate anonymity from social media and from the internet writ large. And I think with what the DHS is doing right now, we're starting to see why. So the DHS is being more aggressive than ever, targeting anonymous social media accounts that have spoken out against ICE, asking big tech to hand over information on users without signed warrants. This is terrifying. This is exactly why we have to fight tooth and nail to protect privacy online and to protect the right to have anonymous speech. This New York Times story, which I'm going to pull up here, basically talks about how normally you're supposed to get a subpoena for these types of information. But lately they're just like, hey guys, we don't need the subpoena. Just give us all the information behind these anti-ICE accounts, even if we don't have that. This is a great story from Mike and Shira. And I'll just sort of read part of it. The Department of Homeland Security is expanding its efforts to identify Americans who oppose ICE by sending tech companies legal requests for the names, email addresses, telephone numbers, and other identifying data behind social media accounts that track or criticize the agency. In recent months, Google, Reddit, Discord, and Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, it's so funny they have to explain that, have received hundreds of administrative subpoenas from the Department of Homeland Security. They, according to government officials, spoke on anonymity, which, by the way, very funny that the government officials are speaking under anonymity while they're trying to remove anonymity from the internet. Although I guess these are whistleblowers. Google, Meta, and Reddit complied with some of the requests. The government officials said in the subpoenas, the department asked the companies for identifying details of accounts that do not have a real person's name attached, that have criticized ICE or pointed to the locations of ICE agents. The New York Times saw two subpoenas.
I felt personally attacked by this one, I'm not going to lie. Like, when I heard this one, I was like, oh, this is me. You're talking about me right now. Thanks, Taylor.
Sent to Meta over the last 6 months. The tech companies, which can choose whether or not to provide the information, have said they review government requests before complying. Some of the companies notified the people whom the government had requested data and gave them 10 to 14 days to fight the subpoena in court. By the way, if you fight that subpoena in court, guess what? You're identifying yourself. You can't do a lawsuit without identifying yourself. The government is taking more liberties than they used to, said Steve Lonnie, a senior supervising attorney with the ACLU of Pennsylvania. It's a whole other level of frequency and lack of accountability. Over the last 6 months, Mr. Lonnie has represented people whose social media account information was sought by the DHS. The department said it has broad administrative authority. And then it sort of goes on, blah, blah.
Administrative subpoena authority. Dude, they keep trying to use these fake-ass subpoenas. Administrative warrants, administrative subpoenas. We have authority to do whatever we want. We don't need a judge. We don't need anybody. Completely lawless. No accountability to anybody. It's disturbing.
Zuckerbucks.
Yeah, and if Zuckerbucks, if these people... Oh, many of these people give up our information to them. It's really... It should be a lawsuit. It should be a lawsuit, honestly. But they shouldn't even come to that. They shouldn't be releasing the information to begin with. Ay. All right, let's go to this disturbing story of a group of individuals who are targeted, who were already legally admitted into the United States on refugee status.
A mi mamá y a mí nos detuvieron el 12 de enero del 2026 en la ciudad de San Paul.
My mom and I were detained on January 12th of 2026. They told us that they were going to bring us home to show our papers and defend ourselves, which they never did. What they did do is oh shit, that was fast. Jesus Christ. What they did do was take us to a park and move us to a different car. There in that park, they told us that we were detained and that we had to go to a detention center to defend our case. We told them that we were refugees, that that's why we were keeping us here. There's no reason to hold us. And they said yes, that it would be resolved by having an interview with immigration that same day. On the next day, we would be back in Minnesota. This was a lie. They took us to a detention center all the way in Houston, Texas. Took us to Houston, handcuffed at the hands and waist and legs. I didn't answer any questions because they wanted me to sign documents where I would waive my right to have a lawyer. This is insane. This is insane fucking tactics. This is unbelievable. Like, this is what you expect in genuine dictatorships, with a bent for ethnic cleansing, right? People being disappeared multiple states away from their homes. Like, people who have every right to be in this country, but based upon who they are, not their documented status, because once again, these people are supposed to be here. They had refugee status. I don't care what you think about that. They're documented. They're supposed to be here. ICE has no authority to detain them or deport them. But they pressure them. They disappear them to a fucking detention center with no rights. They try and get them to sign away their rights to have legal counsel under duress, I would point out, because they're literally being disappeared and put into internment camps with in inhumane conditions, being fed basically poisonous food in 24-hour-a-day light. 20 people to a cell. It's torture. They're torturing people and trying to use that to leverage into them just voluntarily, like, giving up their rights and leaving the country, even when they belong here. I completely refused. So they left me in a cold room. They told me to count numbers until they decided to open the door again for me. And that's it. They left me in that room for 6 hours. They could only ask me 2 questions. And those were if I remember my full name and if I remember having another name and my date of birth. Then my lawyer told me not to answer any other questions because the judge had ordered my immediate release from the center. I left on Friday around 5. My mom left on Tuesday. We went through something I wouldn't wish on anyone, and the aftermath of that is also something terrible. At the very least, sleeping at night is impossible. The nightmare. You can't even look out the window without thinking that someone is going to harm you again. Because we were supposed to arrive in this country with refugee status and thought that we would be protected. But right now, at this moment, it's the opposite. Yep. They're being targeted. I don't know how that can sit with anybody. Well, you have to be a sick, depraved, and hateful human being. Like, you basically, like, you're just a white supremacist, right? Like, there's no real out. Like, you can't justify this kind of stuff if you're not a white supremacist. Or at the very least, just a racist and a xenophobe. But honestly, the stories just get worse. All the way in Western New York.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report, as we turn to a horrifying story out of Buffalo, New York. It has sent shockwaves through the community, where a disabled Rohingya refugee from Burma, also known as Myanmar, was found dead 5 days after he was abandoned by Border Patrol agents about 5 miles from his home. 56-year-old Nurul Amin Shah Alam was mostly blind, spoke no English, in the country legally. His family told reporters no one at the Department of Homeland Security warned them or his lawyers that he'd been released from jail last Thursday and dropped off alone outside a closed coffee shop on a cold winter night. He wandered around in orange booties issued by the Erie County Holding Center for days before Buffalo police found his dead body on Tuesday. Buffalo Mayor Sean Ryan excoriated CBP at a press conference Thursday.
I issued an order a few weeks ago saying the Buffalo Police Department will not interact or help the Department of Homeland Security in their civil immigration enforcement actions. The incident that we're talking about makes it so, of course we shouldn't, because the Department of Homeland Security, Border Patrol, and ICE, they don't know what they're doing. And it's been demonstrated. A Border Patrol agent picked up this man from the holding center custody, drove him to an ICE facility, and the ICE facility said, we don't want this guy. And then the Border Patrol officers had no protocol of what to do with the disabled man who doesn't speak English, who is confused and lost. And you know what they did? They dropped him at a closed coffee shop. That's why we do not cooperate with ICE, Homeland Security, and Border Patrol.
That's the Buffalo mayor, as congressional leaders and others across New York demand answers. Calls for an investigation into the Border Patrol are growing louder. For more, we're joined from Buffalo by J. Dale Shoemaker, a reporter for Investigative Post who's been closely following this story and attended Nur al-Amin Shah Alam's funeral yesterday. Thank you so much for being with us. Can you explain how this happened? His family did not know that Customs and Border Patrol had left him in the cold at night, and he died there?
Yeah, so the key issue here seems to be a miscommunication on whose part we're still trying to figure out as to which immigration agency was going to take custody of Mr. Shah Alam after he was released from the holding center. His attorneys believed it was ICE who was going to take custody of him, and so they were waiting for him at the local ICE detention center the next day to get him out. His attorneys had confirmed, in fact, that ICE did not want custody of him. ICE's attorneys said, we don't want this guy. In fact, it was Border Patrol who the Erie County Sheriff's Office called. They took him. In their system, saw that ICE didn't want to have custody of him, and then instead of, in their words, releasing him from the Border Patrol station, gave him a quote-unquote courtesy ride to the closed Tim Hortons. My colleague was there the other day and confirmed that while the drive-through of that coffee shop was open, the lobby was not. He was not able to enter and sit down in the quote-unquote warm, safe location that Border Patrol said it was. He then wandered the city for several days. When the 911 call came in, the woman who called said that she had seen him 3 hours earlier alive, but did not call until 3 hours later when he was dead. This is somewhat ironic because Buffalo calls itself the city of good neighbors, yet there were many people over the course of those 5 days who saw him, perhaps even interacted with him, and did nothing.
But Dale, this was a person who was a refugee in the country. What have you been able to tell about why he was jailed for a year originally?
So this is a tragic situation. He was resettled in Buffalo by one of our refugee resettlement agencies. He was living in Malaysia for a period of about a decade, I'm told, before eventually being allowed into the United States as a legal refugee in December of 2024. Now, as I'm sure you know, the winters in Buffalo are pretty cold, and he was used to warmer climates. So he and his family were cooped up in their new home in Buffalo for several weeks. We had a sunny day in February last year, and he decided to venture outside for a walk. He is nearly blind. He's got totally no vision in one eye, and he has partial, a little bit blurry vision in another eye. He sets out for a walk in his neighborhood in the west side of Buffalo and makes his way to a store where he purchases a curtain rod to use as a walking stick. When the weather turned bad, he got lost in the neighborhood, which, again, he was new to. He ends up in the backyard of a woman on Tonawanda Street. And when he's there, the woman thinks he's breaking in. She says he let the dog out when he went into the backyard. Police roll up and they come in hot. We got the body camera footage yesterday showing that the moment that officers arrive, they are screaming at him to drop his weapon, that's his curtain rod, and to submit for arrest, basically. They, in the body camera footage that we reviewed, say after he is in handcuffs that they nearly pulled out their guns and shot him. He is then charged with assault. He, again, speaks no English, so he had no idea what was going on. He had no idea where he was or what these officers were ordering him to do. So once he is, on the ground with these officers, he does bite them at one point, and he gets charged with assault. He is taken to the jail, and at that time, the attorneys and the family agree that if he was bailed out at that point in time, ICE would take custody of him, and he might get disappeared into the ICE detention system in the United States, or possibly even deported to a country that he was not familiar with.
Dale, we just have 30 seconds. Your final words.
Yeah, so instead of letting him get bailed out, they let him sit there. He pleads out earlier this year, and that is when the issue with Border Patrol happens. They pick him up with no notice, no warning, and they drop him at the coffee shop.
And his
now
family reported him missing, and the next thing they knew, he was found dead.
It's murder. It's fucking murder. The mayor who said that they knew that they didn't know what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. You have to be a fucking idiot. You have to be a fucking moron to not know what was going to happen to this guy in the middle of winter during one of the coldest weeks of the year, leaving a guy out in the cold, a blind guy. There's no excuse for it. It's murder. You can't tell me that anybody is that fucking stupid and is capable of filling out a form. Although, I guess some people at ICE probably didn't even fill out a form. But, I mean, who knows? But there's no way. There's no way anybody's that fucking stupid. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew that that guy was going to die. All right, let's go to LA. As federal agents were busy this week.
Questions are swirling about the FBI operation at the home of Alberto Carvalho. He is the superintendent of the Los Angeles Unified School District, the second largest district in the country. Agents were seen carrying out boxes of material from the house. Search warrants were executed at 2 other locations as well, the school district's headquarters and a home near Miami. Carvalho was previously the head of the public school district in Miami, where he was named Superintendent of the Year in 2014 and was actually knighted by Spain for expanding Spanish language programs in Miami. The FBI is staying very tight-lipped about what this is all about. The school district is only saying it's cooperating with the investigation. Carvalho has been a vocal critic of the president's immigration crackdown, working to keep ICE agents out of his schools. Just last week, the Trump administration joined a lawsuit against LA schools, accusing them of discriminating against white students
Discriminating against white students. What a fucking joke. As if white students can't go to fucking school. That is laughable. That is such a joke. All right, let's go to New York. Our DHS illegally entered Columbia University in order to detain a student.
Breaking news out of Columbia University. The acting president of Columbia sending an email to the entire university saying DHS agents entered an on-campus residential building at 6:30 this morning and then took a student into custody.
She says agents lied to gain entry, claiming they were searching for a missing person.
You're looking at live pictures from Newscopter 7, where activists have called for an emergency rally to protest the arrest. So far, though, it doesn't appear that many of them have gathered at this time. Eyewitness News reporter Crystal Cranmore live in Morningside Heights. Crystal?
Good afternoon, Sandra and David. Well, we're learning new information at this hour. A source familiar to the situation says that the agents identified themselves as NYPD searching for a missing person. We're also learning that this actually took place at an off-campus residential building. Again, like you said, around 6:30 this morning. That emergency protest expected to take place behind me here at 116th and Broadway. The crowd is growing a little bit. I see one person or a couple people now with some signs, but I do want to get straight to the graphic that Columbia University released a short time ago, saying that it's working to gather more information. They're also saying that it's important to reiterate that all law enforcement agents must have a judicial warrant or judicial subpoena to access non-public areas of the university, including housing, classrooms, and areas requiring swipe access. An administrative warrant is not sufficient. Another graphic that I have for you at this point, this is all prompting widespread reaction from local lawmakers. Assemblyman Michael Lasher taking to social media to say in part there's more to be learned and discussed about how systems may have failed at Columbia in this instance. It's important.
Yeah, these guys just fucking lied. Okay, they went in with a picture of a 5-year-old girl. Just some random picture. I don't know where they found it, off the internet or something like that. Out of the Epstein files, who knows? But they took a picture of a 5-year-old girl and showed it to people, saying that they were looking for her and that they were NYPD. They lied and lied and lied their way into this fucking school. It's a crime. They committed multiple crimes to get into this fucking school. You don't get to lie to get around a judicial warrant, okay? Police can lie to you to try and elicit a particular response, but they don't get to lie to you to avoid the Constitution, okay? That's not a thing. And they seem to have misunderstood what they're allowed to do. But honestly, I think they know perfectly well. That's why they lied. That's why they lied. Because they knew that they couldn't do what they wanted to do because they couldn't get a warrant for the thing that they wanted to do. And so they did a crime. Just committed a fucking crime, that's all. Okay. Now we got more on this story. However, we are going to have to take a quick galactic intermission once again, as we are over 4.5 hours into the stream. Thankfully, we've already completed the galactic content goal, so we know for sure that we're going to be getting a hell of a lot more content here tonight. Boy, oh boy. I'm not joking. We have got a lot on our plate this week. Weekending report is full of stories. My God. So much to discuss. Thank you, Manda. Thank you, Manda, for feeding the puppy. Wait, what's happening? No, that's not it. All right, everybody, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. We've got Throne if you'd like your donations to turn into physical items that would arrive at my doorstep on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So many benefits, I recommend you just click the link in my description on YouTube or Twitch. Find out what lies in store. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. You know what that sound means. The beeping in your ears is, of course, intended to alert you to the fact that the stream is about to begin once again. That's right, break is over. Fourth half. That's right around the corner. So, you better get yourselves back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, folks. We are back. And honestly, I'm looking over my list right now. I'm making fairly good progress. I know you're all not as excited about this as I am, but I'm honestly making fairly good progress tonight. Pretty great, considering how crazy of a week it's been. I honestly expected this to go a little slower. Although, once again, I think I'm getting ahead of myself because we still haven't hit the Candace of it all. That's going to slow me down significantly. God. We have gotten through a large portion of the videos here. Okay. Now, we ended the previous half talking about the illegal actions taken by Homeland Security agents lying to basically whomever was around to get access to dorms housing students at Columbia so that they could snag somebody.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
However, that student was released.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Why? It does seem strange, so quick. Sort of a turnaround right there. One asks the question.
A Columbia student detained by ICE walked out of custody and back to her dorm room. And as Ali Bauman reports, it happened after the mayor spoke with the president.
Zohran
Columbia University's
Mamdani.
acting president says federal agents pretended to be looking for a missing person and refused to present a warrant before taking the student from her dorm. Hiding her face and flocked by her friends, Columbia student Eli Agayeva returned to her Manhattan dorm room Thursday afternoon, nearly 12 hours after she was taken by ICE agents.
Came into her living quarters and living area and said, "We're looking for a missing person."
In a video message, Columbia's acting president said 5 federal agents got past the building staff just after 6 a.m. by claiming to be police searching for a missing child.
They made their way to the apartment of the student they were targeting with the same story.
Our security cameras captured the agents in the hallway showing pictures of the alleged missing child.
The Department of Homeland Security refutes that in a statement saying ICE arrested Almina Agayeva, an illegal alien from Azerbaijan whose student visa was terminated in 2016 under the Obama administration for failing to attend classes. Homeland Security investigators verbally identified themselves and visibly wore badges around their necks.
Well, if they're impersonating a police officer, shame on them. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that discredits ICE, and that's why people are up in arms against that agency.
The NYPD says it had no involvement whatsoever. Outrage from campus protests as well as New York's politicians swiftly followed news of her arrest. Governor Hochul saying entering a student dorm under false pretenses is a gross abuse of power.
It is a gross abuse of power. However, one man uses power for good, Zohran Mamdani, advocating not just for this student, for a number of things. In his mystery meeting with Donald Trump. Let's talk more about this meeting. Caitlin Collins, get us going.
When New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani showed up here at the White House today, he had a game plan in mind and props in hand. The last time the mayor had met with the president here at the White House back in November, they had agreed on at least one thing: let's build stuff together. So today, when Mamdani showed up with what was told to me by sources was a plan for the biggest federal investment in housing in 50 years, he didn't just bring a pitch for the president, he also brought these props. One was a real copy of the New York Daily News front page from 1975. It had President Gerald Ford's face on it with that famous headline, "Ford to City, Drop Dead." Then they created a mock-up of what Trump's version of that could look like. It had Trump's face on the front page with the headline, "Trump to City, Let's Build." I'm told that Mayor Mamdani basically wanted to illustrate to the president what it looks like when the president invests in the biggest city in the country and what happens when they don't. I'm told the president was enthusiastic about the mayor's proposal, though we don't know a lot of the specifics of what exactly is in that proposal. And you can kind of see that enthusiasm on his face in this picture that Mamdani posted where Trump is smiling from ear to ear.
They meet again. That's a big smile from President Trump with New York's Democratic Socialist Mayor Zohran Mamdani at the White House today.
I love how everybody agrees. That's Donald Trump is cheesing over here. Cheesing big time. Oh, look at that. My name is on the paper. I love it. I love props.
Mayor brought props. On the right, the president is holding a copy of a 1975 New York Daily News front page showing then President Gerald Ford and the headline, "Ford to City, Drop Dead." On the left, a mock-up of that same front page, but with the current president's photo and the words, "Trump to City, Let's Build." It's part of the mayor's pitch for a big federally funded housing effort that he's seeking. Back in November, the pair had another remarkably friendly Oval Office meeting. The president is suggesting the two actually had a lot in common, even though he's often falsely referred to him as a communist. On Tuesday night, the president tossed out that word again when he mentioned Mamdani during his State of the Union speech.
And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually.
Communist.
Bad policy, but nice guy.
This is the strangest pairing. David, we've all seen the Dear Leader cabinet meetings where people go around the table and basically, praise the president. He usually sits there stone-faced. He even possibly fell asleep during, while Marco Rubio was speaking. Now you see this smile on his face every time he talks about Mamdani. Is there any...
He really... Yeah, the Don loves Mamdani. I don't know why. But he does. He sees something. He sees something in Zohran. Maybe it's the numbers, the ratings. Maybe it's because they're just a couple of boys from Queens. I don't know. Who could say? It's fascinating. Now, while Zohran is trying to get his new housing project going, there is another project. Wait, how is this the next video in this list? Oh wait, did this? They changed the. They changed the thumbnail. That's why. Oh my god, I was thrown off so bad. Let's continue talking about this one real quick.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Here in New York City, a Columbia undergraduate student was detained by ICE agents early Thursday morning at her off-campus residence. The agents gained entry to the residential building by pretending to be police looking for a missing child. The student, Omara Agayeva, posted about her arrest early in the morning on Instagram saying, quote, DHS illegally arrested me, please help. She was released just hours later following a meeting between New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani and President Trump. Mamdani posted on social media, quote, just got off the phone with President Trump in our meeting earlier. I shared my concerns about Columbia student Almina Agayeva, who was detained by ICE this morning. He's just informed me she will be released imminently. During Mamdani's meeting with Trump, he also requested 4 other cases in New York be dropped, those of Mahmoud Khalil, Yonseo Chung, Mohsen Madawi, and Laka Kordia. This is Columbia University President Claire Shipman.
We are all so relieved that our student, Eli Agayeva, has been released from federal custody. Let me give you some details about what happened this morning. Shortly after 6 a.m., 5 federal agents from the Department of Homeland Security, without any kind of warrant, entered an off-campus Columbia residential building. The agents gained entry by stating they were police searching for a missing child. They made their way to the apartment of the student they were targeting with the same story. Our security cameras captured the agents in the hallway showing pictures of the alleged missing child. Once inside the apartment, it became clear they had misrepresented themselves. A public safety officer arrived, asked multiple times for a warrant, which was not produced, and asked for time to call his boss, which was not given. The agents took our student. This was a frightening and fast-moving situation and utterly unacceptable for our students and staff. We started work immediately to gain her release. We are so grateful for the help and support we got from the mayor and the governor.
These guys have murdered Americans in the streets of Minneapolis. And now they're running through universities without legal authority to do so. Through dorms where kids are living. These students, these young people are trying to get an education. They can't even be fucking bothered to get a warrant. So they go through there using a fake picture and a fake premise to get onto the campus. If you did that, you'd go to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
That was Columbia President Claire Shipman responding to the arrest of Eli Agayeva, the detention of her. She didn't release a video talking about Mayor Mamdani's request for the 4 other students to have their cases dropped. We're going to speak with Columbia graduate Mohsen Madawi. One of the people who wasn't a Columbia student, Laka Kordia, is still in detention almost a year after participating in pro-Palestinian protests at Columbia. But first, we're going to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Prem Thacker, political correspondent and columnist for Zeteo News. On Thursday, he reported on the dizzying sequence of events in the arrest and the release of Eli. Prem, can you respond to what took place yesterday? Using false pretenses, saying they were New York police, apparently, this is ICE, to get into Columbia's residential housing, and using a picture of a 5-year-old child to say they were looking for a missing person?
Thank you.
both for having me. Yes, when you lay it out, it's as shocking as it sounds. And I'll tell you what, when I was first made aware of it, I was getting flashbacks to when I was first flagged of Mahmoud Khalil's taking almost a year ago. As you say, the sort of dizzying nature of it was descriptive of it. At first, it was very clear to me, based on different accounts from sources, that something awry had gone on with how DHS had sought to breach this Columbia building. Claire Shipman, the president, very quickly, as she announced it, had said that there were some false pretenses being had in how the agents had tried to get in. And even over the course of the following hours, before Shipman made that subsequent announcement in the evening that you described, many sources were describing to me the sense that something was wrong, that the agents had impersonated officers, that they were there pretending to be doing something they weren't. And I just want to underscore something that is important, I think, for viewers to understand. Right now, the Department of Homeland Security's budget, its very bloated budget, is at stake because of massive public horror at its acts, including the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. In that time, this is how DHS is choosing to behave. They are allegedly impersonating officers, pretending to be looking for a missing child, all to get into a university building to detain someone. And then, I might add, apparently lying about it. Because when we asked DHS about this, they explicitly said our agents did not and would never impersonate NYPD officers. And yet Claire Shipman, the president of Columbia, is saying, and based on security camera footage, that these agents did in fact impersonate police. So
illegal.
Yeah, it's disturbing. All right, I'm back. Sorry, everybody. It's fucking disturbing what these guys did. And or gals, I don't know the gender makeup of this ICE unit.
This is how DHS is behaving, even while their budget is at stake. And if that is the case, what does that tell you as an American about how DHS takes your concerns?
And Prem, what can you tell us in terms of this involvement of Mayor Mamdani in getting Trump to release Eli Agieva?
Yes, and so one thing that should be underscored, and I'm sure this will be talked about more with Mohsen as well, is that yesterday was a remarkable expression from city officials, from city council folks to members of Congress in New York City to, of course, Zohran Mamdani, that was very concerted, very synchronized in expressing condemnation to this arrest. And that also included, of course, Columbia's strong response. They were very outwardly insistent on how they were legally supporting Eli, something that they didn't always express with previous detentions. And so all of that culminated in Zohran Mamdani's surprise afternoon visit to Washington, D.C., which coincided with this arrest, funnily enough, I suppose, where he was visiting Donald Trump to pitch a housing project,
That's right. Zohran was really there to pitch a housing project. That's why he had those fascinating prop newspapers. However, it's not the only project going on in the city right now. And the federal government is withholding nearly $60 million for the 2nd Avenue subway. A project that's been in the works for a long time, should have been already a thing. To underserved neighborhood. And the federal government, is withholding, once again, funds that were already appropriated, right? This was a project that was already approved. The fact that it's being delayed is, in my estimation,
illegal.
Maybe illegal.
Tonight, a potential legal battle could derail one of the city's largest transit expansions. The MTA is accusing the federal government of withholding nearly $60 million for Phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue subway. Transportation reporter Elijah Westbrook explains what this could mean for the project.
This is the future site of the 2nd Avenue subway extension, project East Harlem residents say they've waited generations for.
What the people really need is MTA is an essential part of New York, so it would be nice if everybody would just coincide.
But now the future is caught in a funding standoff. In this sharply worded letter, the MTA accuses the federal government of illegally freezing more than $58 million in past due reimbursements tied to Phase 2. The agency says invoices seen here submitted between October and January were never paid. Under a 2023 full funding grant agreement, the feds committed billions toward the expansion. Federal rules require payments within 30 days. The MTA says that's not happening, and now they're warning of a domino effect.
Large excavation contract, the non-tunnel boring excavation, so principally on 2nd Avenue for the 106th and 116th Street stations. That contract is in procurement, and if we are forced to delay it, and you have consequences throughout the project, because there are dependencies between these different contracts, that does actually impact on costs and schedules.
And it's right here on 125th Street where the Q line would be extended into East Harlem. The MTA says if the funds aren't released by March 6, it plans to seek expedited judicial relief. In other words, it will sue the federal government to keep the project alive.
Hopefully they can come to terms and do what's best for the people.
The MTA argues in the letter the suspension may be politically motivated.
Of course it's politically motivated. Are we kidding? We're kidding ourselves, right?
Give me a joke.
Give me your jokes. Just jokes, right? Of course it's politically motivated. Nothing Donald Trump does isn't politically motivated. Or personally, financially, unless it's like his own personal finances, it's politics. He's a pretty simple man, really, when you think about it, but motivation-wise. Not that complex. Ay, ay, ay. Meanwhile, in Minnesota, the Trump administration has illegally paused Medicaid funding. These people are fucking wild. Whoops.
We're announcing today that we have decided to temporarily halt certain amounts of Medicaid funding that are going to the state of Minnesota in order to ensure that the state of Minnesota takes its obligations seriously to be good stewards of the American people's tax money. What we're doing is we are stopping the federal payments that will go to the state government until the state government takes its obligations seriously to stop the fraud that's.
Of course, it's the obligation of the federal government to pay these things that people have been paying into, essentially. All right, like these are all appropriated funds that are supposed to go to the places that they were intended to go, like Medicaid, like the MTA project, like all these sorts of things that they're trying to withhold. They can't do it. They keep trying to play this fucking game, but it's unconstitutional. It's been struck down time and time again, and they just keep playing this game. It's insane. It is fucking wild. They don't get to do this. In the same way that you don't get to not pay your taxes, they don't get to not pay out the tax money that's been appropriated for these programs. At some point, this all just stops working. Because they basically, I mean, they shut down the government by by basically not providing people their shit, like the things that they're supposed to be. I mean, they're creating another sort of crisis. Certainly one of faith. Specifically in the tax system. And right now, we're like months away. We're in tax season right now. Some of you may have already filed your taxes. But with these kinds of things going on, I'm seeing it in the comment sections of videos like that. People like, maybe I shouldn't pay my taxes. I live in a blue state. I live in this state. And why should I pay my taxes if I'm not going to have the funds? Like, if I'm not going to have the I'm not going to receive anything for it. Why am I paying taxes to a government that doesn't represent me and has chosen to select me for political targeting? And it's a fair question, because meanwhile, that government wants to keep giving billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars to ICE. A lawless, secret police force that runs around doing whatever the hell it wants, to whomever the hell it wants. Regardless of status, citizenship, documentation, whatever. It's all whims over there at ICE
scene that unfolded in Newark.
with our tax
City
dollars.
officials saying that ICE agents were chasing a van when that van slammed into several cars. One of them full of children headed to school. Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlo with what went down.
They almost hurt somebody. They got innocent people in the car. Look what they did. Look what ICE just did.
Angry bystanders congregated at the scene of the crash at 8:20 this morning. This was the mess after Newark officials say a man who tried to flee ICE crashed into two vehicles. One of them, a rideshare vehicle with children inside.
One girl, I don't know exactly her age, but I know she was crying hysterically. Both of them was telling us like they head hurting. And the little boy, I don't know what happened to his foot, but he was limping the whole time.
Shamad Davis witnessed the chaos at Clinton and Shanley Avenues. The two 15-year-olds and a 12-year-old had nothing to do with the ICE operation, but became collateral damage when the car they were in was hit by a van wanted by ICE.
Once again, ICE endangering the community that they're supposed to be protecting. Shock of shocks. Enjoy that, Newark. Just making America less safe. One day at a time over there at ICE. DHS. That now has a budget larger than most militaries on the planet. Yeah. It's fascinating. Speaking of irresponsible vehicular operation, let's go to this fascinating video. This came out a couple of days ago. The husband of the Secretary of Education, Vince McMahon, was out for a little drive.
Just stay in the car. Do you need an ambulance?
No, I don't.
All right. Why were you driving over 100 miles an hour?
It's my granddaughter's birthday. I got to get this the next exit.
All right. Did you see me trying to catch up to you behind you?
I didn't see that. I saw lights, but it didn't look normal.
All right. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up to you, and you keep taking off.
Oh, no. I'm not trying to outrun you.
I know. I understand that, but that's why I was very confused. All right? Because it wasn't like you were running. It was just like you almost hit, I think, 100.
That's why I was very confused. Yes. Now you notice he's in a Bentley. So he's in like a $500,000 car here. You'll also notice, if we go back to the beginning of this video, this is from July 24th of 2025. So we're all only hearing about this now, 8 months later, 7 months later. Can't do the math right now. But it's fascinating that this is just now, that we're only just now hearing this about this. This is the husband of the Secretary of Education, not just, the tool who started the WWF or whatever.
Right? Because it wasn't like you were running. It was just like you almost hit, I think, 115 miles an hour. All right, and then you just hit someone because you weren't paying attention. Were you looking at your phone?
No, trying to drive. No, I'm not looking at my phone.
The person was right in front of you. There's got to be a reason you hit him.
No, the reason I haven't been driving my car and God knows how long.
All right. It was right in front of you.
He's drunk. I mean, I don't know Vince McMahon that well. I've heard him talk on TV. And he sounds like he's under the influence of something. Am I the only person? I mean, listen to the way he's speaking. He's like slurring his words.
The person was right in front of you. There's got to be a reason you hit him.
No, the reason I haven't been driving my car and God knows how long.
All right. It was right in front of you.
I haven't been driving my car.
Attention, were you looking at your phone?
No, trying to drive. No, I'm not looking at my
The
phone.
person was right in front of you. There's got to be a reason you hit him.
No, the reason I haven't been driving my car and God knows how long.
All right. There's got to be a reason you hit him.
I haven't been driving my car and God knows how long.
All right. It was right in front of you. You went straight out at 100 miles an hour. I'm just making sure you're not having a medical condition or anything. Do you need an ambulance?
No.
All right. Just your
I'm fine. Wow. Must be nice to be a billionaire psychopath who's never going to face any consequences for something like this. Oh my God. You think it's a Botox overdose? Could be. Yeah.
Unintelligent person running the United States of America.
So did McMahon try to kill? I don't think he. No, I don't think he tried to kill them. I don't think he was paying any fucking attention at all. I think he shouldn't have been driving that car, from what I can tell. Yep. Regular people get their public transportation funding withheld and their health care money withheld. Get ICE agents running all over the streets, causing chaos. Billionaires running all over the streets, causing chaos. But the billionaires and the ICE agents, no accountability for them. That's the world that we live in.
Fuck yeah!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. During his State of the Union, President Trump repeatedly hailed his economic record over the past year. He also openly criticized the Supreme Court again for striking down his global tariffs in a decision that's having major implications on the global economy. Less than half, 4 of the 9 Supreme Court justices attended the speech. This is part of what Trump said.
Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth. And the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could.
Now, it's funny that he should say that because actually the EU literally came out and paused its trade deal with the United States in the wake of the tariff ruling here in the United States. So, I mean, not that we should expect him to be honest. He lied over 20 times in the first 10 minutes of his speech. And I think hundreds of times throughout it. He certainly said a myriad of racist and just awful.
Far worse
awful
for them.
things.
And therefore, they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful, country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without.
Because of the tariffs.
Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes.
I literally said it, though. Remember, I was saying it earlier in the week before this. I was like, after the ruling came down, I was like, Trump is going to be so upset. This is his one and only, like, diplomatic tool. It's the one and only tool that he thinks he needs. And without it, he's gotten that was his only move diplomatically. Tariffs. Look, you're being very nasty, and tariffs. And without it, honestly, I think he's got nothing else. He's a one-trick pony.
And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
We're joined now by Joseph Stiglitz, Nobel Prize-winning economist, Columbia University professor, former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors. Professor Stiglitz is also currently the chief economist at the Roosevelt Institute. His latest book, just out in paperback this week, The Road to Freedom.
You'll notice that I broke up the SO2 coverage because it was so unbearable. Really, I felt this was the only way to consume this. It was by doing this, right? Am I wrong? Like, it was so painful the first go around. I just couldn't do it all in one sitting again. Had to do it in a piecemeal fashion. I think this is the last one of these. The State of the Union. It was unbearable. It's the worst State of the Union I've ever heard my entire life.
And the good society. Professor Stiglitz, welcome back to Democracy Now! Your response, you're among the signatories, the economists who have signed a letter against the tariffs. Talk about the president's State of the Union and his argument for tariffs and against the Supreme Court. Two of his own appointees ruled against him.
Well, the speech was characteristic of Trump. Lies, misleading statements. I was with a group of a large number of Nobel Prize winners who predicted that he would be bad for the economy, and we were right. The tariffs are paid by Americans. They're not paid by the foreigners. He says they didn't have any effect on inflation. We saw inflation was going down, and if we compare where inflation would have been with where we are today, it is estimated the average family is paying somewhere between $1,000 and $1,700 in extra money because of the tariffs. And you know, the irony is, he said it was going to bring back manufacturing jobs. Manufacturing jobs are down in the United States in 2025 when they were up under President Biden. He doesn't talk about that. In fact, it was.
Oh my God. Sorry, I just had to step away suddenly there. But oh, what in the fuck? Oh my God. I just double checked. This is insane. Oh God. I already had a planned segment for this tonight, but breaking news, everybody. Jesus Christ. Breaking news. Israel has announced that it has launched an attack against Iran. This is from the BBC as of 11 minutes ago. Explosions reported in the capital of Tehran.
This is ridiculous.
It started. I was planning on talking about how it was imminent, and now it would seem that it's underway. We've changed status from imminent to underway. Great. World War III, here we are. Enjoy it, everybody. Oh, fuck me. We have the biggest buildup of troops and military equipment right now in the Middle East, bigger than we've seen since the Iraq War. Since the beginning of the Iraq War. It's fucking insane. Meanwhile, Donald Trump wants to fund it with tariffs. Get you to pay for it. That and his
Last year was one of the slowest growth in jobs ever in recent memory, about a quarter of what it was under President Biden. And interestingly, most or more than 100% of the jobs that were created were in the healthcare sector. Nothing to do with his tariffs at all.
Trump said in the past, we have the most people working in history. What is the state of unemployment, of livable employment, the overall economy?
Well, when the economy grows, more people in the country, yes, there are going to be more people working. That's true. The fact is that labor force participation has not gone up. Unemployment rate has gone up a little bit, not a lot. But what is striking is how weak the job market is. We've not created, as I said before, we've not created very many jobs, less than a quarter of what we had created under President Biden. And anybody with friends trying to get jobs knows what a difficult labor market today's labor market is.
I want to go back to President Trump speaking.
Less than a quarter of Biden. And I would point out Donald Trump is more than 25% of the way through his term right now. So that's bad. That's not good. Yep, Donald Trump's State of the Union speech was filled with lies about the economy and everything else. Meanwhile, Trump sycophants continuing to enrich themselves. Even the ones in, especially the people in the administration. I mean, look at people like Kristi Noem or, say, Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick.
The Supreme Court has found that Trump's emergency tariffs, which is a majority of them that he imposed, violate the law. This is really the first time that this like right-wing Supreme Court has ruled against Trump specifically in his second term in a major case like this.
Right,
and of course, it's because the economy is impacted.
Like anybody who runs a manufacturing business in this country, like, is actually not benefited because a lot of the raw materials they needed to get from other countries. So, yeah, it's been a disaster for people who run businesses. So the Supreme Court's going to step up.
Exactly. But I mean, it's still a good thing. It's still good news. Chief Justice John Roberts wrote the ruling, and then the 3 liberals, of course, joined. But the 3 conservatives that joined were Roberts, as I mentioned, Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, the usual suspects, Alito, Clarence Thomas, and the beer chugger were the ones that sided with Donald Trump. So in this ruling, Roberts invoked the major questions doctrine as his justification to strike down the tariffs, and Gorsuch and Barrett joined him in that justification. But the liberals, the 3 liberals, did not do so. And that's important because
I love how they invoke the major questions doctrine. Like, sometimes they want to respect doctrines, and other times they want to completely dismantle them. For instance, like the Chevron doctrine that they literally dismantled last year.
If you've been watching this program for a while, you'll be familiar with Chevron deference and the fact that the court overturned the 40-year-old emergency tariffs, which is a majority of them.
Damn it, what have I done?
But the 3 conservatives that joined were Roberts, as I mentioned, Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, the usual suspects, Alito, Clarence Thomas, and the beer chugger were the ones that sided with Donald Trump. So in this ruling, Roberts invoked the major questions doctrine as his justification to strike down the tariffs, and Gorsuch and Barrett joined him in that justification. But the liberals, the 3 liberals, did not do so. And that's important because if you've been watching this program for a while, you'll be familiar with Chevron deference and the fact that the court overturned the 40-year-old doctrine of Chevron deference, which essentially meant that the courts would largely defer to the expertise of government agencies. But during the Biden administration, the Supreme Court came up with a legal invention, essentially, that had never really appeared in legal text before, even though they're supposed to be operating on precedent and building off previous case law. This activist far-right court came up with this idea of the major questions doctrine to supersede Chevron deference. So what they said was, if there is a major question, which is very vaguely defined, the Supreme Court can overrule the agency's determinations about how they're going to implement certain policies. It's intentionally vague and designed to give the Supreme Court even more power. They just granted themselves more power if they determine something is a major question. Here, it's being used for something good for like the first time, though, because this was used to kill student loan forgiveness under Biden. This was used to kill the eviction moratorium under Biden. This was also used to roll back a bunch of environmental regulations by the Supreme Court. So that's why the liberal justices are not signing on to the justification being used in Roberts' majority opinion. I was laughing at this earlier in the show, and Brian was like, "What are you laughing about?" as I was reading. And I said, "I don't even really want to tell you because it's so nerdy." And it is, but I'm going to incorporate it into the coverage because I just found this a little bit funny. Mark Joseph Stern posted that how Gorsuch tried to conscript Elena Kagan, one of the liberal justices, into signing on to their stupid major questions doctrine in his concurrence. But Kagan put a footnote in there that showing that she's not going to be signing on to this stupid legal theory. She writes, "I'll let Justice Gorsuch relitigate on his own or old debates about other statutes unrelated to the one before us. What matters here is only the IEEPA's delegation refutes the executive's assertion of authority to levy tariffs without any help from the major questions doctrine. So she's kind of making fun of him. Okay.
I always hate it when people try to conscript me into the major questions camp in their concurrence.
That wasn't even the punchline. Brian is stepping on the punchline over here, okay? It's clear. The funniest part is it's next.
But no, my face when people try to conscript me into the major questions doctrine. No, sir.
Honestly, though, this whole thing is full of great ones in here. I almost regret to inform him that I am not one. But that is, in fact, that is the fact of the matter. I proceed in this. I almost regret. She doesn't quite regret, but nearly regrets. Like just approaching regret, but not actually arriving at regret. Something pre-regret. Reticence, maybe? I'm not sure.
In their concurrence. It's so annoying.
My face when people try to conscript me into the major questions doctrine. No, sir.
What, do you think that I'm in this industry because I'm cool? Anyway, so, but here's the money quote from the opinion on the tariffs from Roberts, declaring that the IEEPA, which is an acronym for the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. It's a 1977 law. Go to the screenshot here. Here it is. Held. IEEPA does not authorize the president to impose tariffs. The judgment is vacated. Blah, blah, blah. So there you go. Wow. I mean, that's unequivocal. And that law, the IEEPA, is significant because it's a huge blow to Trump's ability to impose these tariffs, because it was by far his most sweeping authority. He still has other options, but now he has to go through a bit of a process. You have to provide notice. You have to provide justifications. It's a lot more now.
Now, everybody might be asking yourselves 5.5 minutes into this video, but StreamLord, how does this have anything to do with Commerce Secretary Howard R. Lutnick? I don't know what his middle name is, but what does this have to do with Howard exactly? Well, hold on. This relates back to something we've talked about before.
Notably, the Canada tariffs actually are the ones that were granted under the authority that is not deemed illegal by the Supreme Court. The ones that are on steel, aluminum, lumber. So they're not going to be impacted by this ruling. But that Trump would have to go through that process over and over again and not just say, I'm imposing a tariff on Brazil because I don't like that their court system prosecuted my buddy Jair Bolsonaro, for example, for trying to do a coup, which was one of the things that he was doing.
Or saying he didn't like the tone of the voice of a woman in Switzerland.
Right.
Yeah, or making up stuff about fentanyl, like as with Canada. Like, this is all fantasy. And I'll just say, like, in a better world,
because China did it. I'm doing it because China retaliated. Like, imagine how this would all go if you had to do this remember, like, last year when, like, Donald Trump and Xi Jinping basically went, like, tit for tat on the tariff war, like, for days. It was like a full week or something. Maybe I can't remember exactly how long it went on for, but like we'd raise the tariffs, and then China would raise the tariffs, then the United States would raise the tariffs. China, and then China would then raise the tariffs again. And you can imagine how frustrating it would be to Donald Trump if he had to go to the fucking Supreme Court or whatever, like. To the courts every time he wanted to levy one of these tariffs. Oh my god, it'd slow him down so much.
Are a tool in the toolbox that should be used like very like I guess consciously, instead of like, you know, accusing Canada of
the way
like,
Biden was doing it.
Yeah, and like it's kind of a shame now. I mean now this power has to be back in Congress's hands, and Congress isn't very functional right now. But we do actually need to have economic policy geared towards, reshoring certain things and that sort of thing. And Trump has completely, made that a stupid conversation.
Biden was using tariffs, but in conjunction with his infrastructure policy, because you have to have the capacity to manufacture the goods here before you make it more expensive for foreign goods and materials. That was what the infrastructure bill was designed to do, that the Trump administration is totally scrapping. You can do tariffs and escalate them, but first you have to build out the capacity to manufacture the goods here before you make it more expensive for everybody else. So there's been an estimate that the federal government collected around $200 billion in tariffs at the start of last year. What this impacts is 170 billion of that 200 billion is what is overturned here by the Supreme Court. Now, the court did not say whether or not importers are going to be able to get refunds. And they punted that to the lower courts. But that's going to be something that's really important here, because there's one more angle to this when we're looking at these tariff refunds. I bring you an article from Wired, July 2025. Trump's Commerce Secretary loves tariffs. His former investment bank is taking bets against them. Cantor Fitzgerald, a financial services company led by the sons of U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, is creating a way for investors to bet that President Donald Trump's signature tariffs will be struck down in court. Traders at the firm's investment banking subsidiary, Cantor Fitzgerald and Company, say they have the capacity to buy the rights to hundreds of millions of dollars in potential refunds from companies who have paid Trump's tariffs, according to documents viewed by Wired. Lutnick ran Cantor Fitzgerald for nearly 30 years until he was confirmed by the Senate in February, when he turned over control of the firm to his sons, Kyle and Brandon, who are both in their 20s.
Yeah. Just hands over a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund to his two sons. 20-year-old sons. So that he could be the Secretary of Commerce and have an inside look at every single thing happening in the U.S. government. And be ahead of everyone. Honestly, it's a trader's dream, right? He's ahead of every single person on the street. Every single trader is after Howard. He can project to his son what's going to happen. A day, a month, a week from now. Now, the fact is, they've already bought up. My understanding is that they've already bought up billions of these contracts that they wrote up themselves. They ran around the street, they wrote up these contracts and sold and basically bought them from businesses saying, hey, look, you're paying this tariff right now. Who knows if you'll ever see your money, but you can see 20 cents, 30 cents on the dollar right now. They've been buying them up. They've been buying them up for the last year or something like that. Since Liberation Day, they've been buying them up. Now, they may have the access to buy hundreds of millions of dollars more. But I think what's interesting, and we should probably note, is that they say that they have a way for investors to bet that these will go down in court, right? Which they already have, essentially. And one would think that they're using their existing holdings. They already hold billions of dollars in paper that it's worthless if these tariffs don't go bust. That are suddenly will be worth billions and billions and who knows exactly how much money they'll be worth, right? But many, many billions of dollars. They're paying fractions. They're paying tiny fractions of what these things are worth if this all comes to fruition. And they're probably using them to to create some sort of strange like trading vehicle, like an ETF or something like that. I mean, it's exactly what a big hedge fund like Cantor Fitzgerald would do. Did I miss the Bohemian Grove section? No. We have not. In many ways, we've done a great job today. I've made a lot of progress in terms of like, we're more than halfway through all of the videos right now, which is pretty good progress, considering. It means I'm on track to at least complete this. It might take us 12 hours. Who knows exactly how long? Probably not, because I think some of this is gonna be speedier. Some of it's gonna be slower though. We'll see exactly how this all weighs out. We're actually getting very, very close to all of that. And the Candace situation. Although I'm going to try and spend as little time on the Candace situation as I can. Because it's like 2.5 hours. It's the first 2 episodes is what I watched earlier. I haven't watched the third one yet. And I'm like afraid of watching it, like just reacting to it live. It's insanity. I feel like I'll just get sucked in trying to watch the third one. Oh god. Let's stay talking about Trump and well, the thing that the Trump administration seems to do best: enrich itself.
To say that Donald Trump does not have his finger on the pulse of the country right now is the understatement of the century. And that's actually what's terrifying, is like, wait, is he acting like this because he knows he's going to be able to successfully steal the election, meaning he knows he doesn't have to please anybody anymore? And the answer to that might be yes. It's a terrifying prospect, but the answer to that might be yes. But to show you how immensely out of touch he is, look at this. This is absolutely nuts, says Call to Activism. 400 days after promising to fix skyrocketing inflation, Trump appears on ads on Fox News, flashing a red beauty watch and begging his poor fans to buy the $499 Fight watch. If this isn't tone-deaf grifting during tough times, what is? This is crazy, bro. This ad is running on Fox News. Look at this.
Hello, everyone. It's President Donald J. Trump, and it's Trump time. Check out this red beauty. It's one of my new watches. Wear it proudly on your wrist, and everyone will know exactly what it's for, who it represents.
Beauty.
It's really going to be something special. It's for your favorite president. Get your watch today at gettrumpwatches.com. These make a great gift. It's Trump time.
It's Trump time? Like, what the fuck is that? You're not even trying anymore. Look at this. In case you didn't think Trump was out of touch enough, one of the watches he's selling is one.
I think it's AI. I just gotta watch that again. His mouth is like not lined up.
It's for your favorite president.
Words.
Get your watch today at.
You see what I'm talking about? It's totally AI.
GetTrumpWatches.com. These make a great gift. It's Trump time.
It's Trump time? Like, what the fuck is that? You're not even trying anymore. Look at this.
Time.
In case you didn't think Trump was out of touch enough, one of the watches he's selling is $100,000. How is this not an illegal bribe when someone buys it? Now, by the way, let me also point out, this is not a fucking $100,000 watch. It's not. This is Donald Trump. It's got to be a giant money laundering scheme. It's got to be a giant scheme to get foreign billionaires to send him money and nominally, theoretically give them something. It's already illegal, even if he is selling it. And even if it was worth that amount of money, it would still be illegal. But
the black and gold tourbillon. The Trump victory. For winners only. The Trump victory tourbillon design is one of classic sophistication, combined with President Trump's symbol of success, gold. A sunray black dial complements the design, almost entirely made out of 18-karat gold and decorated with 122 diamonds. You will stand out for all the right reasons. The Trump Victory Tourbillon is designed to counteract the effect of gravity You'll be wearing the absolute statement of success. Each timepiece will be numbered and feature a personalized message, courtesy of President Trump. We also accept Bitcoin as payment. Only 147 pieces will ever be made, each numbered, a true collector's item.
This is ridiculous.
Utterly mind-boggling, dude. How is that a thing? How? How is that a thing? I don't understand. Oh my god. You remember when they were complaining about Hunter Biden? I yearn to talk about Hunter Biden again. Let's talk about Burisma, guys. What do you say? How quaint is that? Couple grand to Joe, Sleepy Joe. And it was like the news cycle for an entire presidency. It was like they talked about the laptop from hell for like 5 years. They've been talking about it. It was like for like 5 years, at least 5. Trump's back in office. All of a sudden, nobody cares about old Burisma, and Donald Trump starts enriching himself to the tune of billions of dollars in broad daylight. Crickets. Meanwhile, the wealthy, the powerful, the elite are continuing to ruin society everywhere. You think I'm talking about Bohemian Grove? No, I'm talking about Blackstone, of course. More perfect union on the case.
Why is Blackstone targeting New Mexico's electricity?
All the CEOs, look at what they're going to make. This is their golden parachute compensation if Blackstone comes here. All these people stand to gain many, many millions of dollars. Has any private equity buyout in any sector ever improved that for the people? The answer that we know is no.
1, we are the people. 2, we won't stop fighting. 3, we want justice now.
I'm in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and right behind me, hundreds of protesters are marching to the state capitol building to protest Blackstone Infrastructure's proposed takeover of the state's largest electric utility company, PNM.
There are executives in the Blackstone Tower that have never stepped foot in New Mexico. So why should they be the ones to decide the energy future for almost 2 million people? Communities still do not have access to running water or electricity. But Blackstone and this government can find millions and billions of dollars to push fossil fuel projects, to push AI data centers.
Tax the rich! Tax the motherfucking rich!
Blackstone is mostly known for their private equity and real estate businesses. At one point, shortly after the 2008 financial crisis, they were the largest owner of single-family homes in America. But they also have an infrastructure arm, which announced in May 2025 that it plans to acquire TXNM, the parent company of PNM in New Mexico and TNMP in Texas. It's an $11.5 billion deal that would have huge consequences for some 800,000 residential and business customers between the two states if it gets approved by the state's Public Regulation Commission, known as the PRC.
A couple of years ago, the governor switched our Public Regulation Commission from being elected by the people to being appointed by the governor. And so this body is no longer accountable to the community.
Well, PNM could soon be under new ownership, and their parent company has agreed to an acquisition deal with Blackstone Infrastructure.
And guess what? Blackstone owns QTS, the largest data center operator in the world, and manages some $85 billion in data centers globally.
I came here to ask 4 questions. What does Blackstone really want with New Mexico's public utility company?
This is a part of an oncoming wave of potential acquisitions of utility companies by private equity companies.
How are they going about trying to get it?
All the information that we really need to know, they've put that under seal.
Why does a public utility have to turn a profit anyway?
Private equity's bottom line is making profits for investors. Their interests are not for the New Mexican people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's a great question we all should be asking ourselves. Why does something that's for the public good, that's a necessity, something that is a utility, that we would deem to be necessary to live and survive in the modern world, why do you need to make profits on that exactly? Why does anybody need to make profits? Why is that good? Why, because profits are always on top of salaries, right? That's essentially what, because, you know, I feel like sometimes it's conflated as the same thing, but it's not. Profits are what you have after you've gotten done paying all your salaries, all of your business expenses, all of your taxes, interest, and so on and so forth. And then you have more money to spare. Why do you need that in the case of something like electricity?
And if the PRC's core mission is to protect ratepayers, can they really approve a deal that literally puts the power in the hands of a Wall Street titan whose core mission is maximizing profit to an extreme?
Private equity is uniquely ill-suited to operating utilities in the public interest.
To understand why Blackstone is so interested in acquiring New Mexico's state utility, I met up with Marielle Nanasi, an attorney who for more than a decade has been taking on big oil and gas companies to protect residents from higher rates and environmental risk. Nanasi is an active intervener in the Blackstone case.
They want to use PNM's monopoly status as a foray into the West. They want to ultimately sell our renewable energy to California and Arizona, and it won't be for New Mexicans.
Why is Blackstone trying to do this right now?
Because of the Trump administration, because they have an open door with Michelle Lujan Grisham. She's very pro-economic development, almost at all costs.
A big part of the economic development agenda is the expansion of data centers. 5 hours south of Santa Fe, OpenAI and Oracle are building a $165 billion data center campus known as Project Jupiter, part of the National Stargate Initiative. And remember, Blackstone controls the largest share of the data center market in the world with QTS. Could that have something to do with their interest in taking over public utilities in New Mexico and Texas? Hey, Laverne.
Hey, Dan. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good to see you. Blackstone will use its control of PNM to extract additional profits from ratepayers by passing on the costs that data centers create.
And that's why they say the devil is in the details. Which brings us to how Blackstone is trying to close the deal. Last August, Blackstone filed its application with New Mexico's Public Regulation Commission, the first step in a year-long process to get state and federal regulatory approval. It's what is not in the application that is so troubling to interveners.
These people disgust me.
These people are perverts.
They're just pillaging. They're just pillaging everything. A bunch of like literal vultures and leeches sucking off of the carcass of society. I think I said that bad. Settle down.
Application is the most secretive that I've ever seen of any application at all that's ever been filed at the PRC. There's at least 50 documents that Blackstone and PNM have collectively designated as confidential. And basically,
S&M, the parent company of PNM and Blackstone, say the takeover will help provide the massive capital investment to modernize the grid and accelerate the renewable energy transition.
there is no problem that PNM has ever had accessing capital. That's what Wall Street's for. Wall Street wants to lend you money so that they can make more money. It's an absurd claim.
The fact is, you have less access to capital once you're a part of private equity.
Stephen Fishman says if PNM really wants more access to capital, Blackstone is not the best way to get it.
Once you're
Yeah, no, they're selling. They're just, it's a one-time payoff for for the owners. That's all it is. It's all these private equity deals ever are. For the owners or for the people involved in the deal, right? Every single time. It's just a one-off deal. Somebody's getting rich. Private equity is getting rich, and somebody else is getting rich, and then everybody else is getting screwed. This is just how it works. Private equity exists to extract resources and capital from everything it touches. And of course, all these data centers are going to powering AI. Now, what's fascinating is as these data centers become more and more unpopular with the populace, the people in charge of the data centers don't seem to want to talk to anybody. In Denver, one data center developer completely skipped out on a town hall amid community concerns.
Well, Denver 7 is following up on concerns from Globeville residents about a data center under construction in their neighborhood. At a town hall months in the making was held tonight, at which neighbors thought they would get to question the developer, CoreSite, but the developer didn't show.
Honestly, it's frustrating, because that's why people are here tonight.
Now, this town hall comes one day after Denver announced a moratorium on data centers. Mayor Mike Johnson says this will allow city leaders to establish proper guardrails, but the moratorium does not stop construction of CoreSite's data center there in Globeville. Well, tonight, Denver 7's Maggie Bryan is listening to neighbor concerns. She spoke with 2 Globeville residents at the meeting tonight and heard from CoreSite about why developers didn't show up.
As construction goes on,
it's frustrating.
Many community questions go unanswered.
We're worried about how it's going to affect the community. There's a lot of concerns already in Globeville.
In Denver's Globeville-Elyria-Swansea neighborhood, an afternoon at the skate park comes with a backdrop of the new CoreSite data center under construction just across the street.
Like, how is it going to affect our bills when it comes to electricity and water?
Amber Van Meter and many other neighbors have concerns about pollution, a potential increase in utility bills, and the data center's water usage. At a town hall Tuesday night, residents were expecting to get answers from CoreSite, the company building the data center.
Their absence, I think, really calls that into question for now.
CoreSite did not show up, telling Denver 7 they made the decision not to participate after seeing social media conversations about the event that they say concerned the company's leadership team.
Oh, God. Oh, the leaders were concerned. Oh, no. Social media. Oh, God. The social media. People were saying things on social media, so they ran away.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Fascinating. The tech oligarchs are being repressed by words on social media. Oh, sorry, we can't come and answer your questions. We've already seen your thoughts online and we have nothing to say. That's basically what it is. That's basically what that answer is, right? They're like, we saw your thoughts online and actually we're not interested in addressing any of your concerns. A good day. Yes, indeed. Now, all these data centers are, of course, being used for AI. AI continues to get more powerful and also more creepy.
Don't be creepy.
How would you react if you found a nasty article about yourself online? What if it wasn't written by a human, but a robot? That's exactly what happened to a man in the United States, and he's sounding the alarm on the future of artificial intelligence. For Tech24, Peter O'Brien joins me now. So, Peter, tell me about what's happened to Scott Shambaugh.
So he is a engineer from Denver, and he voluntarily helps maintain a database which is used by lots of software engineers around the world. Now, they've got a policy which is to not let content created entirely by AI onto the platform because it disrupts all the good human work that's being done on there. And because AI agents are proliferating, these are essentially robots that people install on their computers and give them a set of commands and give them access to the internet that can sort of run and do their own thing even while their kind of owners are asleep or away. He's had to fend off quite a few submissions from these robots. So he did this a couple of weeks ago, and the AI agent in question the next day wrote a hit piece about him. Take a look.
The AI, which has a blog, has posted a 1,000-word rant on its blog, calling me out by name and defaming my character. So it calls me prejudiced against AI and a hypocrite, and says that I'm, acting out of ego and fear of AI. But the craziest thing is that it has gone on the internet and collected my personal information and, compiled this dossier of who I am, what I've done, and used that information, combined it with made up information, and used that to write this narrative. Imagine that when I go to my next job, HR looks at my application and gives it to ChatGPT and says, hey, go check this guy out. And so ChatGPT goes and searches for me, finds this, and says, oh, this is a controversial guy and you don't want to hire him. And so the words have impact, even though there's no one behind the screen writing them.
So would you say that this is a threat that
It is honestly disturbing, right? Also, I would like everybody to remember that AI is being implemented in all sorts of stuff. All of your new software updates on your phone, stuff like that. AI is being integrated into all the search functions, into, I saw Amazon is using an AI chatbot to help shoppers find stuff, right? Like, who's to say that one of those bots doesn't, just go this guy, this gal, whomever, this person is a dick, right? Or I'm sick of helping them with this thing. I think I'm going to focus my energy on something else. Maybe I'll go after them. Maybe I'll put together a whole profile, write a piece and publish it on Substack. It's a disturbing dystopia that we all live in right now, one controlled by the tech oligarchs. A terrifying cabal of unhinged psychopaths with access to capital and influence. Speaking of a powerful cabal of influence, I guess we ought to go here. A More Perfect Union from 3 days ago. I'm glad I'm wearing my tinfoil hat already. I'm going to need it.
Rid of the Second Amendment. I never sucked any ding-dong.
Behind this door, through this gate, and under these trees,
the drone wasn't able to fly where we wanted it to go.
It keeps dropping signal.
There is a real and actual secret society, a group of the most powerful, wealthy men in the world, going back over a century. The Bohemian Club is an invite-only, men-only social club in San Francisco that's long been the center of conspiracy theory.
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
I don't think that's something I need to talk to you about.
Especially surrounding their yearly encampments at Bohemian Grove. Allegedly meant for the ultra-powerful to just relax and bro out.
SEAL Team 6 came.
The lakeside talks. That's key.
This is where they would keep all of the sex workers during the Grove.
Presidents, CEOs, bankers, lobbyists, Supreme Court justices, CIA directors, and those are just the people who've been disclosed already. The full membership is meant to be completely private. But investigative reporter Daniel Boguslaw reached out to More Perfect Union with something wild.
This is every member of the Bohemian Club, and this is everyone who attended the 2023 summer encampment.
What Even now? Just the first few names I saw made me realize this is a story. Lots of people.
Oh my God.
Call a crackhead.
Shit is getting real. Somebody call a crackhead. Good Lord, More Perfect Union doing a video on the Bohemian Grove. I'm not gonna lie, people. I remember watching this video. I'm going back. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the one? I remember watching the video of Alex Jones. Where is it? I've lost it. Somehow I've lost it. The one where Alex Jones is like going around like interviewing, and that guy's like, I don't think I have to answer that question. I remember watching that video like way back in the day. I remember thinking, you know, like I was like really young when I first found like Alex Jones. It was like pre-Majority Report days. I think I had something of like a vaguely libertarian attitude about life. Like I was young, I was in college. I mean, you know, not shocking necessarily. But like I remember like watching Alex Jones videos like that and thinking, oh my God, the cabal exists. And I feel like like over the years, I didn't completely dismiss the idea that there was like conspiracies, but like over the years, I've become like a lot more like discerning over what conspiracies like I will give like any thought or like credence to whatsoever. But there was a time where I was definitely like way more conspiracy brained.
Grove or generally reveal its secrets, exposing the supposed occult rituals that go on inside.
Well, I'm Alex Jones, and I snuck in there in 2000.
But we wanted to know, what does any of this actually mean for the rest of us Americans who aren't part of this elite club? I get that they do weird rituals, but how is that my problem? So Dan and I went to California to investigate. We talked to workers from the Grove, a woman who has been protesting the Grove for nearly half a century and spent way too much time digging through old documents in hotel rooms. And what we found is almost scarier than any occult ritual. I know there's a lot of other stuff going on right now in the news, but investigating the Grove explains a lot of things that are broken in our economy and how the power structures of our country have empowered small groups of influential rich people who have been driving policy decisions behind closed doors for generations.
So I think one of the things that kind of like got me to be more and more critical of my like what conspiracy theories I was willing to entertain was like my determination to be able to distinguish between conspiracy theory and conspiracy fact. Right? Like I felt like I started to need like for me to like get into any of this stuff, like I needed actual like evidence, right? Like like I can't have people like just making a bunch of suppositions based on like nearly nothing. Right, which is what I think a lot of conspiracy videos tend to be. But then you get videos like this, where a massive amount of evidence sort of comes to light all at once.
And among many other things, we'll be reporting for the first time the involvement of a current senator.
There it is. Weaving spiders come not here.
Let's go back to 1872. The Bohemian Club was started as a hangout for local journalists before growing and admitting artists and intellectuals, and eventually admitting rich guys, because those other guys don't have any money. They could eventually afford this 6-story building on the edge of the Tenderloin. The building itself offers little information. Drawn blinds, no one coming in or out. But the club started hosting summer encampments in the NorCal Redwoods in 1878, eventually moving them to the massive Bohemian Grove. The encampment's secrecy and notorious rituals, like burning a giant effigy in tribute to an owl statue, they're really big on owls, have made the event a magnet for conspiracy theory. The list Dan acquired was for attendance at an encampment nearly 150 years later.
I went to the Bay. I found a guy who I knew would have the list. I kept showing up to his office until he finally agreed to give it to me. This is the original list of 2017, full membership list of everyone who's part of the club. Subsequently, I was able, through those connections, to get more and more, and that's where we got the 2023 Grove encampment.
And the list is massive. Broken down into the smaller camps the members are split up into. But it's a totally overwhelming amount of information. Any name we researched was tied to something. So at first, it was hard for us to draw specific conclusions and connections. But then Dan got in touch with a source who put us on the right track.
We'd love to talk to you about the club there.
Be prepared because I've been archiving and it's cold out here. I have no heat, so come with a good jacket.
Mary Moore, who lives not too far from the Grove, has been protesting and researching it for decades, long before Alex Jones even got his public access show.
Somebody came up and gave me a membership list, knowing that I was an activist. So we used it to research who that I was an activist. So we used it to research who was making the profit. These are the guys that prefer to work behind the scenes as much as they can. My purpose back then was to make people in the movement understand all our issues are connected by who profits from them.
So what modern issues can we tie directly back to the Grove? What was literally planned at the Grove that affects us today? There's decades of information. Reagan and Nixon specifically loved sending letters about their favorite secret society. But a few things in particular stuck out to me. How they rigged our economy and broke certain programs that we're only now seeing effective. How they established a vast dark money lobbying network. How they set up a tax heist scheme to funnel taxpayer dollars directly to executives. How they ruined the very city they're headquartered in. And how they hold on to the power. Let's start small and specific with the rigged economy. This little tidbit is from the Reagan Library.
The Reagan Library.
With the
You
rigged
know,
economy.
what's fascinating to me about this list? Alex Jones used to pretend that he was against this kind of stuff. Now he is literally now a lapdog for the people doing all of these things. Literally, he is defending all of this stuff right now. It's wild. It's wild. Dude is completely lost it. Pathetic.
Was planned at Bohemian Grove. And this is something that's going to be affecting like our generation. But that's not the only Reagan policy to come straight from the Grove. This one book tells the story of a Reagan advisor being persuaded to cut capital gains taxes by iconic investor Bill Draper, while they, quote, sat semi-naked at the Grove. That little change is what enabled the high-risk investment model of the venture capital business, which spawned the tech industry as we know it today. Draper was on the 2023 attendee list, still attending the Grove 42 years later, as was his son Tim Draper, also in venture capital. That's another important part of this, the generational membership. Families that have been passing on power for generations, both in the form of wealth and these connections. And one of these families founded one of the most influential groups in American history. That's dark money.
Do any of these names ring a bell?
Charles Koch, obviously. Coors.
P. Coors is the son of Joseph Coors Sr., himself the son of Adolf Coors, all three of the Coors beer empire. But the real legacy of Coors isn't beer. Joseph co-founded and funded the Heritage Foundation with other club members in 1976. Heritage is part of a network that has influenced, led, and funded pro-corporate politics for decades, all of which are connected to the club through funding, founders, or board members and directors. Heritage was immensely powerful during the Reagan administration and had huge influence on his policy. Charles Koch, synonymous with anti-worker political spending, obviously attends the Grove. And
let's be real, the Heritage Foundation still has a great deal of influence right now in the Trump administration. Just a massive, outsized influence. And in Republican media spaces.
Remember when Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas got caught taking lavish gifts from Club for Growth lead Harlan Crow? One of those gifts was a trip to Bohemian Grove. Heritage founder Coors Sr. is long dead, but his co-founder, Edwin Fulner, is on the attendance list for the Grove in 2023, when he would have been 82 years old. And he was on the board of Heritage until he died in late 2025. But there's one family that's more deeply tied to the Bohemian Club and elite collusion than any other. That brings us to tax heist. The Bechtel family incorporation isn't a household name, but they're one of the wealthiest families and largest private corporations in the world. There are two Bechtels on our list, and the family has been involved for generations. Here's Stephen Bechtel Sr. at camp with Henry Kissinger, which came with a cute little memo from Bechtel to Kissinger. The Bechtel Corporation works in massive construction projects, the kinds a government needs to pay for. This is just a partial list of people who sit in the center of the Bechtel.
Okay, now before we get too far ahead of this, I feel like it's important to understand just who Bechtel, like the company, is. I can't remember, I don't think they get into it. So I'm just gonna quickly pull this up. Because the Bechtel company is basically it's like a Gilded Age, it's like a Gilded Age behemoth. They're basically like an edifice of the Gilded Age, right? They were created in 1898. Right, the founder of the company was a superintendent on the Western Pacific Railroad, right? Like this is railroad money. This is old Gilded Age railroad money is what this is. In 1906, W.A. Bechtel won his first subcontract to build part of the Oroville to Oakland section of the Western Pacific Railroad. That year, he bought a steam shovel, becoming a pioneer of the new technology. He painted W.A. Bechtel Co. on the side of the steam shovel, effectively establishing Bechtel as a company. Although it is not yet incorporated, Bechtel completed work on a series of railroad contracts during the early 1900s, culminating in an extension of the Northwestern Pacific Railroad finished in 1914. It's all railroad money. like, you know, this is like some railroad, this is like some Vanderbilt, Rothschild, Rockefeller shit right here, basically.
Executives, government, Bohemian Club member Venn diagram. Caspar Weinberger, George Shultz, Edwin Meese, John McCone. McCone invented the concept of cost plus for government contractors. The system where contractors tell the government how much something costs, then get a little profit treat on top of that. Because the contractor determines the cost, they have no reason to keep costs down, especially surrounding executive pay. It screwed us on everything from how much of our tax dollars go to the wealthy to Medicare Advantage. Then, in the early 2000s, the US invaded Iraq. Driven by club members like George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, and Colin Powell. Bechtel got paid millions to clean up the mess. Since so much of this was planned at the Grove, we had to see the place, where the slogan is supposedly "Weaving spiders come not here," which implies they aren't supposed to be doing business there. So what exactly are they doing up there? So we drove over.
No trespassing violators will be prosecuted.
And again, we're met with nothing but a security booth and some strange issues with our drone.
It keeps dropping signal. Pretty weird. I mean, I haven't seen this much interference.
It's not Grove season after all. But talking to some folks in the neighboring town, Monte Rio, had a lot to teach us.
At my old job, we used to point to the mountain where the property is, and then the people of the Grove came in and told us that we can't say that.
But then Dan got a call that could give us an inside view.
Where I come from, it's kind of a rite of passage to work at the Bohemian Grove.
Two former employees of the Grove, a driver and a skeet shooting instructor, were down to talk to us, but wanted to stay anonymous.
It's all kind of structured in a way so that the members don't really have to see any of the workers. We don't have to interact with them. They're not supposed to interact with them. So what I saw was a picture.
I'm glad people appreciated my Oregon Trail voice. It was the only thing I had for that moment. I was like, all right, oh god. It was this old-timey and as close to the current era we were talking about as I could get. I was probably off by a little bit, but I feel like it was apt.
The entire cast of their production of Macbeth with Colin Powell as the lead.
Which all seems just kind of weird.
Trump is announcing the war right now. Is he live on TV? Great. All right, honestly, I might skip some stuff tonight and go to that and move some of the week ending report shit I had for tonight. We'll do this, we'll do Candace and the Snowballgate. And then I think I'll skip ahead to the Iran situation because this is clearly a massive massive. Although I don't know if makes me sad. Because I felt like I was on a really good pace tonight. I was feeling it. I felt like I was gonna get through this whole list. I still think I could. Maybe we'll just do that. Maybe we'll just go through the whole list, and when we get to Iran, we'll just. Although, how much time do I have? Fuck me.
In lane, right?
Yeah.
It's cheesy. I don't think these guys are spending every day
I'll be right
thinking
back.
about how they can fuck up the environment and the world consciously. But it's got to be nice to have a little respite from doing that.
Monte Rio is the poorest town in Sonoma County.
The cost of living out here has become unbelievable. It's almost as expensive to live out here as it is to live in San Francisco proper.
Similar is true of the area back in the city around their clubhouse. The Tenderloin is the poorest part of SF, a city that's been the center of national discussion about housing prices, crime, and homelessness, and a state that's been a hot point regarding taxing the rich, which brings us back to Dan's list.
So Dan, what's the name of this big SF advocacy group?
It's called Neighbors for a Better San Francisco. At one point, I believe still was the biggest big dollar spender in local SF politics. This group is spending on city council races, mayor races, trying to sway ballot measures, ballot initiatives.
Nick Podell?
Yep.
William Oberndorf?
Yep.
Stephen Merrill?
Bingo.
This thing's basically just an offshoot of the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, this is Atwater. He's the founder and former chairman of Prime Finance. He was one of the big backers of this neighbors group.
They most recently focused their spending fighting a ballot measure that would have marginally increased property taxes on the most wealthy to fund affordable housing. And top donor, William Oberndorf, who used his charitable foundation to donate $2,000 to Make-A-Wish Foundation and $200,000 to Neighbors. And Neighbors, like Heritage or any of these ghoulish national organizations, is just one part of a network of linked organizations sharing a small pool of donors and board members across the city. But let's zoom back out nationally. Mary said something that made me curious about the power of the Grove today.
Trump is not welcome at the Grove. He tried to join. He's not a member. He's not on the list, you'll see. They didn't want him.
But the Trump agenda is still inherently tied to the Bohemian Club. This is how they held on to power. Back in New York, Dan and I started digging into the influence of the club on today's administration and politics.
I found this clip of Ed Fwellner, who was one of the founders, and he's been attending the Grove for years. He was on your list in 2023. He did die a little bit after this, but here he is just a few months before that meeting of the Grove.
Tomorrow, at our celebration, we'll be introducing Mandate for Leadership 7, called Project 2025, Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. A sincere thank you from this old man who was around the first time it all happened.
The first time it all happened, that's, going into the Reagan administration and making all the changes that we're still facing today that make our lives more difficult today.
And it goes to show these people's ability to reconsolidate power, right? They didn't get the guy they wanted the first time around. They didn't let Trump in, but they were still able to weasel their way in and craft his policy book.
In the months that Project 2025 was being written, the board of the Heritage Foundation was like a quarter Bohemian Club guys. But it goes even further. On our 2023 list, in Mandalay, the same camp as Michael Bloomberg and Henry Kissinger, for whom this would be the last Grove, is another name, David McCormick. At the time, McCormick was but a simple hedge fund billionaire who'd tried to run for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Mandalay Industries.
Were being defeated by Dr. Oz in the primary. But just 2 months after this encampment, he announced he was running again. And this time, he won. So I compared our attendee list to McCormick's donors. 11 men in Mandalay camp donated to McCormick's campaign, and that's not even including the ones who gave through dark money channels. As senator, McCormick was part of an announcement with President Trump for a big push for AI investment in Pennsylvania, data centers and power plants. At the same event was this guy, Brendan Bechtel, the latest family CEO and heir to the Bechtel fortune. Bechtel is poised to get billions in construction contracts from this deal. Funneling money and power to Bechtel seems as important to the Trump administration as it did to earlier administrations. Bechtel is getting big deals with foreign companies for US construction, brokered by Trump. They have money tied up in the Venezuelan pipelines Trump wants to seize from the Venezuelan people. And they've been floated as a beneficiary of the Kushner-Trump plan to rebuild Gaza.
It would seem that Donald Trump is just an extension of the Grove. So why isn't Alex Jones covering this?
Read of the Second Amendment.
Where is Alex Jones? Exactly. It's my question. Well, that's right. He's slobbering Donald Trump's knob on a regular basis from his InfoWars podcast. He's practically on Team Epstein at this point. Might as well just start wearing a shirt that says Alex Jones was right, and now he's part of the New World Order. Now, I'm afraid we have to go back to the Supreme Court, to the State of the Union address, the final clip, I believe, of the night. Hopefully. I think that's it. To this moment. Whoopsies, did not mean to click.
I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man.
You're hurting the kids.
So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really, martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erika, is with us tonight. Erika, please stand. Thank you, Erika. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
Well, that seems like a good enough segue as any to get us talking about this situation. I think you know what situation I'm talking about. Talking about this.
President Trump says that Kirk has died after he was shot from a nearby building after being shot at Utah Valley University. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. I didn't get to give him a kiss goodbye. That young man, I forgive him.
Take your time.
Erika Kirk has been named the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead.
It's weird to say excited. Describes her husband's funeral as the event of the century. Merch, hats.
We have 50,000 plus hat orders.
Nobody knows why she's out there in a glittering pantsuit in a recreated tent that her husband tragically was murdered in, throwing merch out.
Everyone reads differently, so if someone's acting weird, don't read into that.
Zionists, the Prime Minister of Israel, all lied through their teeth about Charlie Kirk.
Her operation was in Constanta, the epicenter of Romania's trafficking scandal.
Weird conversations to have with a 15-year-old. I'm gonna touch your butt. $8.6 million to their own shell company. What is going on?
They have nothing to hide. My aunt used to tell me never do something that you don't want on the front page of a newspaper.
That's right, people. It's time for the Bride of Charlie series. Candace Owens has taken aim for the widow Erika Kirk in her latest investigative series. Already a 3-part series. Unfortunately, I've only been able to view the first 2 parts. Fortunately / unfortunately, it's not, like, honestly, this shit is insane. Oh, this shit is bananas. BANANAS. The production value, though, on that trailer, I mean, come on! Part 1 in the Candace investigative series.
Okay, you guys, there is a very strange thing happening right now where a young woman with absolutely zero professional qualifications has been inserted at the top of a charity organization that pulled in over $250 million last year, and the media is telling you that you have no right to know or to ask anything about her. The argument being made is that her husband was murdered, therefore she has a right to assume the position. And despite the fact that Turning Point USA is a literal charity, and therefore it's not even have to pay tax on that $250 million plus or pay tax on the alleged future billions that it's due to rake in thanks to a deal with a man named Pierre, these talking heads are claiming that the public simply...
So we're a minute in, and there's a man named Pierre. Now, I don't watch enough Candace to know if this is a man that's been referenced in the past or if this is a new situation, but I found it fascinating that the French were already involved. Now you gotta roast me? Why you gotta roast me? Because I'm not covering Iran yet? Look, I gotta do what I gotta do here. I gotta cover the things that I plan to cover tonight. I can't just veer off suddenly out of order and not this. It would be wrong of me to not cover the things that are in the title, in the thumbnail. YouTube says that's wrong, and I can't do that. In fact, that's a bannable offense. So I have to at least cover the things in the title, in the thumbnail, and in the keywords and hashtags. Okay? Okay, pal, I know it's big, it's pressing news, but let's be real. World War III is not going anywhere. Sure, it just started. But I get the sense it's going to be around for a little bit. You know, we've been sort of building to it for a little while. You're going to roast me because I have to roast, because I'm about to roast Candace? You're here to defeat, you're a Candace defender now? I'm not allowed to roast it. I'm not allowed to roast Candace. Have you heard this? Have you heard this yet? I know, I did. At least certain aspects of this
to
deserve
ensure
roasting.
the person who is running that organization is, I don't know, at a bare minimum, moderately honest about who she says she is. No, that inquiry makes you a monster. So I guess your job is to head to work 9 to 5, receive a flurry of unsolicited emails and text messages.
This is a response to Dan Bongino. This is 100% a response. We listened to Dan earlier, and he called Candace a demon, a hellspawn, for criticizing Erika. Oh, God. And Candace is right. It's not fair. It's not fair. She's not hellspawn for asking questions. I mean, there's other reasons why I might call Candace hellspawn, but not this. This is perfectly reasonable.
Reminding you that Charlie Kirk, the innocent man that you watched be executed and brought...
Perfectly reasonable-ish.
Right, live. You're to be reminded that that was her Charlie. My Charlie needs your help. Here's how you can give us your 401k and house. The emails have been landing into your inbox at an alarming rate, saying things like that. There's virtually nothing that the feds are telling us about his murder that makes any objective sense. But if you're feeling weird about any of that, you're reminded constantly that she is a grieving widow.
Weird.
She's a grieving widow. That sentence, in my opinion, is this year's Trust the Science. She's a grieving widow. The mainstream media, of course, Zionists implied, are effectively telling you to roll up your sleeves and get the vaccine again, dopes. Tyler Robinson did it. Erika Kirk is grieving. Please allow her to do so in the privacy of the billion-dollar charity that she took over. Remember when they did the 6 feet social distancing thing? They cast that spell. Let your granddad die alone in the hospital. If you desire to see your grandma this Thanksgiving, it's because you're a demon from the gates of hell. Yeah. Resist your human instincts. Obey the government.
Jesus Christ, Candace. So this is how she starts it all off. Okay, she starts it all off by comparing the government and people generally criticizing individuals for not getting the vaccine to having questions, reasonable questions about the death of Charlie and of Erika Kirk now running this massive billion-dollar, as she pointed out rightfully, multi-billion-dollar charity. Which, to be fair, perfectly fair to Candace, she's making a good point here. Okay, Erika is inviting all of this criticism. If she didn't want to be in the limelight, maybe she shouldn't have taken the reins at the head of a $1 billion organization, a 501c3, created by her husband that literally made his entire career on, like, essentially claiming that he's open to all criticism, right? And that he can bat down any criticism. Because that's the thing that I think is most glaring to me about this. Is that, like, people, not even just Erika, but people who want to say that she shouldn't be criticized. What are you talking about? Turning Point started off with Charlie literally going to college campuses and saying, debate me, bro. Prove me wrong. Right? Like, that was his, like this is literally how he created Turning Points. Or was that, I mean, him and Crowder, they were all like, they were all doing the same thing. But, like, he basically was just like, he would literally go to campuses and debate people, right? That was his whole thing. And now all of a sudden people are like, no debate allowed. You're not allowed to have the wrong opinion about Erika and or Turning Points and or Erika and Turning Points. It's wrong. And you're a demon.
That's in the Bible.
Where should we begin in this story? I think maybe with just a blanket statement. Something is not right with Erika Kirk. And despite a most aggressive influence campaign, which at one point even included a signed letter from the Secretary of Treasury assuring us that Turning Point is above board, an amazing organization, and despite, in addition to that, a flurry of homosexual men making over dramatic videos about sheer evil. No, not mass murdering children. Sheer evil, investigating someone at the helm of a $1 billion company. Despite all of that, the public remains unconvinced that she is simply a grieving widow, because she isn't simply a grieving widow. She's also the CEO and chairman of an organization. In fact, during our preparation for this series, an investigative journalist named Elizabeth Lane went viral on X because what she authored about Erika was brilliant. It just was objectively brilliant. It gave voice to what millions of people worldwide were feeling, but didn't exactly know how to express. And I'm going to read you her words in their entirety because I think it's very important, okay? Elizabeth Lane wrote, "I'm going to be blunt. I have reached the point where I find Erika Kirk to be deeply disturbing, not because of rumors or gossip, but because of consistent, observable patterns of behavior. To be clear, everything I say in this post is my opinion. I am not claiming this is a fact. I am saying this is what I think Erika Kirk is. I come from the world of acting and modeling. I have spent years around social climbers, opportunists, image curators, and people who treat relationships like ladders. That is why I left that world. Most of these people are shallow and harmless. A few are dangerous. Erika falls into the latter category not because she is just ambitious, but because of how calculated and performative her ambition appears to be. I believe she may be a psychopath. What stands out immediately is the reaction that she provokes in other people, which is very common with psychopaths. Across the board, including people who support her publicly, the private reaction is the same. It's, I can't watch her. It's not a criticism, it's just a physical discomfort. People turn off interviews because the presentation feels artificial to the point of being unbearable. Let me explain. That kind of response.
She's just off-put. She looks at Erika. Oh, God. Oh, physically discomforted by that. Oh, my God.
Not happen accidentally and does not happen often. Research in psychology shows that humans are highly sensitive to emotional incongruence, mismatches between a facial expression, tone, and content. When the effect appears simulated rather than genuine, the brain registers it as a threat. This activates discomfort and avoidance, even if the person cannot consciously explain why. So many of us felt this way, but we could not explain why we could not watch her. Studies on psychopathy, particularly those building on the work of psychologists like Robert Hare, describe traits such as a rehearsed emotional display and shallow affect. These traits can create what observers experience as an uncanny interpersonal dynamic. The discomfort arises and people want to shut it off because most people rarely encounter extreme affective mimicry in everyday life.
Oh, God, it's horrifying. So Candace, she goes on and on, basically, for quite a while here. reading through this woman's long rant on X about how she finds Erika to be a distasteful human being who makes her feel very off-put. It basically transitions into suggesting
Omega
that
just subscribed for 18 months. Happy World War 3.
Omega Star with the resub. Thank you for the resub, Omega. Yes, happy World War 3 indeed. We're going to get to World War 3. In fact, I might have to, considering how deep we are into the stream, we're like 7 hours in now. I might have to do a very brief synopsis here on the Candace situation and revisit this later this weekend and get into that more right now. Like, but I'm gonna have to do some research, so I think I might have to switch over to the Snowballgate story here to talk about World War III. I'm also gonna have to switch the title somehow. I have to edit that. But no, it's honestly we're almost.
Omega Star gifted 5
Oh, shit.
subscriptions to the community.
Omega Star with 5 sweet gifted subs. Xenomonic. Albert Kiki Fam. Albert Kiki Fam. Smash. Sasha Khan. And the Green New Deal. Everybody getting a subscription over on Twitch. Alright, we gotta get back to talking about Candace and Erika and this whole situation over here. But basically, Erika basically says, like, suggests that since she makes a bunch of suggestions about Erika that she's not a traditional housewife and that she doesn't want to be a traditional housewife, something like that, and that because of that she's a social climber who wants celebrity and money and to be famous, and Charlie was just a rung for her to grab. And that she's a modern woman, essentially, which is dangerous. You know, being a modern woman is dangerous. You know, you want a job. You want a job instead of being a housewife. That's weird. Unless you're Candace, who has a job, which isn't weird. And then she gets to talking about her upbringing and gets even weirder. Really, really weird.
That's really weird.
Works, okay? Now, pivoting back to Erika and her story, I will tell you my personal opinion and my experience with her. What alarms me about Erika isn't so much the fact that she lies, which we will prove to you over and over again, but it's also the fact that I don't know that she's aware that she's lying. It's almost as though she doesn't remember. Like the version that she's telling us today or yesterday was just recently downloaded into her mind, and she therefore thinks it's true, like a faulty memory or something. I'm saying that I'm not sure if she's fully aware that she's lying, because it's like some of the lies are so stupid. She's just sort of going. I want you.
Honestly, and this is part of a larger thread that I kind of want to pull on. I think Candace is going to pull on at some point, which I may very well be completely proven wrong or right in the latest installment of this, because I haven't seen the third part of this series yet. But I get the sense that she's amping up to suggesting that Erika Kirk is some sort of like Manchurian candidate who's like run by brain chip, or like it's not clear like yet, but like I feel like that's where she's leading us to, and that maybe Erika is like a secret transgender Manchurian candidate that's going to take Charlie's legacy and turned it into some sort of evil sort of cabal organization run by Israel or something. I don't know. It's all very strange. I'm not gonna lie, but who knows? Honestly, shit is
To
crazy
also know,
out
by the
here.
way, of course, we reached out ahead of this episode. We reached out to her specifically with just 4 questions pertaining to past statements that she's made that do not appear to align with the reality of what we have discovered. Okay. For example, here's just one example. We are told that Erika Franzwey was raised by a strong, independent, entrepreneurial, single mother who taught her.
Now we skipped ahead a little bit. Franzwey, she's going to say this name a lot because Franzwey is Erika's actual last name. Well, not actual, her maiden name before marrying Charlie.
To be a good Christian, a devout Catholic mother. Lori Franzwey, right? As an aside, that this Catholic mom, who am I to judge Catholics, but she's been married 4 times that I can see. We'll talk about that more down the line. More importantly, though, you will recall that Erika sat down for an in-person interview with the New York Times days after Charlie was publicly assassinated, and she confirmed to them that the least traumatizing part about Charlie's assassination was the prospect of her now having to raise her children alone. She wasn't traumatized by that idea because she had seen the example set for her by her mother growing up. As People magazine later echoed, quote, Erika Kirk has learned a lot from her mother, Lori Franzwey. After
And this is where things really start to get wild. I mean, Candace starts to try and pick apart Erika's entire family tree, upbringing, and life. I mean, she really, 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 really gets personal. Intensely, honestly, perhaps maybe a little bit more than a little bit unhealthily personal. I feel like Candace is really angry that people have been calling her a demon, and this is just. I feel like this is to some degree been egged on by that, and she's just lashing out at this point, out of anger. But I can understand that. People are calling you a demon for asking questions. That's not fair. That's not fair, Candace. I get it. I feel you. Okay, now, while I would have liked to get a bit more deep into this, honestly, Candace goes down so many strange roads. This is like the... What do you call it? It's like the rabbit hole of... I mean, Candace... I will say this about all of this series. I've watched the 2 episodes back to back. The second one aired when I was still watching the first one, so I watched that one right after it. The third one aired right before I started this stream today, so I have not had a chance to watch it. But from what I can tell, Candace is still the queen of views on YouTube. And she has managed to take this Erika Kirk situation and find every single possible thing that I think to some degree a right-wing audience would care about, right? Or at least honestly just I think generally speaking it's a mostly right-wing audience that it I'm trying to think of which rabbit hole she goes down, but not entirely. I'll say that much. Some of it I found fascinating in terms of the corruption potentially, if any of it's real, or I mean honestly she said, but then she gets into all sorts of crazy shit, psychology, Freud. For a second, I'm not sure if she converted to Scientology or something, but she's got some big beef with Scientology all of us. I mean, with psychology all of a sudden.
Omega Star just cheered 100 bits. Either the well is very deep or she is falling very slowly.
Either the well is very deep or she's falling very slowly. The well, yeah, no, that's a great point. Honestly, Candace can. I feel like the more and more that I get familiarized with Candace's YouTube career, the more I realize that she can turn anything into a video about Nothing. Like, she can investigate. She will find a way to investigate literally anything. It's fascinating. It's genuinely fascinating to me. Having watched a number of these Candace videos over the last, I don't know, when did we start watching the Candace videos? Like 6, 8 months? It was like around the, I think it's probably 6 months ago, right? It was like around the time that Charlie died. Mostly because I've been saying that I think that Candace is secretly in love with Charlie. And that, like, they were soulmates. That actually she was maybe, you know, she was thinking of like leaving her husband for Charlie, and then he dies, and now she's like, you know, really broken up over that. And I can understand that. That's, you know, it's tough. But yeah, no, it's just a cornucopia of different sort of threads that she tries to pull on, from psychology to transgender people to like Israel and like just so many different things. It's fucking wild to me. It's fucking wild. I will say this one thing though. Candace can entertain. She gets the views. I mean, you look at, I mean, the first video, the video that we just watched, we're going to skip the second one. I'm sorry, because I want to get to World War III. It is kind of pressing. People have made the case, and I think I've approved. Point is, Candace be getting the views, and it's because she is speaking to a particular audience. She is getting, like, to people's psychology somehow. Like, finding ways to find the most, like, salacious, like, tidbits to try and talk about when it comes to this. And really whatever she lands on. 4.5 million views on that video 2 days ago. The second one that I was going to watch, it's already, I think it's at like 2.5. The one that dropped right before the stream already has like 500,000 views. Oh my God, it's out of control. I think it might be higher than that actually. All right. I'm going to try and figure some shit out about what the hell is going on with Israel. Switch over to Snowballgate, which I feel is a much lower stakes scenario that needs less comment from me. Although I'll pipe in, but I gotta do a couple of things and figure out what the fuck is going on. Why does the news not stop? It's not fair that during my 8-hour show, my 8-hour plus show, 5-ish days a week, the news doesn't stop for me, and that I'm forced to do research mid-stream. It's incredibly rude. I'd appreciate if that stopped happening.
Mayor Mamdani, thanks so much for joining us. The storm is New York City's 9th snowiest since 1869. Earlier today, there were reports of some power outages in some parts of your city. What can you tell us about that, and has anyone been hurt in this storm to your knowledge?
So it's a real pleasure to be on, Jake, and I can just start with the power outages. So we were alerted to the fact about 10,000 New Yorkers lost power, mostly concentrated in the Rockaways, and this time about 8,000 of them have recovered that power. We sent out emergency personnel to inspect the conditions, as well as opened up 3 warming centers to ensure that for any New Yorker who was without power, they had a place to stay warm and to stay safe. Because as you said, this is one of the largest amounts of snowfall the city has ever received. This is the first blizzard since 2016, and citywide we saw about 19 to 20 inches. There were parts of New York City, like eastern Staten Island, we saw 24 inches of snow. Now, thankfully, that snow has come to an end at this time, and now it's a question of response, and I can tell you that we don't have any indications that anyone has lost their life as a result of this blizzard. We have been using every tool we have to try and get homeless New Yorkers inside over the course of this snow, where they can be safe and they can be warm.
The storm's also, of course, having a major impact on air travel. The last flight to depart New York's LaGuardia Airport was a Southwest Airlines flight to Nashville at 8:19 p.m. last night. Do you have a sense of when airlines might feel it will be safe to resume travel?
I can't tell you an exact time. I can just tell you that we're going to be using every tool that we have to make sure that it is safe to travel, whether by air, whether by bus, whether by train, whether by bike, or whether by foot or by car. And frankly, we're very lucky here in New York City that we have the incredible men and women of the DSNY, our Department of Sanitation. I began my day today with them at around 6:30 a.m. seeing their Blade Runner 2.0 system, where they showed me that by 5:30 a.m. this morning, they had hit more than 99% of our city's streets with a first plow attempt. And that continues through the day as they have 2,500 hardworking men and women on every single 12-hour shift. Right now, actually, there will be about more than 2,000 who are returning from a shift, more than 2,000 about to go on another shift.
Your city's urgently hiring emergency snow shovelers to help remove snow and ice from public areas, offering people $30 an hour. House Republicans are criticizing you for requiring workers to bring multiple forms of identification to sign up for that job. They tweeted, quote, "Let's get this straight. In Zohran Mamdani's socialist utopia, it takes 2 forms of ID to shovel snow, but no ID to vote. Make it make sense," unquote. What's your response to that, sir?
Well, here in New York City, we follow the law, and it's federal law to require certain forms of identification in order for someone to actually be paid for this kind of a job. And so that's what we're asking for, 2 forms of identification. It's a long-standing city program. It's a long-standing city policy. And thanks to the hard work of DSNY, they've expanded their capacity for how many New Yorkers they can supervise at a time, now up to 1,800 per shift. And so these hardworking men and women who've signed up over the course of the last few days and last few weeks, they've joined the work that sanitation has been doing, and they're clearing crosswalks, bus stops, fire hydrants, helping our city get back on its feet.
President Trump today briefly brought up the snow shoveling situation in your city. Take a listen.
It's so crazy. The mayor of New York, and he's a very nice person. I met him, but his ideology is not too good. But we're having a massive snowstorm right now, and I've heard that he's asked people to come out and help shovel the snow. Okay, so you get a shovel and you start shoveling, right? What the hell? You're not going to help too much, but you can help.
The president actually praising you in there for being nice while kind of dismissing your snow shoveling plan. Have you talked to him at all about the storm, if you need federal assistance? How often do you talk or text with him?
I will keep those conversations private. However, what I will tell you is that the conversations that I have had in the past with the president, including that at the Oval Office, as he had shared right after, we're always focused on New York City and how we can make sure that we are actually helping New York City. And frankly, this emergency snow shoveler program is one that allows every single sanitation worker to be on the plows, to be on the salt spreaders, to get this city back up and running. It's why they've been able to disperse about 50 million pounds of salt. And then these snow shovelers are the ones who supplement the work, frankly, of the department. And what we've seen is here in New York City, as is the law, property owners have to clear the sidewalk in front of their property. They have to clear the crosswalk that's abutting them. And yet there were about 4,000 violations in the last storm of this. Our interest, frankly, is not in issuing violations. It's in finding compliance.
There we go. That was the first snowstorm related supposed scandal of the week in New York over supposed emergency snow shovelers and requirements for ID. Now, of course, they did need ID because they were going to get paid money from the federal government. I'm sorry, from the state government. And so that was a requirement. So they can do the taxes and all that stuff. Now, New York kids got a school day, or a snow day. That was, I'm sure, much appreciated. And New Yorkers were taking advantage of the incredible amount of snow in different ways. However, for some, it was not an opportunity so much as a burden. And people, especially on Staten Island, were struggling to extricate themselves from said snow.
A plea for help written in the snow. You can see it right here. Staten Islanders writing, "Please plow," in piles of snow that are still blocking the streets. As Naveen Dhaliwal reports, residents in one neighborhood, they're not just going to wait around. They got to work themselves.
On Van Cortlandt Avenue in Sunnyside, the only engines you heard Tuesday night weren't from sanitation trucks. Rather, snowblowers as neighbors stepped in.
We've been doing the street and the sidewalks since yesterday.
Among them, Jarira Tassi and Rodel Delvasorias, who say they've been waiting for snowplows for 2 days.
We're a little bit concerned. Usually we're used to seeing the sanitation trucks come here once every couple of hours. This time, nobody came.
A few blocks away on Elm Place, more than a foot of snow was untouched.
It's kind of concerning that they've just kind of forgot about us, but at the same time, I'm sure that they've prioritized other streets that people need to get to like main locations of things.
Residents say sanitation trucks weren't able to navigate the tight roadway where parked cars and heavy snow narrowed the path even further. On Alpine Court, a plow got stuck and needed a tow. Matthew Durazo wasn't surprised.
It happens every year. Tough turn to make. They should come up the road.
The DPW interim commissioner is insisting crews are working hard to reach every neighborhood.
Unfortunately, the terrain and geography of New York City is unique in every way. Narrow streets and hill blocks just make it so much difficult.
Mayor Mamdani said Tuesday that DSNY upped their Staten Island snow removal force to 500 personnel.
Thanks to these efforts, 99.2% of roadways on Staten Island have received at least one pass from snow clearing equipment.
With another 1 to 2 inches of snow expected, many here are shrugging their shoulders and saying spring couldn't come soon enough.
I'm over it. We want golf season around here.
Back here.
A what now?
How rude.
Ah, son of a bitch. I was talking that whole time. That was incredibly rude. That was incredibly rude. I said so many things just now. Do you know how many things I just said? Oh, that hurt me. How long was I muted for? Anyways, I feel like I was muted all the way back in Staten Island just now, where I was talking about how it's difficult difficult to plow the streets of Staten Island because they're very narrow. There's like a bunch of problems with trying to plow that tiny little piece of New York. That's why people in Staten Island are having such a struggle with the snow. Thankfully, it's gotten a lot warmer, melting a lot of snow, literally melting right now as we speak. This video is from Monday. Bellport, New York, on the ocean. But the ocean is frozen. So, that's what you're looking at. This is frozen ocean.
This is ridiculous!
Frozen ocean, Long Island. Utterly ridiculous. Okay, now we're caught up to where I was last taught. I think I got most of it. I think I got most of what I was trying to say. Yes, you missed so much of what I was saying. It was actually a real burden to have to say it again. Not gonna lie, that was annoying to me. I hate when I do that to myself because I have no one to blame but myself. It's one of my pet peeves, is having to repeat myself. But then I do it to myself, like once per stream, if not more.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Terrible. Anyway. Let's head to Brooklyn, see what people are doing with some of the snow, the latest storm. News 12, 3 days ago.
One Brooklynite is sure making the most of this blizzard, creating a unique snowman for his community to see. News 12's Tim Harfman is in Prospect Heights with the creation and reaction from neighbors.
While many people are still digging out, architect Jeff Dvorsky is carving out this snow sculpture.
Oh, by the way, Columbia Rican, thank you for the super chat and the reminder that I was muted. That was very helpful. Yes. I might not have noticed it had it not been for the light blue in the corner of my eye. Greatly appreciated.
His Brooklyn street. Jeff says it all started yesterday while shoveling out his car.
I forgot about digging out the car and I just started making a pile and then kind of seeing what happened.
While it doesn't have a corncob pipe, a button nose, or eyes made out of coal, it's still a snowman. Now I'm 5'10", so this gives you an idea of the size of this sculpture. Jeff says it took him about 4 hours to make, and the original inspiration was his own father.
You know, seeing as my job is news aggregating / commentating, News 12, you can do better. You can do better. That was a terrible pun. That was really bad.
Awful,
you can do much better than that.
Awful. Weak.
Definitely had a mustache, but I couldn't quite get the cheeks. So once I lost the cheeks, then I said, okay, we're going to move on.
Moving on.
It was a little tricky by the mouth.
But not giving up.
I've just been saying it's St. John, since we're on St. John's Place.
Regardless of who it is, Jeff wanted to bring some positivity to St. John's Place.
Makes your street more interesting and more beautiful for people to notice and when they're walking by.
Plenty of people are noticing, stopping to look, chat, or take a pic.
I know everyone is kind of struggling with the blizzard. I mean, some people love it and he's making art and beauty out of it.
What does he have?
Beard.
A beard, that's right. I can't believe it. It's like a real person.
It's actually quite impressive. It's quite an impressive sculpture. All right. But that wasn't the only wonder created out of snow and ice No, no, no. We got more for you.
So, hey, look at this right here. The recent blizzard has left the city with a flurry of amazing outdoor art made with snow.
Dave Carlin shows us some of the snow.
They renamed your neighborhood. What do you mean? Hasn't Prospect Heights has been the same name? What was so bad about Prospect Park? Prospect Park is still a thing. Prospect Park is still a thing, and so is Prospect Heights. They're two separate entities.
Sculptures sparking conversation and admiration across the city.
We're here to introduce my Punch the Monkey sculpture.
This frosty fine art is in Fort Greene Park, a tribute to the baby macaque who stole hearts worldwide for his attachment to his stuffed toy post-abandonment.
So we're gonna blush it up a little bit.
Professional artist Amaya Okamoto puts finishing touches on her snow sculpture that portrays a
Is
happy...
it? Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, most definitely. I'm like you're making me question it right now, but I'm like 99% sure.
For the little guy.
I ended up building this monkey for 6 hours. Punch's story is personal to me. I grew up like, you know, with a lot of feelings of loneliness and rejection and feeling like it took me a really long time to find myself and find community. And I know that other people are moved by my art all the time.
I've never seen something like that before.
Living among some of the most incredible artists in the world, it's incredible.
In the same park, Byron Guo of Clinton Hill is drawn to this one. Hello, Hello Kitty.
I think the bow is perfect. You can see the outlines of the kitty's shirt.
And over here is a familiar neighbor fashioned out of snow.
That's Totoro from the iconic Miyazaki movie.
Snow sculptures large and small, popping up all over city parks and sidewalks. So enjoy.
Well, there you go. Snow sculptures popping up everywhere. People don't know what else to do with the snow. There's so much of it, and it's not going. Well, at least it wasn't going anywhere for so long. Might as well turn it into art. I agree. Now, there is another thing that you could do with the snow. And that thing led to a whole situation this week. We're going to quickly unpack it here right now for you folks. I am talking about a snowball fight. Excuse me, a snowball fight that led to an indictment.
Illegal.
The NYPD tonight searching for at least 4 people they say assaulted police officers with snowballs. The incident now has the mayor and the NYPD commissioner at odds. Andrew Ramos reports now from Greenwich Village.
It may first appear like harmless winter fun, but depending on who you ask, this snowball fight at Washington Square Park on Monday crossed the line.
It wasn't a game. It was a vicious attack and assault.
From the video I saw, it looked like kids at a snowball fight.
2 different takes on this video where police officers
It's
were
exactly what it
bombarded
was.
with snowballs after they
It doesn't just look
responded
like
to
a snowball fight. It doesn't just look like a fucking snowball fight. It's exactly what it is. It's a snowball fight. And these officers were a bunch of fucking literal snowflake ass motherfuckers. Okay? Like, you don't go hanging out in the middle of a snowball fight and not expect people to throw a snowball at you. What would have been the correct response? Like, these guys totally missed, like, an opportunity to be, you know, like, the next, like, the viral, like, you know, there's always these, like, feel-good cop shorts and stuff. Oh, cop saves a puppy. Cop saves a baby. Cop races, cop races, whatever, like on like some sort of like, he had an opportunity. These guys had a fucking opportunity to play along, throw snowballs, and honestly have some fun and get paid for it. You know, maybe go viral while you're at it. Instead, they went viral in the worst possible way. And had a fucking Karen-ass meltdown over a snowball fight that they were literally in the middle of. They put themselves there. What do you expect? It was a planned, it was a literally an organized snowball fight. It was like people were told ahead of time. Oh my god, it's so lame. World War III has started? That's true, Mitty. Thank you for the reminder. We're actually skipping a number of stories right now. That's how we're actually here already right now. Otherwise, we'd be still talking about Erika, Kirk, and Candace's whole thing she's been doing over there. I'm trying to get us there as quickly as possible. Honestly, I'm in the middle of updating the video details on Twitch and on YouTube right now. And once I get that done, we'll probably be making our way over there. Oh, and by the way, Social Butterfly, thank you for using your membership milestone chat to remind yourself that you have one of these membership milestone chats. But I also want to say thank you for the $5 on Cash App. I appreciate it. And I noticed your note about the galactic deficit. If you notice, we don't have a galactic deficit right now. We finished it. So I will just, I mean, in theory, I'll just take it off the next month's galactic deficit, right? It'll just reduce the future galactic deficit. That's the great thing about that. But seriously, these guys could have, like, you know, they could have been good sports about it and thrown a snowball back. You know,
911 calls of disorderly groups in the park. Commissioner Tisch went as far as saying it was disgraceful and criminal. Tonight, the NYPD is seeking the public's help in identifying at least 4 of the individuals involved.
Oh my God.
Our entire city workforce deserve to be treated with respect. The only person in our city's workforce who deserves to be treated with a snowball is me.
Video shows officers overwhelmed with snowballs as they walk toward a patrol van. At another point, an officer pulls out what appears to be pepper spray, and then an officer with a bullhorn attempts to de-escalate the situation.
Go back and do your thing. We just came to make sure there's no trouble. What you're doing is fine.
Now, police say the officers who were injured in yesterday's snowball fight suffered cuts to their necks and faces. They were taken to the hospital in stable condition.
When kids are doing a snowball fight, I'm pretty sure the intention is to have fun. So it's a little unfortunate that people got hurt.
Criminal defense.
Yeah, but nobody did get hurt. We haven't seen shit. I'm still waiting for the pictures. They haven't released any. They claimed that an officer was injured. 2 of them had to go to the hospital. But I haven't seen a single picture. Where's the evidence? Show us. You're the police. You can't investigate. Show us the evidence that you have of this brutalization of these poor police officers. I'm waiting for it. They don't got shit. These guys are fine. They're a bunch of melting snowflakes. They got hit by snowflakes and they started melting. It's weird. It's sort of antithetical, really, to the concept of snowflakes when you think about it. But not that shocking that they decided to indict the 4 individuals whom they were seeking these charges. But Zohran had had some things to say about snowballs.
I stay in regular touch with my police commissioner, and I appreciate the work that she's doing. You know, I've said time and time again that having seen these videos, to me it was a snowball fight that got out of hand, and it should be treated accordingly. I'm not going to be banning snowball fights or organized snowball fights. I've shared my thoughts with New Yorkers, and I continue to believe that what we are seeing in this response to this winter blizzard from the city workers as a whole, and that includes the hardworking men and women of the NYPD, is part of why the city's getting back on its feet, and I'm appreciative of that work.
There he goes, Zohran coming out and saying definitively he won't be banning snowball fights. So we're at war with Iran now. What the fuck? That's correct, Devil Doll. We are, and we're gonna be getting to that almost immediately. I wish I had a new thumbnail. I'm trying to I'm trying to like drag this out as I edit shit over here in the video details on YouTube and Twitch. But this is sort of like drastic. Like I was planning on talking about I was planning on talking about the imminent war with Iran, not the actual in progress war with Iran. That's a whole different thing. It's a whole different thing. And I wasn't fully prepared for that tonight. I will not lie. It wasn't necessarily what I was expecting. I honestly don't even know how I fit this onto the thumbnail, the currently existing thumbnail. I'm just gonna have to leave it off the thumbnail. That's really where it's at. All right, one more over here. On the Snowballgate situation. Now, originally, there were charges levied against these 4 accused snowball perpetrators. They were felony charges of assaulting an officer and other sorts of heinous and ridiculous crimes that did not meet the actual events that had happened. Shocking. Honestly, you know what this really is to me? This response from the NYPD is just really the epitome of how the NYPD and police in this country in general treat the civilians. They view the civilians as like an occupying force. And they're like they're in the same way that ICE agents, I feel like, sort of behave as an occupying force. I feel like they sort of view like America as being invaded by Americans. Like like they see themselves as being somehow like separate from us, right? And like they don't think of themselves enough as just being another American that's just here to uphold the law, right? And like rather they feel like they need all of these, militarized equipment, and they're constantly cracking down on protesters. And it's just completely unnecessary. And this is just the epitome of that. Snowballs turn into felony assault charges on an officer? Really? It's ridiculous. Are we at war? Yes. Technically, yes. Yeah, we're back at it again. I've been saying we've been dipping in and out of World War III for a while. It's not clear when the historians will actually determine it, but it really does kind of feel like we're basically in it. By the way, that's not the only war that started today. I would point that out. It's the only one in the title. It's not the only war today, which is why I'm rushing ahead to this right now. Otherwise, we'd be covering a number of things, including some climate change related stuff. We'd be covering the BAFTAs. We'd be covering the Mandelson situation and just the Epstein fallout in the UK, as well as the Green Party victory. We'd be talking about so many things. France revoking the the access of Slender Man. I can't think of his real name right now. Somebody in chat knows who I'm talking about. Trump's son-in-law. Kushner. I think of him as Slender Man. And a bunch of other fucking shit, including Israeli war crimes. But I just want to get to this before we literally just run out of time. And we'll just have to pick this up, half of this stuff up tomorrow. It's fine. I mean, I was planning on streaming every day this weekend. This leaves me more prepared for tomorrow. Yay, I found the silver lining in World War III. Look at me. I need I need hydration right now. Also, I need to change the title for this. Here. Yay. Because I can't be penalized for taking something out of the title. Right? Like, that's fine. It's just the reverse of that that's the problem. So that's what I'm gonna do just for that out. Whoops, did not mean to do that. Please hold. Oh, actually, you know what? You can all watch this video while I finish editing the titles. So like I was saying, on the Snowballgate situation, the charges, which originally felony charges, have been reduced to misdemeanor charges. Oh. How nice of you. For a snowball.
Illegal.
Prosecutors declined to bring a felony assault charge against the Bronx man arrested for throwing snowballs at police, and tonight he is out on supervised release. The incident has the police and the mayor at odds over whether the actions were criminal. Addie Guajardo was at court in Lower Manhattan.
The union representing police officers showed up at the Manhattan Criminal Court Thursday evening for the arraignment of 27-year-old Guzmain Coulibaly, a content creator. Coulibaly did not speak as prosecutors rattled off 2 misdemeanor charges, declining to charge him with felony assault.
This was an attack on the uniform that these police officers wear so proudly every day.
Patrick Hendry, the PBA president, says the snowballs thrown at officers on Monday at Washington Square Park were a blatant attack that injured 2 officers. He accused Mayor Mamdani, who called it a snowball fight, of downplaying the incident.
We saw a 27-year-old adult. So the notion that this was a playful snowball fight.
27-year-old adults can't have fun and throw snowballs. Is a 27-year-old adult. Doesn't everybody understand that? God. Look how under threat they are from snow. Show us the proof, dumbass. Where's the proof? Where's the
Show me the proof,
injuries to these
dumbass.
officers? That's what I'd like to know. That is what I would like to know. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Because I'm gonna have to hate that. I have to fucking do that. I'm probably gonna have to do that. Alright, okay. I'm gonna move us along from this discussion of Snowballgate. On to other things here. Actually, I think I'm going to do this. I'm I'm gonna change it to this. It makes more sense to do it this way. I'm sorry, people. I'm stuck. Okay, alright, I've done it. I've updated the info. We're moving it along. Talking about Iran. Ah, for fuck's sake, this whole situation's great. World War III. And, you know, just because I had all this prepared for tonight, I am going to at least do the stuff that I mean, it's an ongoing situation. I have a live stream right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very much ongoing situation. It's still fairly fluid. So I figure it makes sense for us to at least do some of the stuff I had prepared for Iran today, when I thought it was just sort of a theoretical situation. Can I get a full
All of these people are the same people.
All right.
All of these people are the exact same people.
Wait.
Donald Trump last night laid out his case for an attack on Iran, which was basically like, I don't know. I don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. He was the one who unilaterally pulled out of the Iranian nuke deal, which was preventing them from getting nuclear weapons. He then bombed Iran in the so-called 12-day war, which supposedly took away their capacity to build nuclear weapons.
Obliterated it.
Totally. God, years and years. And by years and years, I mean maybe weeks.
We did it.
And so you would expect,
Operation Midnight Hammer.
or you would hope that we would have voices in our political realm who would be against an attack on Iran. Now, I know there are people who are advocating for the bombing of Iran because Iran is an oppressive regime, a theocratic regime that has killed many protesters, particularly in the past couple of months, but certainly throughout the existence of this regime. Now, the Shah also was pretty repressive. It just depended on who you were. But the real issue, to my mind, is the efficacy of a U.S. bombing campaign or invasion. As we hear this cavalcade of people who are either A, advocate for a war, or B, don't argue against it, but just say, I'd like you to do it in a slightly different way, so I don't have to have my fingerprints on it. I want you to try and come up with an invasion by the United States in the past, I don't know, 60 years, where we were not directly threatened, where even indirectly threatened. Because I don't know how you can argue that the United States is in any existential danger whatsoever. I don't even know if, like, when we could speak to the Trump administration probably killed more Americans certainly this year than Iran.
Hey, everybody, I'll be right back. I gotta do a couple things. Try and get this this transition on stream topic here tonight. By the way, thank you, Columbia Regan, for the super chat. Cops equal snow, ice. Yeah, cops equal ice, just saying. Shrug. Agreed. Agreed, sir. By the way, the latest on this situation I'm just hearing is this is a joint U.S.-Israel strike, and Iran has already responded and is going to, and all U.S. targets are, all U.S. and Israeli targets, like all is, what am I saying? All U.S. and Israeli personnel and whatever are now targets, apparently.
By far, the Israeli government has killed more Americans than Iran has this year, maybe in the past year, maybe more. Let's start with Sam Harris. He wants you to meditate on this. Look at this argument that he makes on just how rational it would be to invade Iran. This is his, I mean, this is fascinating to me. Good.
I honestly think Iran is much less likely to blow back on us the way Iraq and Afghanistan did. I just think that a majority of the people are in a different spot with their desperation to be rid of theocracy. Right? It's a much more sophisticated culture that has been oppressed for now more than a generation. You can't say that about Afghanistan, right? You can't even say that about Iraq, and Iraq was more sophisticated than Afghanistan. I do think it's a different situation. It's like, if you're going to talk about the prospect of nation building, is probably, ironically, this is probably a good opportunity that we can't possibly take, given how badly our experience was, previously. But I think it's worth assuming that the majority of the Iranian people want something like a secular democracy, or something, something that would be recognizably secular and democratic.
I mean, I sort of feel if you're going to advocate for a war with another country, you should have at least something substantive to say, other than like, we should assume that they're gonna like it and it's gonna be doable. Like, no question about doable. Like, what does blowback mean?
What you talking about?
Iran, the Iranian military makes the Taliban look like a walk in the park.
Yeah, not even close.
The Iranian military makes Iraq look like a difficult walk in the park. And it took us, 20 years to get out of Iraq? 15?
Iran is double the size, triple in land mass, double in GDP and just population.
I mean, just the level of irresponsibility to throw this off like he does. Even if, again, I will keep repeating this. I do not have to engage in the moral question or the question of democracy or liberation or any of those questions. We can just keep it on the level of how badly do we want to fuck this up? And unless you can provide an example of U.S. intervention in the past 60 years, the modern era, where it has brought about anything other than an enormous amount of killing. I don't know what blowback's supposed to mean. And has left the country that we invaded in a better, more cohesive place. then shut up. But it doesn't just end with Sam Harris. Here is Richie Torres. Oh, and let's see if you can see a through line here. Sam Harris, who famously was a new atheist, had a problem with all religions. Now, of course, one religion was the worst.
The motherload of bad ideas.
The motherload of bad ideas was Islam.
Zohran, Mamdani.
And he toured for years giving this speech. And weirdly, this atheist did most of his tours in brotherhood groups at synagogues. But let's move on. What could
what now?
Sam Harris have in that, I don't know, someone like Richie Torres doesn't have? Oh, it's an abiding support for Israel. But here's Richie Torres.
Congressman, how do you plan to vote on the War Powers Resolution, Kana and Massey's War Powers Resolution? You don't.
What publication is this?
Dropsite News.
I don't recognize Dropsite News. Sorry.
You don't recognize the name, or you don't recognize the legitimacy?
I'm not familiar with it.
Not familiar. No comment on the war in Iran. The
no comment. I have no idea who you are.
All right.
You knew who Adam Friedman was, I guess.
That was Julian Anderone from Dropsite News.
Calm down.
Where they're walking, incidentally, is underneath the Capitol, in the tunnels underneath the Capitol building that go from the Capitol building to the office buildings. You can't just walk in there if you're just nobody.
That's like a Trump-like attack on the press from Richie Torres there. So I don't recognize you, so I'm not going to answer a question about a War Powers resolution.
What if you got a call from a constituent that you didn't recognize? Right. Would you answer that?
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
But of course,
at this
Torres
juncture.
doesn't want to answer it because here's what's going on right now. The Democratic Party, or I should say the Democratic leadership, is trying to prevent Ro Khanna and Massey's War Powers Act resolution from getting to the floor before Trump attacks Iran. Because they don't want to have to deal, they'd rather do it after the fact. So they don't have to vote against an attack on Iran. They want, and we're talking about and I don't think it's the majority of the Democratic Party, or at least the majority of Democrats on the Senate and the House. But I do think about 20 to 30% of them really want this to happen. And there was a guy, when Barack Obama was president, there was a senator who was adamantly against the Iranian nuke deal. And his name, who was he? He had glasses. Oh, it's this guy.
Closed-door briefings are fine, but the administration has to make its case to the American people as something as important as this.
What do you expect?
There's Chuck Schumer. Is he speaking against an attack on Iran? Is he speaking against getting us into a new war? No. No, he's specifically just nibbling around. No side deals.
Closed door meetings are fine. He's even backing off the side deals thing now.
No side deals. Chuck Schumer wants to attack Iran. It is part of his portfolio because, again, he has announced his number one job is to represent the interests of Israel to the left. And by the left, he's speaking like pretty broadly. Anybody who doesn't want to get involved in a war in Iran. And he won't even speak out against it. In fact, the establishment of the Democratic Party is being reported.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna skip us ahead to current because this is just, this shit is just insane. I need to know it. And honestly, I'm not even watching it because I'm watching with you right now, and I can't really do both things at the same time. Hold on, I have to do one last thing. I have updated the thumbnail. That's right. Midstream, I'm updating a thumbnail. I know it's unprecedented, actually. I don't think this has ever happened. Where I was like, I need to update the thumbnail now. Now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If not sooner. Sooner is preferable, actually, in this particular scenario. Now I have to quickly scale this down, export it, just because I don't like the way that fucking Adobe does it. What is this at? 16. Wait, why isn't this? Oh, I see why. This is taking forever. Okay. I think it worked. Nice. New thumbnail. Alright, people, let's do it. World War III time, I guess. Good God. This happened somewhat unexpectedly. Although, I mean, I was planning on talking about how all of this was imminent. Like I've been saying. Like, I've been talking about how this is likely to happen, considering what we've been seeing, an unprecedented buildup in the Middle East, at least in the last 20 years. Hasn't been seen since the beginning of the Iraq War. And everything's been pointing to this. Right-wing figures have been coming out to talk about how maybe it would be great. Dave Rubin. Sam Harris. But we have to get to this. This has now been breaking news for the last 2 hours. It's actually crazy that we're really like making this massive swing. I've completely edited the video and titles and everything. New thumbnail over here. This insane fucking news. All right, let's get to it. Starting us off, Al Jazeera English from 2 hours ago. The first of all of the news outlets to report this.
Welcome back if you're just joining us here on Al Jazeera. Let's just bring you some breaking news, which we're getting on the Reuters news agency, that Israel has launched preventative attacks and preventative attack against Iran. Israel's defense minister says air raid sirens have been heard in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. That's according to the Reuters news agency. Witnesses say they've heard explosions in Iran's capital, Tehran. So let me just tell you that again. We're just getting this breaking news now as we come back to air, that Israel has launched a preventative attack against Iran. That's according to Israel's defense minister.
Preventative attacks are legal under international law. Preemptive attacks are, in some cases, justifiable, but what was preventative? I don't even know. I've never heard of that before.
And that air raid sirens have been heard in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, according to the Reuters news agency. Witnesses say they've also heard explosions in Iran's capital, Tehran. So we'll obviously bring you more on that developing story as it happens.
Well, we're just going to keep going through these. That was the first one. Next is ABC from 1 hour ago.
In terms of how we got here. But let's talk about just these past few months, from the demonstrations in Iran that were taking place, but also these negotiations between U.S. and Iran that were also going on.
They have been ongoing.
The ones that everybody knew weren't going to go anywhere.
President Trump at first threatened to go after Iran in the last month because of the massive protests that you saw across Iran, and thousands killed, thousands of protesters, according to human rights groups who are keeping track of this. The president threatened Iran, and then he has talked very little about the protests, that is not the reason that President Trump wanted to go into Iran. He talked about these nuclear sites. Just at the State of the Union, the president said that he wanted to make sure that Iran didn't have a nuclear weapon, but he also said at the State of the Union that the U.S. had obliterated the nuclear facilities inside Iran. That is clearly not the case if he wants to go back and get rid of the enriched uranium. He wants to make sure these facilities are destroyed. I have to say it's quite unusual that they would go after Tehran in the daytime. I think one of the reasons that President Trump in the past, in his first term, didn't want to go after Iran, they were worried about killing people. That is obviously collateral damage, innocent people.
Collateral damage, she says. Wow. You mean war crimes? Collateral damage. Gross, ABC. Gross.
Well, let's just go back to our breaking news story that Israel has launched a preventative attack against Iran. That's according to Israel's defense minister. Apparently, air raid sirens have been heard in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Witnesses say that they've also heard explosion in Iran's capital, Tehran. Sirens sounded in Israel as Israel warns of the possibility of missiles. That's the latest breaking news we're getting here. Let's just stay with this story and bring in Al Jazeera's Noor O'Day. She's in Ramallah for us in the occupied West Bank. Noor, just tell us what's going on in Israel at the moment.
Well, right now, the Israeli army has confirmed that it has launched what it calls a preemptive attack against Iran. It has declared a state of emergency throughout the country and asked citizens to be close to a shelter, whether in their homes, a safe room, or a public shelter. For now, there are no details about the targets of those attacks, but we understand that this is a campaign that Israel has launched, of course, in line with its publicly stated policy that Iran poses a threat to the safety of Israel, and its allegations that its missiles and its nuclear enrichment program also pose a threat, having repeatedly said that the negotiations with the United States were not going to go anywhere and should not have been trusted to begin with.
Noor, so what more have Israeli defense officials been saying? Because we heard from the Israeli defense minister that they've launched this preventative strike. What more details are we getting about the strike itself coming from Israeli officials?
Nothing yet about the targets themselves. But again, let's put this in perspective about why would such an attack happen. Israel considers the government in Iran a threat to itself, and so the launching of the attack, irrespective of the targets, is completely consistent with its stated policies. At the moment, the details are very scant, but the focus of the Israeli messaging so far has been domestic.
I'll be right back. I need some hydration.
What Israelis should be doing, how Israelis should be acting. But we already know that foreign flights of foreign airlines that are on their way to Israel have started to turn back to their destinations. And this was, of course, a long time coming. We've seen over the past 24 hours some airlines canceling flights, some countries calling on their citizens to leave Israel while flights are available. That started with Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, telling his staff they can leave the country if they choose to do so because of the tensions. And now we know that those warnings were warranted. Other countries like the UK, France, and others had followed suit.
No, you've been covering this story for us for some time now. Would this preemptive strike by Israel have been given the green light by Washington?
Most definitely. An Israeli strike on Iran would not be happening in a vacuum, certainly would not be happening without U.S. approval. And let's remember that we have the USS Ford, one of the largest or the largest strike group in the U.S. Army, is on the shores of Israel for its protection. We saw fuel tankers as well arriving at Israel over the past few days, and we saw stealth jet fighters, F-22s and other fighter jets from the U.S. military also arrive at Israel. Overnight, we saw the Israeli army also deploy air defense missile systems in strategic areas in Israel, where the Knesset is, and other locations. All of that were announced as precautionary or precautionary measures, but we now know that this was in preparation in lieu of plans, it seems, to conduct that preemptive strike on Iran.
Yeah, and just talk to us, Noor, about those air raid sirens that we heard going off in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Just talk us again through what you've been hearing there about what's happening and what the civil population are being told.
Well, the civil population has been told to be near a shelter. In Israel, there is a very intricate system of alerts and alarms and public shelters, especially in Jewish Israeli cities. Palestinian Israeli cities, of course, suffer from a severe shortage. But there is a multi-layered system by which the government and public authorities can warn people to take shelter, to be safe. What happened in the past hour or less than an hour is that the
Oh, this is fucking ridiculous.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Israeli citizens received on their phones alerts telling them that the Israeli army has declared a state of emergency, that emergency spans all of the Israeli territory, well, all of historical Palestine, really, because it did include also the occupied West Bank and Gaza in the map that was received on phones. And so illegal Israeli settlements all across the West Bank would have received the same warnings. And at this moment, what would happen is that Israeli citizens would be following instructions quite closely. If sirens go off again, alerting for a possible counterstrike from Iran, then that would be a different thing. But we are not there yet. We are now in the phase of Israel launching that attack and then possibly bracing for retaliation. But for now, it is just warnings. It is assuring the public that Israel is ready, that the Home Front Command is ready to give instructions in all areas, and that only essential activities will continue. So there is a ban on educational activities, gatherings, and going to places except for essential services. Basically, Rashad, all life activities, all ordinary activities have now halted in Israel because of this strike on Iran.
What happened to the fucking War Powers Act, huh? Now Donald Trump just gets to wage war with the U.S. military and the $1.5 trillion budget that they have. And just sort of unilaterally.
So we're just hearing now from the AP news agency, just sort of backing up what you've been saying there. Both AP and Reuters are saying, and this is coming from the Israeli military, that schools across Israel are now closed. The public have been informed to work from home. Public gatherings in Israel have been banned. Let me just repeat that for our viewers who are just joining us here. We're hearing from the Israeli military that schools across Israel are closed, public informed to work from home, and public gatherings in Israel have been banned. For those, Noor, for our viewers who are just joining us here on Al Jazeera for this breaking news. Remind us again of the background to this and the time frame and the diplomatic activity that led up to sort of where we are now and why this has happened. Because most people were focusing on the American military buildup around the area, but this has come from Israel itself.
Yes, it has. And this was something that a lot of observers had been contemplating, whether this confrontation with Iran would start with an Israeli attack. But as you said, to understand what is happening now, maybe it would be helpful for our viewers to go back to June of 2025. In that month, Israel launched strikes against Iran, several strikes, in fact, and a 12-day confrontation ensued between the two countries in which Iran and Israel suffered heavy losses from those strikes and counterstrikes. Now, the allegation in Israel is that Iran is preparing weapons-grade a nuclear stockpile, something that Iran rejects categorically, and something that has not been verified by any independent authority, including the IAEA, which had signaled its concerns from its observing missions about the enrichment, the fact that it was quite high. It was at 60% in certain sites. But those sites, those nuclear sites, were bombed. Now, that confrontation concluded with U.S. intervention, bombing two of the facilities, of the largest facilities, most protected facilities by B-2 bombers from the United States, and then a ceasefire was called. In the past 2 months, there have been escalating tensions that started after U.S. sanctions basically collapsed the Iranian economy. There were protests, large-scale protests in Iran, and Iranian authorities were accused of cracking down very heavily on those protests and killing hundreds of people.
Oh, this is fucking disturbing. Just watching all this unfold before our eyes right now. It's all breaking right as we go here tonight. It's unusual change of pace for the Galactic News Network, although we have done this in the past, I suppose, but not necessarily, I don't think, quite to this degree. This is insane. This is fucking wild. By the way, I don't know if you know, but Pakistan and Afghanistan started a war. Something that they're calling an open war. Literally calling an open war as of 24 hours ago. That was the war I thought we were going to talk about today, more than this.
The U.S. President Donald Trump had signaled that he would attack Iran because of accusing it regarding its nuclear facilities, nuclear program, its ballistic program.
Like, this is why I'm saying it's World War III, right? Like, I've been saying we're on the brink of it for so long, and, like, for the last, 6 months, I've been saying we're, dancing in and out of it. Like, I had another war that we were going to talk about today. Instead, this one started. Do you see what I'm saying? The entire planet is fighting right now. Like, there's no... I just realized I'm on the wrong one. There's no other way to look at it. The entire planet is basically fighting. Or, on the brink of fighting. Or if it's not war by the traditional means, it's by economic means right now. With the trade war that Donald Trump is waging. If you count the trade war, the entire planet if you start Liberation Day, you could count Liberation Day at the beginning of World War III. Because the trade war is, who is it that said that war is economics by another means? I can't remember.
Well, and its crackdown on protests. Israel all along has been quite enthusiastic about these events. The Israeli Prime Minister, of course, has been advocating for toppling the government in Iran for decades, not just since June of 2025. And so we've had a flurry of activities in the region. Regional leaders, countries like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Turkey, and others have been adamantly against attacking Iran, against overthrowing the government, and they have been engaged with Washington to try and prevent such a confrontation. Several rounds of negotiations, of course, have taken place, the last of which was just 2 days ago. And then the Omani foreign minister, who was the chief go-between, the chief negotiator in those indirect talks between the U.S. and Iran, went to Washington and spoke with the U.S. Vice President, J.D. Vance, just in the past 12 hours, hoping that his efforts could avert a confrontation. But now we know that the confrontation will start from the Israeli front. Let me just update our viewers that the Israeli airspace has been closed, that Israeli security sources are now saying that the deal is done. Israel and the United States have assessed in the past 24 hours that there was no path for negotiations.
All right, Noura Day, live for us there in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank. Noura, thank you for that. Let's cross now to Al Jazeera's Zaina Hodder. She's live for us in Beirut. Zaina, we were talking earlier on about Israel using airstrikes again in Lebanon. Just bring us up to date with those airstrikes and how they fit into this broader issue now of Israel's strikes, this surprise strike on Lebanon, on Tehran.
Yes, in the past hour or so, the Israeli army carried out a series of airstrikes in southern Lebanon, targeting a number of areas, particularly in the Iqlim al-Tufah region. What we've been seeing in recent days is an Israeli escalation in attacks. Yes, there's supposed to be a ceasefire in place since November 2024. Israel not complying with that ceasefire, near daily strikes since then. But in the past few days, we've seen this escalation, and Israel, the Israeli army focusing.
I hate to be this guy, but since we've been talking conspiracy theories all freaking evening, all stream for the last 8 hours, Bohemian Grove, Bride of Charlie, all this other stuff we've been getting into. Honestly, all I can think about right now is what aren't we talking about because of this? Like, what is this a distraction for? Like, what is the story that we're supposed to be talking about that we're not because this is happening right now? Like, what does Donald Trump want our focus off of most? I think it's the midterm elections. I think it's the elections. They're hoping, because there's a bunch of like primaries going on right now. I think that's what it is.
Its targets on what it believes are strategic infrastructure belonging to Hezbollah. This morning, targeting the Iqlim al-Tufah region. This is a mountainous region where the Israeli army believes Hezbollah has rocket launchers, weapons depots, underground facilities. Just on Thursday night, they carried out a wave of airstrikes.
Are you still
think it's
talking
Jeffrey
about
Epstein?
Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
It could be Epstein, but I mean, why would people still be talking about Jeffrey Epstein? That's weird. Because, you know, the Dow. It's 50 thou.
In the east of the country, in the Beqaa region, where Israel believes is the operational base of Hezbollah, where they have strategic weapons like long-range missiles, precision-guided missiles. So the feeling in Lebanon is that what the Israelis have been doing in light of these heightened tensions in the region is try to eliminate what it sees are potential threats in the event of any conflict between the United States and Israel and Iran. So stepped-up attacks, focusing on what Israel believes is strategic infrastructure. The question that has been repeatedly asked in Lebanon in recent days is, what will Hezbollah do in the event of a U.S. or Israeli military strike on Iran. Hezbollah, of course, being a strategic ally of Iran. But another question that also has been asked in recent days is not what just Hezbollah will do, but whether Israel will carry out preemptive attacks against Hezbollah to eliminate what it sees a potential threat coming from this front.
All right, Zaina Hodder there live for us in Beirut. Zaina, stay with us for the moment, won't you? We're just across to Alan Fisher live in Washington, D.C., our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher. Alan, this has come, I suppose, as a bit of a surprise because most people viewed the...
I gotta say, this job is, it can be stressful mentally, things like this. But honestly, having all of you here, to get through this incredibly tense moment, people who I feel like I know better than most of my Earth acquaintances these days, it is somehow brings me a sense of, I don't know the word actually, something, it's something I need. I don't know if it's catharsis is the wrong word. Calm, not calm. It's not calm either. I'm not calm right now. This shit is fucked. But it's better with you guys than without you. That's the best I can do. I don't have a word for that. Je ne sais quoi.
U.S. military build-up in the region, that the attack would have been some kind of strike from U.S. military assets in the region, but this has come from Israel. Presumably, Alan, Washington would have given the green light for this.
You're praying that the United Kingdom stays out of this? Yeah. I mean, things are about, in my opinion, things are about to get pretty weird. I could be wrong, but considering the buildup that we just saw, they seem to be prepared for another Iraq war right now. In that event, right now, I feel like this drags NATO countries like the United Kingdom into this. I could be wrong. Maybe, there may be, considering what's been going on lately, a bunch of objections to doing something like that.
Certainly,
I can
the
imagine.
indications are there that the...
But this will be very interesting to see how all the NATO allies respond to this, including the United Kingdom. I think the United Kingdom will be a pivotal player in all of this. What they choose, I think, will be incredibly important, considering.
We knew something was coming, given that a number of embassies announced the evacuation of...
Because what this feels like is about to be a very long, protracted fucking war. Why else do we have the most troops and naval vessels and planes and tanks in the Middle East that we've ever, not that we've ever had, but since 2003? So explain that to me. Why do we have Iraq-level troops and equipment in the area if we're not about to do another Iraq? Fact is, though, Iran is a bit more equipped than Iraq was, so this could take even longer. It's bigger and more complicated.
Personnel, we saw that with Mike Huckabee, the ambassador in Israel, making that announcement just more than 36 hours ago to his staff there. But you're right, people were expecting that there may well be an attack by the United States. Donald Trump had been talking about it. Of course, we know that Iran was involved in talks. The mediator said things were going well, but Donald Trump himself, on a trip to Texas on Friday, said that he was frustrated with Iran, but he hadn't yet made a final decision on whether or not he was going to launch a military strike. There are those in Congress who are dead set against the idea. But of course, there's a pattern to this. There's a mirror to what happened in the summer when we saw what the United States called Operation Midnight Hammer. That started with Israeli attacks in the first instance, normally to take out Iranian air defenses, and then that cleared the way for the United States to launch their significant attack to, in Donald Trump's words, obliterate their nuclear program. The problem, of course, is the United States position has never been that consistent, because while we've heard from Donald Trump saying that he'd obliterated their nuclear program, we had a number of people, including one of the mediators involved in those talks in Oman, saying that now Iran was just weeks away from developing a nuclear weapon. In 6 months, apparently, it rebuilt its entire nuclear arsenal. So, yeah, the short answer is most people expected some sort of United States action, so it is a surprise that Israel has gone first. But there will be speculation here in the United States, inevitably, that this is Benjamin Netanyahu once again trying to force the United States to take action against Iran. And the reason he's done this is to try and force their hand.
Yeah, Alan, are we expecting any kind of response at all? What are US officials likely? I don't know if we've had any response yet. We've not seen it here. In terms of this Israeli preemptive strike, because, as you know, Alan, this comes amid negotiations between US and Iran to get this nuclear deal that Donald Trump's been pushing for.
It's a fucking bullshit justification. Preemptive strike? The United States was the one building up troops, not Iran. Iran was in its own country, hanging out. And the fact that the United States was involved in the strike makes it completely bullshit. Laughable. Laughable fucking claim. Laughable fucking claim. All right, we're going to keep going through these. I got more. We've got more. This is madness. That could not be more true. We're living in madness right now. It's World War III. I mean, I've been saying it for a while, and I'm fairly confident, considering the number of conflicts we have going on, that we're living in it right now. Now, this is footage from the AP showing one of these strikes. This is in Tehran. You see a massive plume of smoke, hundreds of meters in the air. I just have these in chronological order. One more from the Associated Press. This is in Haifa. You can hear the sirens going off here in Israel. It's a major port city of the Mediterranean here. This is Tel Aviv on some random bike lane. You can hear all the sirens going, people running. No smoke in Israel, though. What I can see here. Switching over to YouTube. That's recommended. Honestly, it's a multi-stream experience. You could be having the 3-screen live stream experience right now. All right, let's keep going through these fucking videos. ABC News. Maybe you might skip this to go to... Actually, no, fuck it. I'm going to play this.
What we're learning
By the way, if anybody has any...
a joint operation between Israel and...
If anybody feels they have any relevant clips... If anybody has any relevant clips that you don't think that we've watched yet, feel free to send them in the Discord. If you're in there, I could use all the help. I could use all the help I can get right now with this. I'm trying to do research while also producing the streams.
That's right, Michelle. Just moments ago, the president made a post on social media. It was a video. He announced that a short time ago, the U.S. began major combat operations in Iran. As you heard Ian mention there, the president said the objective is to defend American people, to eliminate imminent threats from the Iranian regime, calling the regime a, quote, vicious group of people, going on to say that its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. Now, this comes as the region has been on edge for weeks. The president, we have heard him over the last few weeks repeatedly threaten military strikes against Iran if its leaders did not agree to its demands, including reining in its nuclear program. At the same time, we have seen the U.S. Build up this massive force in the region as we were waiting for potential action from the president. Now, we also know that these diplomatic talks have been ongoing, but as of last night, the president expressed his dissatisfaction with the state of negotiations, saying that they need to make a deal and they don't want to go far enough. But the president, throughout the last few weeks, has been stressing that he wants to see diplomacy here. Just yesterday, he said they hadn't made a final decision, but he wasn't happy with the state of negotiations. But again, this also comes as, we have been waiting for the president to explain clearly to the American people about what his ultimate objective is. Is this about the nuclear deal? Is this about the ballistic missile program? Is this about regime change?
A communist.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Selena Wang joining us from D.C. Thank you very much. And we want to go to Martha Raddatz, and who can explain. She has covered the region for years in that region. Martha, tell us the latest of what you're learning.
Well, what we
God damn it, was I muted that whole time again? How did that happen? This is terrible. What I was saying is, this sucks, is it was an impression of Donald Trump. Oh, that kills me. That really, God damn it. I don't even remember what I was saying. I was just like making fun of it because like at this point, I'm fairly certain Donald Trump, considering what happened with Venezuela, by the end of the weekend, it's not going to be the protesters, it's not going to be democracy or regime change. It's going to be the oil. He's going to be like, a long, long time ago, a nasty man by the name of Mohammed. A communist stole the oil of beautiful, glorious Western countries like the United States and the United Kingdom. Very nasty guy, Mohammed Mossadegh, he said, he's going to nationalize the oil.
China!
What is it, China? Ridiculous, unacceptable.
Immediately,
Taking it
if
back.
not sooner.
We're taking it back right now. I mean, am I the only person that thinks that that's what's going to happen? Because really, that's not even, is that even far off from anything we've experienced in the last year? That's just par for the course at this point. I'd be shocked if it doesn't happen.
This joint strike between the Israelis and the U.S. is that U.S. strikes involve a mix of U.S. aircraft and Tomahawk cruise missiles fired by U.S. Navy ships in the region. So this is a large-scale attack. This is not, it does not appear to be this limited strike, one of those options that President Trump was given, and that option involved making a preemptive strike to bring the Iranians to the table and be on the side of what the U.S. wanted. But clearly those negotiations have really already broken down. I'm certain that the Iranians expected this. They knew those negotiations had essentially broken down. They knew from President Trump's public statements that he was not happy with where the negotiations were going. So this does, as Ian said, appear to be a larger scale strike that will probably last several days, if not weeks. There is one statement that the president made on that Truth Social video, and it was an angry posting, said, "We aren't going to take this anymore." The president said, and it's an extraordinary statement, The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war, but we're doing this not for now, but we're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. This is the first time we have heard the president say anything about this to the American people, to give this kind of warning to the American people. He has simply said that the U.S. will not allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, but he has not prepared the U.S. public or Congress for what may happen here. Again, the statement, the lives of courageous American heroes may be lost and we may have casualties. That often happens in war, said the president, but we're doing this not for now, but we're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission.
Hold on, I gotta bring up this tweet. I gotta bring up this fucking tweet. I assume it's on True Social. For fuck's sake. Oh, this is so unhinged. No, I don't want cookies. They make you sign in on True Social now? No. No, fuck off. Hold on. I am not creating a True Social account. You can go fuck yourself. You can go fuck yourself, pal. There it is. Oh my god, and the ads. Dream singles.
A short time ago.
Oh god. Oh wait. It wasn't a statement. It was. Oh god. It wasn't a tweet. It was a. He posted a video to Truth. I posted a video to Truth Social, so that when everybody hears this historic moment, I will get ad revenue from them watching it.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal. Something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, We obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step.
This is ridiculous.
What he is talking about is absolutely ridiculous. Paige Larson is right. This is absolutely ridiculous. He's talking about an all-out war with Iran, about obliterating their entire military infrastructure. They're not just going to go down not swinging. He's talking about the lives of military service members across the Middle East as if they're just pawns in a game of Risk right now. It's like, yeah, they die. People die. But
minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill.
How much do you figure this is going to cost the American people? We're already spending $1.5 trillion a year on the military. What do you think this is going to be? How much did Iraq cost? Everybody got a number on that one for me?
The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably.
Yeah, he's telling people not to leave their homes. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. For fuck's sake. Oh my fucking God, this is.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
I can't believe what we just witnessed. This is wild. He's just announced all-out war with Iran. We should be expecting bombs all night. That's what he's saying. He's saying expect bombs all. We're gonna be bombing all night. Obliterating the entire military infrastructure of Iran. Telling the Iranian Revolutionary Guard to lay down their weapons or die. This is insanity.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
So as expected, the attack on the sovereign country of Iran has started, and going by reports, it was a rogue, apartheid and illegal settler colony of Israel run by a bunch of depraved barbarians that carried out today's attacks. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, he has released a video from an unknown location confirming that his country had launched military strikes on Iran. Therefore, the Iranian media is right to call it a joint attacks by Israel and the US. This is a breaking news situation, so I'll be concise in today's video. But this exposes the double standards and anti-Muslim hate and biases of the wider world, including the so-called global institutions such as the United Nations and its affiliated bodies. So please stay tuned. Moments ago, this is what Trump said in a video message.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas.
Shit, I'm skipping this.
And
All
our
right. I'm skipping this. We already watched this just now. Sorry, I just threw these all in chronological
Iran
order.
there. We have now that clip of President Donald Trump announcing and confirming operations on Iran. Let's listen to it.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran.
This is just this. It's fair. This is a wild speech. I get why everybody watched this.
Seeing the U.S. has begun major combat operations in Iran after Israel said earlier that it had launched missile attacks against Iran. President Trump there making a number of statements which we're going to analyze with our chief U.S. correspondent Alan Fisher in Washington. But just to remind our viewers of what's happened, again, multiple attacks on Iran, multiple explosions heard in Iran's capital, Tehran, while blasts were also reported in other cities and other locations across the country. Alan Fisher, to what President Trump has just said in that 8-minute video he posted on Truth Social, what is the objective of this operation from President Trump, and how long is it going to last?
The United States has once again set the table for a revolution in Iran. They've done it before. This time they're doing it with weapons and bombs rather than covertly through the CIA. It's clear that this is going to be a continuous military operation. Donald Trump accepting the fact that there may be casualties, saying that it's something that you have to accept in war, and urging the Iranian people to sit tight for the moment, but then to seize control of their government. One thing he said, of course, was that the Republican Guard and also the police should lay down their weapons. If they do so, they'll be treated fairly. But if they don't, he said, you will face almost certain death. So this is clearly not just a one-and-done sort of operation. This is what everyone was concerned about for a number of months with the huge US military build-up in the Gulf. This is about regime change in Iran. There will be those close to Donald Trump, like Lindsey Graham, who will be delighted about this, who's been pushing for it for years. But there'll be many who will be deeply concerned that Donald Trump has effectively launched a war in Iran without seeking congressional approval. We don't even know if he's informed Congress that this was going to take place. This was Donald Trump saying, we have tolerated what Iran has done over a number of years, and now no more. Interestingly, coming as they were negotiating with Iran about their nuclear program, and the Omani negotiator appeared on American television just a few hours ago to say that the Iranians had agreed that they would no longer process enough material to build a nuclear bomb, that was a significant concession on their part, that they were moving towards an agreement. They had the heart of an agreement. Donald Trump said he wasn't pleased with Iranians, but he hadn't made a decision. That was just a few hours ago as well. Clearly the decision was made, and the United States has decided to launch a war on Iran.
Alan, just briefly, how long do we expect this operation to last?
Of course, we have no idea of telling that. We have no idea what the targets are. We know that the United States will have significant intelligence from Iran. We know that they're working hand in hand.
Ay, 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 ay. I've got a bunch of live coverage here. I gotta plug my phone in. I'll be right back.
reiterated as well, speaking to the Iranian people. He said he wanted to create the conditions for them to change their destiny. What do you understand by that? And when we talk about regime change, what that could look like? Because, of course, at the top of the regime is the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, who we understand has now gone into hiding, according to reports. But there are many layers of that regime that enforce his wishes.
Yeah, and the truth is you're not going to get regime change in Iran simply by carrying out airstrikes, no matter how extensive those strikes are. You can do a lot of damage, you can damage Iran's military capabilities, but in order to get regime change, you're either going to need boots on the ground. That seems very unlikely to me. But what it does require is for the Iranian people to rise up and take power. Now, that is something that so far, despite relatively large-scale protests that we've seen in recent months in Iran, that's something that they've not really come close to doing. It's something they've never been able to achieve in the past, but it's something that clearly the Americans and the Israelis think that by carrying out these strikes, it could create the conditions where the Iranian people feel able to do so.
I'm just reading, John, as we talk to you, the Reuters news agency saying that Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei and the Iran President Pezeshkian were both targeted in US-Israeli airstrikes. The results of the strikes are unclear. This is reported from an Israeli official. So as we talk about regime change, it is clear, according to this report on Reuters, that they are very much targeting, with their attacks, the Supreme Leader and the Prime Minister, and the President, rather.
Yeah, that's not something I've seen. It's not something I can confirm. But if the Israelis and the Americans were trying to take out the supreme leader, then that is obviously a massive step. It's massively inflammatory. It's not something that the Iranians are going to be able to sit back and ignore. And, you know, we have seen this retaliation has begun with missiles coming over, not just here, but to other parts of the region, as you were reporting. But I would imagine that it's just the start of it. You know, the Iranians are going to have to be calculating how do they respond to what's been done and how do they continue to respond if this major combat operations, as President Trump has called it, continues. Because in the past, you remember that 12-day war between Israel and Iran last year, you know, you saw...
Jesus Christ. All right, I'm back. Oh my God, this is fucking wild. Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, all countries where they are reporting explosions. Clearly a retaliatory response from Iran to this joint U.S.-Israeli strike.
They direct a large number of ballistic missiles at the center of Tel Aviv all at the same time. I think there is an exception within Israel that despite their incredibly capable missile defense shields, some will get through and you would end up with casualties.
Yeah, we also understand that here in the UK, the government has understandably advised against all travel to Israel and to Palestine. It's also holding an emergency COBRA meeting right now and says they stand ready to assist, but they have made...
Donald Trump is playing chess. He's playing Risk. He's not playing chess. He's playing Risk with the lives of all these soldiers and people.
Prime Minister Netanyahu was just in the United States in the past few weeks.
He literally said in that fucking speech, people were going to die.
I think it's probably been months in the planning. You know, I was actually in Jerusalem right at the start of the year, at the start of January, and then we were anticipating the possibility of American and Israeli strikes in Iran. But then the Americans, they didn't have the military hardware in place in the region to be able to do what they wanted to do. But over the in recent weeks, they've shifted over a huge amount of military power to the region, to aircraft carrier groups, fighter jets, and you've got the largest military presence from the Americans in the region since the Iraq war back in 2003. So they clearly now feel that they've got their pieces in place and they can do what they want to do.
OK, John, thank you very much. We were just hearing as well that the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, have said that dozens of Missiles have been fired at Israel this morning, and they have confirmed that 70,000 reservists have now been sent call-up notices. So we understand that this is obviously a fast-moving situation with many new lines coming in by the moment. But tensions between Iran and the US are rooted in decades of mistrust and have escalated dramatically in recent months.
70,000 Israeli forces called, like, I mean, this is insane. If this isn't the beginning of World War III, I don't know what is. We've been talking about the you know, what line is it? Where is World War III exactly? Well, I don't know. The genocide still ongoing in Palestine. Israel's seizing the West Bank. And now in a joint war against Iran, an all-out war against Iran. Meanwhile, Ukraine and Russia are still fighting a war that's been going on for 4 years or 12 years, depending on where you want to start. I just talked about how I was actually planning on talking about a completely different war tonight. Pakistan and Afghanistan now breaking out in a fight. Of course, Pakistan and India were fighting just 6 months ago. 2 different nuclear powers. I mean, how many conflicts do we need? Shall I continue? Sudan? Anybody? Congo?
So how did we get to this point? In June 2025, Israel attacked Iran, sparking a 12-day tit-for-tat war. The US joined the conflict, attacking 3 nuclear sites as part of what it called Operation Midnight Hammer. Iran responded in kind by targeting a military base in Qatar used by US troops. In late December, protests broke out in Tehran with people angry about economic conditions. Over the following days, those protests morphed into massive anti-government demonstrations across the country. In January, President Trump called on Iranians to keep going, telling them that help is on its way. But the protests were brutally suppressed by a government crackdown, with thousands of people killed. In recent weeks, the US...
One guy from like 3 weeks ago, like this footage is from like 3 weeks ago. Longer than that. It's like over a month old, I think. One guy does not make a movement. Not that there isn't dissatisfaction in Iran and that there aren't protests. I'm not saying that at all. Or that there wasn't brutalization of those protesters. Not saying that either. But honestly, everybody's been framing it like all Iranians want the Shah. Not even the Shah. The former Shah's son. And that is not actually the case. From my understanding, it's a fairly fractured political environment in Iran. People are just generally fucking, you know, at their wits' end. Let's not forget, and this is something that we talked about leading up to this. I actually didn't see this coming quite in this way. But before any of these protests happened, leading up to them was a multi-month-long drought that led to the reservoir that fed Tehran, the capital of Iran, a capital of 15 million people, and other surrounding areas, went completely dry. And when I say completely dry, I mean completely dry. Google it for yourself. Google it for yourself. The climate crisis is involved in this situation. The reservoir that fed the capital of Iran went completely dry. And it became like a meme, like an internet sensation. People were having to figure out how they were going to get enough water to shower and cook food. You know, they had to be having to pick which one do I do today, shower or cook food. Like, things were bad. People were using shitty water. This is going on for months. They were talking about having to evacuate Tehran. Look it up. They were talking about having to evacuate Tehran back in October, November of last year, before any of this really ever even came. Before anybody was really talking about this, we were talking about that.
To keep going, telling them that help is on its way. But the protests were brutally suppressed by a government crackdown, with thousands of people killed. In recent weeks, the US has sent thousands of troops and what Trump has described as an armada to the Middle East, including 2 aircraft carriers, warships and fighter jets. Well, just a reminder of those breaking news lines in the past few minutes. The Israeli Defense Forces have said that dozens of missiles have been fired at Israel this morning. They've confirmed that 70,000 reservists have been called up. The United States and Israel, we are being told via the Reuters news agency, have targeted Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and the Iranian.
I'm going to come back to that. I'm just checking some of the other feeds I have. I have multiple feeds. This is Middle East Eye. View from Haifa. I'm just like obsessively checking, trying to stay up with the latest right now, and you're all part of it right now. Usually I would be doing this sort of thing on my own. But today is a different sort of day. We're witnessing history live together. Here is the airspace over the Middle East. This is a live stream from the Associated Press. Damn. Iraq, Iran, Syria. 0 planes going over here. As well as Afghanistan and Pakistan, of course, because they're in the middle of a war over here. Hold on, let me get rid of this chat. These guys are in a war. Like, the one country over there's another war going on right here. Like, oh my god, they're out of, this is... Jesus. Alright, I'm going back. I am going back, don't worry. I just needed to check. Can you blame me? Come on!
It's a £30,000 bomb, basically, that can only be dropped from the B-2. And 14 of those were dropped on 3 of the Iranian nuclear facilities, Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. So as one of the objectives that the US might have, which is the nuclear facilities, that is a much, much bigger operation. Trump's also talked about, and I was just come back from Geneva with Christian Fraser, we were outside where the negotiations were happening on Thursday. The other 2 objectives that the US administration were looking at were Iranian proxies and the ballistic missile sites. Now, Iran has the most comprehensive, volume-wise and diverse-wise, it has the most diverse ballistic missile capability in the entire Middle East. So when Donald Trump is saying that they're going after the ballistic missile sites, some of those might be stationary in silos, but a lot of them are mobile. And that is an incredibly hard objective to achieve in its entirety.
They just tried to assassinate the Ayatollah. Yeah, I heard that in there. I heard that.
Will they be able to degrade them? Yeah, of course they will. Will they be able to completely annihilate them? Absolutely not, because you can move them. Now, what the F-35, which is a 5th-generation fighter that the Americans used in Venezuela, was used for, which is fascinating, but it won't be able to use for this in Iran, is it's a sensor platform. So it wasn't dropping bombs. It was sat off the Venezuelan coast, and it was using its sensors to detect where Venezuelan surface-to-air missile systems, mobile missile systems were. And when those mobile systems started moving, the F-35 was using its sensor to feed back updated GPS coordinates into those TLAM missiles, which would then allow to strike that. And that's not going to be, they're not going to be able to do that in Iran, because Iran is 3 times the size of Iraq.
The Reuters news agency is just reporting some Saudi reaction from the foreign ministry there, condemning the Iranian attacks on the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait and Jordan, as well as Saudi itself. Given that these are, Mikey, all allies of the US, they all have US bases there, which no doubt is what the Iranians are probably targeting, but we don't have direct information on exactly what those targets are.
Yeah, I think we've got a graphic, actually, of where the US bases are.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So they are multiple, they are widespread. What is the risk here of a wider conflagration with these countries being targeted by Iran?
Well, I think there'll definitely be communications going on between the US and Qatar. You've got Al-Udeid. So you can see Al-Udeid. Let's just basically run through. So you've got US bases in all along the Persian Gulf. You've got Iraq to the north. You've got Kuwait. As you come down, you've got Qatar. You've got the UAE. And then also there's a huge buildup of US military capability in Muwafaq Air Base in Jordan. So Al-Udeid is really important. It's the largest US base in the Middle East. And we can just zoom in on that. And it's got an air base, and it's got what's based there at the moment are called the KC-135 and KC-46 airborne tankers. So they can get airborne and basically provide a petrol station in the sky to sustain air operations. But it's also got the Combined Air Operations Center. It's called the KAOC. And I've been in there. If you go in there, it's basically just a huge operations center that governs CENTCOM operations all across the area of responsibility for CENTCOM, which is as far west as Egypt and as far east as Kazakhstan. So it's huge. So there's significant military capability in Al-Udeid alone. And of course, that's going to be one of the primary targets from Iran. All of the air bases have got potential to be targeted. So I think that's to be expected in terms of a retaliatory response. But again, conversations will be going on in terms of how this escalates.
Yeah, let me just bring in a couple of lines.
I mean, if my memory serves me correctly, at least 4 of the 8 countries in which the United States has air bases or some sort of military bases in the Middle East have been struck, or at least some sort of explosions have occurred in those countries.
U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, are monitoring Iran operations from Mar-a-Lago, that is, of course, Donald Trump's home.
How are you all holding up, Space Fams? I just want to take a moment, because this is a little fucked. We were in the middle of a normal stream, 7 hours into a normal stream, and then this happened. Now, the last 3 hours have been completely taken over by this. I hope you're all holding up okay. We haven't taken a break for hours now. It's fucking insane. I feel like I'm sitting here slack-jawed, just like in a stupor, trying to decipher what the hell is going on, second by second here. It's insane. Oh, God. Here I was planning on talking about a different war tonight, the one with Pakistan and Afghanistan that has erupted, one that is literally being described as an all-out war. So now we're going to have 2 all-out wars with at least 5 different countries all right next to each other. Well, aside from the United States, who's of course all the way across the planet, but very involved in this current situation. Well, just a reminder, everybody, we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. All are very helpful in helping keep the Galactic News Network alive. Why do we have the United States Congress? I don't know, Joe. Bob Biggins. I don't have an answer to that. I actually asked that go back in the stream a few hours ago. I literally asked that very question. Why do we have a Congress? What's up with it? What happened to that War Powers Resolution situation? And why are we starting an all-out war without it?
This is ridiculous!
In Florida, that's being reported by someone who is apparently familiar with the matter. We've also got reaction in from the EU's Ursula von der Leyen saying, "We call on all parties to exercise maximum restraints to protect civilians and to fully respect international law." We're also hearing that there have been several explosions heard in Abu Dhabi's near the city's main airport. Airspace has been closed across most of this region now, and travel obviously restricted. Yeah, the UK's Gatwick Airport is also reporting restrictions. In the Middle East, some flights to and from London may experience delays or cancellations. So, yeah, you can appreciate that as all of these countries are reacting around the world, flights being cancelled and rerouted by the moment. Well, let's speak to Dr. Badr Al Saif, an assistant professor at Kuwait University and the president of Al Saif Consulting, who's been hearing strikes. Welcome to you. Tell us what you've been hearing.
It's our worst nightmares come true in the Gulf, Samantha, where sirens are off in Kuwait. They've been going on at it for the past few hours. Our belief is that we've intercepted Iranian missiles for now, and we hope that we continue to do so in the coming hours and hopefully no more of this. I mean, it just tells you how high the threat perception of Iran is to begin by hitting their closest neighbors. Granted, they think that it's the U.S. bases that they're hitting, but they're really hitting their neighbors. And those are Gulf neighbors that have been trying very hard to avert war. I mean, you saw the Omani foreign minister in the U.S. yesterday and a few days before in Geneva. The same thing has been happening by other capitals in the region. So the Gulf states don't deserve such a predicament. I think they need to focus on U.S. targets elsewhere if they were to go at that war. And you know, it's a blow to diplomacy from all sides. This is happening as diplomacy was being pursued for the second time. The same thing happened last June in the middle of diplomatic talks. The U.S. and Israel decided to strike. So it sends, a tough lesson for diplomacy and for watchers of diplomacy.
What's happening across Kuwait now? What's the government advising you? How are you feeling, you and your family?
I mean, look, streets are, it's the weekend. It's a long weekend. We just celebrated our National Day and Liberation Day in the past 2 days. So it's quiet because of that. But you can feel that it's even more quiet around us with the sirens off. People are bracing for the worst. We're confident that there will be measures taken to protect us. There hasn't been any casualties. We've heard of something in Jordan at the moment. So we're watching and comparing with other capitals that are being hit across the Gulf and in Jordan. And we just, we're praying for the best. Diplomacy needs to come back on track. This is not going to be solved by war,
okay,
right? And the objective is not quite clear. It came out.
I just want to pause you there because there's been some reaction from Donald Trump, who's given an interview with the Washington Post. I just want to bring our viewers those lines. He has said that his main concern is freedom for the Iranian people and the US is working to make Iran a peace that is safe. He said, all I want is freedom for the people. He was asked about what he hoped his legacy would be as a result of the operation. He said, I want a safe nation, and that's what we are going to have. Doctor, let me ask you, you said that this is your worst nightmare. Donald Trump has said it's clear he wants regime change. Would regime change make the region a safer place?
Has regime change worked in the past with the other countries around us in the region? The regime change was a platform that he went into election against in the last two, election cycles. So regime change usually comes with it regime collapse. It comes chaos, fragmentation, spillovers to other countries. It's not a straightforward answer. So to move on from the very limited goal of blocking any ambitions for being a nuclear state to negotiating proxy actions by Iran, to now going to the maximalist objective of regime change is quite something. And
so outward regime change, eh? Okay. I predicted that he was going to come out and say there was the oil. We still have the rest of the weekend. All right, I'm switching over to France 24. I'm just trying to go back and
Nomi
forth.
Yakov, who is an international negotiator and associate fellow from the Geneva Center for Security Policy. She joins us now from Jerusalem. Nomi, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. So we're getting news of air sirens being ringing out in Jerusalem at the moment. What is it like for you where you are right now?
Well, they're very loud explosions, loudest that I've ever heard in my life, and I'm not that young. And those are the interceptions. So we have the sirens, followed by interceptions, followed by different kinds of noises of explosions. And of course, those can be dangerous due to shrapnel. And of course, they can be dangerous because the interceptions don't always work. So yes, lots of sirens. First siren was at 8 8:30 a.m. local time this morning. That was a warning siren. It was warning for those in the know and that the attack is on its way. Basically, they didn't want, of course, to inform Iran, so they just said that this is a siren ensuring that people are awake since it's Saturday morning, it's a day off here, and that they're preparing people to go into their safe spaces. So they basically wanted people to prepare the safe areas. But not too long after that, the real sirens were heard. And not so long after that, the explosions were heard. And again, there's a tuned ear. The explosions sound like a massive explosion, but those so far have been interception, have been the sounds, the explosion of the missiles being intercepted.
Naomi, quite a tense situation you're describing there. Great that you are safe at the moment. Of course, at the root of all of this is the failure to get an agreement during those nuclear talks between Iran and the US over Iran's nuclear program. We had those talks on Thursday. It ended without a breakthrough. Tell us why they can't seem to clinch a deal in this situation here.
Well, the US have set the bar extremely high. It wasn't just that they wanted a deal on the nuclear issue, which I think Iran was negotiating in good faith. They wanted a deal on the ballistic missiles, which is Iran's only or main defense, if the nuclear, of course, is viewed as a deterrent not to be used in any event. And they wanted a deal on Iran curbing the long arms known as the proxies, basically the Houthis in Yemen and the militias, the Iranian Shia militias in next door in Iraq, and also Hezbollah in Lebanon. So it's, I mean, the bar was set so high that there was sort of the talks were doomed to failure right from the start. But there were scheduled talks in Vienna. Technical teams were meant to sit on Monday and Tuesday to discuss the nuclear deal. So you were basically seeing a repeat pattern of what Trump did earlier on when he greenlighted Israel's attack in June. The attack in June happened in the midst of negotiations in the capital of Oman, Muscat, at that time. And now we're seeing that, again, they're happening in the midst of negotiations. Basically, in Geneva on Thursdays, the teams came out reporting that progress was made. But an Israeli official had reported here that here in Jerusalem, that this date, 28th of February, was agreed upon with the US a long time ago. So the negotiations weren't really carried out in good faith.
Yeah, and that's actually what I've been saying this whole time, is that these negotiations, just like many of the negotiations the Trump administration has done, were not done in good faith. We're not done in a way that was even realistic. And it's why we are here. I think it's because they prefer war.
Jonas, as we continue to follow up the news, we are now also getting reports of great explosions in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates. We're getting reports of big explosions happening right now in those areas. We continue to highlight, as we continue to see the success that the Iranian response is having to this latest aggression of Israel and the United States. So what can we expect moving forward? We have been discussing this a lot. We already saw the Yemen, the Ansarullah movement join in and launch attacks as well, begin to launch attacks in the Red Sea and against Israeli targets. But we have been you have been speaking about as well the actions of Hezbollah and Hamas. But you also mentioned a few hours past, that the Lebanese government was calling to stay away to not include Lebanon in this conflict. But in your experience, who has the greatest pull in Lebanon? Do you think that the fact that the government is doing that, or Hezbollah will come on top and they will join the struggle?
Yeah, honestly, all of these things are things that are swirling through my head right now. We already had extreme instability in the Middle East. Israel is in the middle of doing strikes on Lebanon as we speak. Not like literally, but we watched I think I have a video in my list right now, actually. Yeah. 6 days ago, Israel killed 10 people in Lebanon, including members of Hezbollah. You don't think this is going to wind up causing Hezbollah to perhaps re-engage Israel? Something they haven't been doing, I would point out. They've just been sitting there, minding their own fucking business. I'm going back to the BBC.
It speaks to the threat perceptions from both sides, the Iranians and the Americans, right? I mean, they're both going at it, and that's why you're seeing all these attacks at the different Gulf states, things that we haven't seen in the last showdown last June. So that says something about where we're headed. It's unclear. There is no clear trajectory. I think there will be much more chaos down the line.
Okay, Doctor, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much for telling us what your experiences are and your analysis. And just also a report on the AFP news agency that fresh blasts have been heard in Abu Dhabi, according to residents who have spoken to that news agency. We can speak to Ahmed Mamarian now, who is the senior Iran analyst at Dawn, a foreign policy think tank focused on the Middle East. Welcome to you. Good to speak to you. What's your analysis of Donald Trump's objectives today?
President Trump, in his 8 minutes address, he listed a long list of American grievances when it comes to the Iranian regime, from the revolution and chanting death to America to the hostage crisis and holding American diplomats for 440 days in captivity, and then Iran's missile program, Iran's nuclear program, and at the end,
I almost forgot to mention that when we were watching Donald Trump's unhinged Truth Social post. Oh, God, I love how history is now posted to Truth Social. Oh, God, we are living in a serious fucking dystopia right now. But the fact that he took it back to, like, the Iran-Contra shit, like the hostage crisis and all this other stuff, it's insane. It is insane for him to claim that that's part of this. Something from like 60 fucking years ago. He's like, it's part of that. It's all part of it.
The regime change that he promised, basically what he said was that Iranians for now go to their homes because there would be bombs everywhere. But they have to come and take over the government and ask the military to lay down their arms, because those who lay down their arms would be safe. But so anyways, in general, I think that he had a long list of objectives, and it was not very clear what was the exact the main objective, but it's definitely a framework for regime change. There's so much to be unfolded. It's a very vast, huge objective with a lot of unknowns. Right now in Tehran, I heard from people who heard bombings in different places, going back to their homes, and very much curious to see what unfolds next.
I'll be right back, chat.
The regime right now, given that its proxies across the Middle East are severely weakened after the last 2.5 years, given that there have been these mass protests last month across the country, which were brutally put down with many thousands killed, some reports of possibly tens of thousands. But there are clearly many people within the country who do want a change. How weakened do you think the leadership is?
The leadership in Iran is at its weakest position in the past few decades. As you mentioned, they have lost so much of their wings in the past 2 years in the region. Also, militarily, when it comes to the U.S. and Israel, they have a huge disadvantage. I think over the past few months, they have been bluffing about their military capacity and their power to retaliate. When it comes to the domestic situation, the Iranian regime faces a huge legitimacy crisis inside the country, particularly after the January massacre. The Iranian people, a vast majority of the Iranian people, do not want this government. They killed thousands of people, and many people inside the country were desperate to get help to somehow overcome the repression machinery. So that's why we are seeing like scenes that are unprecedented in recent history. That many people, from the videos that have been published over the past few hours, that there are students in the schools showing are happy, showing the smoke in the air of the attacks, and are happy about the attacks, or it shows that the frustration and the lack of legitimacy of the Iranian government, and how they made themselves so vulnerable when it comes to the Iranian people in a way that many people like inside the country, they welcome any means to overcome the Islamic Republic. So yes, they have a very huge disadvantage militarily when it comes to the Iranian people domestically. They are very much in a very bad shape.
Ahmed, what's your analysis of what regime change may look like? Many analysts have suggested that what Donald Trump may be after is something similar to the situation in Venezuela, where he took out President Maduro but left much of the leadership in place, giving them the ultimatum, you do as I say and you can stay, otherwise it's the same for you. Is that a possible scenario in Iran, where possibly the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, and the president are taken out, removed from the picture in some way, but the rest of the apparatus possibly stays in place with a maybe more moderate leader?
Yeah, as I said, there's so much unknowns in this operation. From what President Trump said, this.
I'm glad I made it back for that, because it is fucking insane to think that they're going to be able to install a leader here that will be legit, that'll be legitimate, right? Or that there's any obvious successor, right? Like I said before, fractured political reality in Iran. Regardless of what you may have heard, the son of the Shah is not is not the king of Iran, and people are not begging for him to come back. Maybe a few people are, but it's not the vast majority of the population. The population is splintered in terms of what they want, right? And so it's not an easy answer to the situation. You can't just throw somebody in there and say, oh, democracy now. First off, throwing somebody in there isn't democracy. That's imperialism.
Hope of the operation, the military operation, is regime change. What they are wishing for is regime change. What they are doing is to dismantle Iran's political leadership and command control, the military, Iran's naval capacity and all that, and then provide a situation in which people, or we don't know, at some point other groups to come on to the streets, and somehow the military lay out their arms, and we have a collapse of the regime. But this is, we have to see what's, we don't know much about the endurance of the regime. We don't know how the regime has prepared for this situation, because in June 2025, the Iranian regime was caught by surprise. Right now, I think for the past 8 months, they have been waiting for this moment. So there is much more readiness for this moment. We have to see how these attacks unfolds in the next few hours, next few days, and then the readiness of the Iranian regime. But regimes like the Islamic Republic are much weaker than what they project. So it might be, so we're going to see the next few days. But I think it's anybody who predicts based on what President Trump said, that this is what they want, but whether they can achieve it, we have to see in the next few days.
Ahmed, I also want to ask you about any potential new leader. We've heard lots in recent months from the son of the late Shah, Reza Pahlavi, and possible support for him, but he hasn't lived in the country for more than 45 years. How much support do you think there is in Iran for him, and who could a potential leader, who could people rally?
Exactly. This guy has not lived in Iran for 45 years. His entire life has been spent outside of Iran. It is insane to think that and they've been trying to prop him up as the guy. He's not the guy. From everything I can tell, he's not the guy. Hey, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong.
And in the form of a potential new leader.
As you mentioned, he has not been in the country for the past 47 years. And when the situation is very volatile and then there is a chaos and there's a vacuum of power, then it really matters who is on the ground, who has the organization, who has the military and power and the network. And all those elements really matter when it comes to that very fragile moment. At this point, he has support definitely within Iran. He has a lot of support within Iran. But
21% of Iranians want the Shah. So, okay, and like I'll accept it. I don't know the exact statistics on this actually, but the fact is I know it's low like this number. I honestly thought it was a little lower than this. I thought it was in the teens, but 21 sounds plausible, I suppose. That's the kind of number that loses elections right there, right? Like that doesn't get you shit in most elections. 21%, that's bad.
Support has to be translated to organization, to a movement that can take over institutions and claim victory. At this point, we don't know how much that is a feasible option and whether this is an option that the U.S. is going after. But we have to see how these forces come together in the next few days. Definitely, we have to see a fraction within the staff.
This is a shockingly high statistic to you. What, by the way, where did you get that statistic from? If you don't mind me asking, I would love a source on that. Since we're talking about it.
In the next few days, by dismantling the leadership or by removing some of these political leaders from the scene, there might be a vacuum in the power, and other people come to the scene. But in general, I would say we are in the very, very early stages of this conflict, and it's very unclear the direction it's headed. There are so many different scenarios, but at the moment, when we get to that moment, it really matters who is on the ground, who has power, who has the army, who has the guns, and how much the core of the Islamic Republic fractures. How much of that we see the split, and there is a fracture if there is a fracture within the regime. That I think would be very significant. If there is a fracture, then that could escalate other developments.
Ahmed Mamarian, thank you very much for bringing us your analysis. Just some new lines coming in, reported on the Reuters news agency from Iran's IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard Corps there, saying that all Israel and US bases in the region have been struck by the powerful blows of Iranian missiles. They said this operation will continue relentlessly until the enemy is decisively defeated. Let's speak now to our correspondent, David Willis, who is in Washington. David, welcome to you. And Donald Trump has given a few comments to the Washington Post. Bring us up to date.
Yes, that's right, Samantha. A short while ago, he said that his main intention was freedom for the Iranian people, as he put it. And that was the intention with these strikes on Iran. But it is, of course, worth remembering that Donald Trump was elected on a promise to steer clear of so-called forever wars. He was critical of one of his Republican
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once.
In the long-running conflict in Iraq. And indeed, the previous attack on Iran, Operation Midnight Hammer,
we can't get fooled again,
was much more of a surgical strike aimed at taking out 3 nuclear facilities in Iran. Well, now President Trump has put the United States into a position where it is involved in a massive and ongoing operation, as he put it, in that country. And also President Trump warning the American people of the possibility of U.S. casualties. This, of course, all without any approval on the part of Congress. And we've already heard from the Republican Congressman Thomas Massie, who wrote on X, "Acts of war unauthorized by Congress," his characterization of the strikes on Iran that we've seen in the last few hours. Samantha.
And what reaction, how soon can we expect any reaction from Republicans, from Democrats, from the American people who, as you talked about, will no doubt not want to be drawn into a potential long-term conflict?
Well, the word of these strikes came about after 2 o'clock in the morning here in Washington, D.C. It's now, 5:42 in the morning. So Americans will be waking up in the next few hours to this news. And it...
This is utter insanity. It really is. Oh, God. I was planning on having a normal stream today. I had everything planned out. For a normal-ass stream. And now here we are, 10 hours into this thing. I'm starving. Got no food. And we're in the middle of a literal invasion. And I don't feel like me walking away from this right now is really the plan. Oh, Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous!
Has prompted reaction from some Republicans that is favourable to Donald Trump, although Lindsey Graham, the senator, also made the point in a long post on X as to the men and women participating in this operation for our country and Israel. May God bless you and keep you safe. If you are injured or fall, I believe with all my heart that your sacrifice makes your country and the world a better and safer place. So reinforcing Donald Trump's suggestion that this is not potentially without American casualties. The Democrat Senator John Fetterman in the last hour or so coming to the support of Donald Trump, though, on this, saying that Mr. Trump has been willing to do what is right and necessary to produce real peace in the region. So it will be very interesting, Samantha, to see what other reaction we get, as I say, in the next hour or so as people here on the East Coast wake up to this news.
David, I know you'll keep us up to date for now. Thank you. Let's speak to Chatham House's Middle East Director, Sanam Vakil. Sanam, welcome.
To so far high to do not come out because
can we order pizza? We should order galactic pizza right now.
You know.
Unfortunately, no one delivers to the space station. Hashtag snacks. No snacks. That's right. We have no snacks. You could buy me snacks. Great reminder, everybody. We do have Throne now activated. You could literally buy me snacks that would arrive to my door down on Earth, which I could bring up to the space station and help me in these sorts of scenarios that we're in right now.
Massive economic crisis caused principally by sanctions. And while it's under huge external pressure, even before these airstrikes started a few hours ago, in terms of its own internal...
Give us pizza or give us death!
To inflict pain on its internal enemies, it does appear to retain that capacity. Maybe the point of the airstrikes is to try to eliminate that capacity, but trying to do things from long range is really difficult. That regime change from the air hasn't happened. When it's happened, when regimes have been overthrown, and I'm thinking about the Libyan regime, Colonel Gaddafi, 2011, Saddam Hussein, 2003, there's been men on the ground who've been fighting to start with, and also what followed was not some kind of a peaceful transition into liberal democracy and freedom and human rights for all. What happened was collapse. The collapse of those states, the collapse of those countries into failed states. More than 20 years on, Iraq is still dealing with the consequences of that. And as for Libya, well, Libya's in pieces. It has a couple of different governments. It has city-states who are pretty much self-governing. It has militias all over the place. And that's something that happened 15 years ago after the collapse of the Gaddafi regime. And Iran is a much bigger, in terms of population, country than that. So there are all kinds of imponderables ahead. And I'm not so sure how hard Donald Trump has thought about all of this. And if the Israelis have thought about it, well, I think that they have their own reasons for wanting to go ahead with this. Netanyahu, for many years, has said that the Iranian regime is the biggest existential threat that Israel faces. So he will want to take every advantage that he can to try and do it serious damage.
Live from London, this is BBC News.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
The US and Israel launched strikes from air and sea in what they say will be a multi-day operation, dubbed by the Pentagon Epic Fury. Smoke can be seen in Tehran with reports of people in panic. There have been strikes right across the country.
Why do they need one of these dumbass freaking operation names every time?
Retaliating with attacks on American air bases.
Operation Epic Fury. Prepare for
in Saudi
America.
Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Jordan, Iraq, and the United Arab Emirates. Sirens and explosions across Israel as a state of emergency is declared and Iranian missiles are intercepted over the country. In a statement, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says there is an existential threat against his country. The UK Foreign Office and many countries around the world are warning their nationals to shelter in place, and airspace is closed across the Middle East. We'll have the very latest from our correspondents in Washington, Jerusalem and in Doha. Hello, I'm Marianne Mashiri. You're watching BBC News with live coverage of our breaking news this hour. The United States and Israel are launching airstrikes across Iran. President Trump says the US and Israel have launched major combat operations. Mr. Trump says the objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. He says Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, and he accused the Republic of trying to rebuild its nuclear program. The president has also said there may be American casualties as a result of the operation dubbed Epic Fury by the Pentagon. Well, the retaliation...
I'm just in a stupor right now. Just completely beside myself. I don't even know what to think. We've been talking about this coming. And now it's here. I'm just sort of blown away. Full-on war with Iran. Meanwhile, right next door, Pakistan and Afghanistan started a war yesterday. So that's good. That adds to the conflicts happening in this tiny area right here on the planet.
It's already started from Iran. Bahrain says the US base there has come under attack. UAE, Kuwait, Jordan, Iraq and Qatar have also reported that they have had missiles fired into their countries, with reports of explosions in the Saudi capital, Riyadh. Well, in a video statement, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the attack is to remove an existential threat to his country. We've been hearing air raid sirens across Israeli cities. Israel's defense minister has declared a special and permanent state of emergency. He's closed the country's airspace and all schools have been shut down. Israeli defense forces say dozens of missiles are being fired into the country. 70,000 reservists have been called up. Well, the strikes are across multiple locations. Media reports say blasts have been heard in Isfahan, Karaj, Kermanshah and Qom. Mehrabad Airport, just outside Tehran, has also come under attack. Well, smoke can be seen coming from buildings in the capital, and people have reportedly been running away in panic. An Iranian official told the Reuters news agency Tehran's retaliation and response will be crushing. Now, Israeli officials say Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei and Iran's president were also targeted. 7 missiles have hit the presidential palace, and there have been strikes around the Supreme Leader's compound. Well, the attack follows weeks of tension in the region, with US forces massing around Iran. Let's listen now to what President Trump's statement was from Mar-a-Lago a short time ago.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983...
In case you're just tuning in, the United States and Israel in a joint strike attacked Tehran, the capital of Iran. Then Donald Trump posted this unhinged message to Truth Social, telling people in Iran to go back inside because we're about to start bombing like there's no tomorrow. And then he said that the Secret Service members, Americans, are going to die as a result of this.
Iran's proxies carried out a
bunch of other shit. Almost immediately afterwards, Iran has carried out retaliatory strikes on at least 4 different countries where the United States has air bases.
Barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world.
Well, that was President Trump there. And in the last few seconds, we've heard from the UAE Defense Minister.
Yeah. Donald Trump saying that he's basically the United States is going to all-out war with Iran. That he wants to obliterate nuclear, naval, missile, and all other military capabilities in Iran. It's insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
They have said that one person has been killed in those retaliatory Iranian strikes. Well, you are with BBC News with continuing coverage of this breaking news story. The US and Israel have carried out a joint attack on Iran as Tehran launches retaliatory strikes against other countries in the surrounding region. And in the last few minutes, we've had confirmation from the Defence Ministry in the United Arab Emirates that one person has been killed in those retaliatory strikes by Iran. We'll give you more on that as and when we get it. But let's now cross live to our correspondents around the world. Joining me now are John Donnison in Jerusalem, David Willis in Washington, and Barbara Plett-Usher in Doha. And also we have Bahman Kalbasi from BBC Persian, who is in New York. Let's now speak, if we can, live to John Donnison in Jerusalem. And John, just bring us up to date with the reaction from Israel and also what we are hearing in terms of those missiles being sent to Israel from Iran.
Well, certainly over the last few hours, clear evidence that Iran's retaliation has begun. We've had the sound of sirens every 10, 15 minutes. We've seen explosions directly overhead our hotel here in Jerusalem, which looked like Israel's missile defense system shooting down projectiles being fired from Iran. And then further to the west, in the big cities of Tel Aviv and Haifa, more explosions there. No word yet on any casualties, on any damage. Israel's missile defense shield is pretty effective. We don't know if any of those missiles got through, but I certainly don't think it's the end of it. And the language we're getting from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and that 8-minute address, you played some of it from President Trump, you get the sense that this is not a limited operation. It's going to go on for some time. And if it does, Iran is likely to respond further.
Let's talk a little bit, if we can, John, about Israeli public opinion, given that obviously we've just come out in terms of Israel of a prolonged war in Gaza. Is there an appetite, do you think, amongst Israeli people for what could potentially be a continuing war with Iran?
I think Israel is very much a divided country. There's been a division and opposition to the war in Gaza, that what went on for more than 2 years. We had the war with Hezbollah in Lebanon, more support for that. I think to say there's an appetite is wrong, really, but there is a kind of weary acceptance that Israel, as they often like to say, lives in a very hostile neighborhood. And I think many Israelis feel that some sort of
You wonder why the neighborhood is hostile to Israel. Maybe because they're a settler colonialist project that decides to bomb everybody that they don't like. Completely unprovoked. Iran was literally minding its own fucking business before they started this shit.
action, some sort of conflict with Iran was inevitable. That's not to say that they welcome it. You know, people are tired of war. It's been hugely damaging for the economy here. People have been running for the shelters across Israel. Schools are now going to be closed. The airspace is closed. No flights coming in. So, you know, there's not an appetite for it, but I think they accept that, you know, the kind of conflict between Iran and Israel has never gone away, and at some point it was going to flare up.
John, thank you very much indeed. John Donison there in Jerusalem. We'll come back to John a little bit later.
I love how John is talking about this in completely fatalist ways. There was no way that this wasn't going to happen. What are you talking about, John? There's no way?
To get a bit more about action in
Nostradamus.
Israel. Let's cross live now and speak to Barbara Plett-Usher, who is in Doha. And Barbara, we've been hearing from the Defence Ministry in the UAE that one person has been killed in Iranian strikes. What more do we know about that and about these retaliatory strikes in the region?
Well, this is the exact outcome that the regional leaders have worked very hard to try to prevent. Over the last 2 months, they have put all of their efforts into trying to mediate a diplomatic outcome, a diplomatic channel for negotiations. But they have failed, clearly, and now they are being attacked by Iran, which is what Iran had threatened to do, because the Arab Gulf states do host U.S. military bases, 13 of them throughout the region, with tens of thousands of troops. So here in Qatar, we've had several rounds of explosions that we've heard. The Qataris said that they have been shooting the incoming missiles, that they've intercepted them, that so far there hasn't been any damage. And the target clearly is the Al Udeid air base. This is the biggest military base that the U.S. has in the region. It's the headquarters for Central Command. Also, as you mentioned, in the United Arab Emirates, they have been shooting the missiles coming in, again saying that they're intercepting them. But we have heard this announcement, first from the state news agency, now from the defense minister, that one person has been killed. We don't have the details about the circumstances, but that's the first casualty that we have heard. There had been some reports that there were also casualties in Iraq, which has again received Iranian missiles because there are U.S. bases there. And in Bahrain, which is the headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Fleet. It's a naval base. The Bahrainis have said that Iranian missiles have struck the base. Again, we don't have details yet on the damage, but what we're seeing is that the Iranians are making good on the threats that they were issuing before the attacks of Israel and the United States started. They have
For fuck's sake. What a way. What a way to ring in the day, huh? What a way to start the weekend. Hey, Space Fams. We were just doing the weekending report. Minding our own goddamn business over here. I was going to talk about the war that just started between Afghanistan and Pakistan yesterday. And how maybe a war will break out here with Iran at some point in the next week or something like that. But nope, it all just came to a head. Here we are. BBC, they're the only ones live right now, I feel like. I'm trying to find other feeds, but there's not much else. Just gonna switch over to this feed for a second. See what this looks like. Good God. Well, Alright, I think I'm gonna call it. I hate to do this, but we've been going for over 10 hours tonight. I'm exhausted. And this just obliterated me. I'm gonna cover the Pakistan-Afghanistan situation real quick before we end the stream. For fuck's sake. What a shit show. Where are these? Where is it? I can't. Okay, it's right there. God. I'm obliterated.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety. When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
Call a crackhead. This makes me want to burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down! Come on! Boogie!
Okay. First clip. This is from yesterday. Reuters. Pakistan bombs targets in Afghan cities. Calls it, quote-unquote, open war. Pakistani security forces released footage that says the shows overnight strikes in Kabul. Yeah. And there's more.
Allahu Akbar. Tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan escalated on Friday. Pakistan's defence minister says there is an open war between the two countries. Here's what to know. Afghanistan's military carried out strikes against Pakistan on Thursday night, in retaliation to Pakistani airstrikes in Afghanistan's border area over the weekend. Pakistan responded with airstrikes in Kabul and 2 other Afghan provinces. The latest escalation comes after Pakistan on Sunday struck border areas against what it said were hideouts of Pakistani militants it has blamed for attacks inside the country. Claims Kabul rejects. Militant attacks in Pakistan, mostly by a group called Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, or TTP, have steadily increased since the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan in 2021. Pakistan says the TTP is operating from Afghanistan, claims both the group and Afghanistan deny. Tensions have also been exacerbated by Pakistan's deportation of Afghan refugees. Their nationwide crackdown, launched in 2023, has targeted foreigners living in Pakistan without legal status.
Ay. Who struck first? Pakistan. Pakistan did. In this particular case, one more clip. Residents in Kabul. There we go. Just adding to the conflicts. What a week. Capped off by this. Can you imagine? I thought that this week already had enough stuff to talk about. And now half of it's been superseded by this fucking insanity right here. Or not quite half of it, but a fuck ton. God, I am starving right now. Ay. Another week from hell. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Galley Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoap, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Wheeling Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, and The Anarchist. That's right, all these people here help produce the show with your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too. Just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.